wiem, z jakiegoś głównego, który zbiera. Okay, I lied. I need to give you a mic.
Oh, for streaming. Okay. Okay, thank you. All right, sorry about being late. I'm in San Francisco time still, kind of in my head. And I've also been kind of having this epic trip where I was in Africa and for several days, and I had a security detail with people with very large guns following me around. Fortunately, they were not like using the guns on me, but they were by my side the whole time, which was surreal. And then was in Amsterdam and kind of running around. And I haven't had my luggage this whole time. So everything I'm wearing right now is like stuff I've gotten in the last couple of days, which is why my pants are short. And I have to roll my sleeves up because I have disproportionately long arms and legs and a miniature torso. So everything's a little awkward, more than usual. And that's saying something because I'm a nerdy academic that went into tech. Okay, so I have a general plan here, but plans for me are more like guidelines and suggestions. So I'm very happy to adjust accordingly, but this is derived from a series of talks I've given to the European Commission, European Digital Media Observatory, the European Monetary Information Fund or something like that, and then a bunch of other civil society organizations that are working in the space of regulating tech and trying to, you know, make things less harmful for people. And so it's kind of cobbled a lot of that together, but I'm also happy to answer any questions, and there are some things that I've built that I'd love to get your feedback on, or if there are things that I'm missing, I would love to know what other information that you want, because my training is as a social psychologist, which is not a particularly like hard like natural science, or it's not an engineering field, but I'm sufficiently masochistic that I've immersed myself in that space enough that I understand enough about engineering and code and such that I try to do a lot of translational work. So I'm a researcher. I'm trained to interact with people and assess people, but I was never formally trained in writing machine learning models or AI models, but those are things that I can do, and working with APIs and Python and such. So I try to communicate that in ways that non-experts, non-engineers can make sense of it. But I also give these kinds of talks to very wide-ranging audiences that range from lawyers that have probably not taken a class in computer science or math maybe in like 20 or 30 years. And then some people that are engineers at like Meta. So some of the most technically sophisticated people in the world. So I don't know where all of you all are in terms of your technical sophistication. So if I'm saying something that just doesn't make any sense, just like reach out and be like kind of pretend to poke at me, and I'll be like, oh, okay. But don't be afraid to jump in. I'm not on a script or anything. I like to be freewheeling, and I can kind of adjust on the fly. Okay, yeah.
There are students from cultural studies, so the more you adjust the language to regular human beings, the better it will be for us. Is there anyone with technical skills or something like that here? Definitely no.
Okay. So your starting point is my starting point. So yeah, in psychology we have there's this phenomenon called the curse of knowledge, where the more you know, the less able you are to communicate to other people that aren't as knowledgeable or haven't had that experience to dig into something. So I do my best to remember what I didn't know when I started, and then talk that way. I think of myself as the lowest common denominator, but we also come from different backgrounds and stuff. So please do feel free to jump in and let me know if I'm...
Sorry, nie słychać go, potem już nie robię.
Olewamy to po prostu. No tak mi się... No bo ja nie dam rady.
Okay. Can we close the door?
Ale jest ktoś tam, nie kojarzę, żeby tam ktoś od nas był?
Nie widzę nikogo.
Olej to, nie dawaj.
Dobra, jak ktoś to po prostu dawaj
Nie,
znać.
nie dawaj.
Ale gdyby się okazało, że to jest ważne, to na przykład...
Jakby ktoś napisał na czacie, o.
Okay.
Okej.
Okay. The general plan that I have is really I just cobbled together 3 different presentations that I've given over the last, I guess, 7, 8 months. So happy to go wherever. The first one is kind of a bigger one that talks about how these platforms collect data and what they do with them so that people outside of these companies who really have no idea of, like, you probably know that they have a lot of data, but as someone that was interested in data and worked with what I thought was big data prior to going to Meta, my mind was completely blown. It is more than you can ever imagine. So the first chunk is mostly an orientation towards how they collect data, what kind of data they collect, what they do with it, and then what you might want from that. Because increasingly with like the Digital Services Act and some of these other legislation being passed in different parts of the world, they require transparency, and there are a couple of provisions within the DSA that say that they need to make access, like API access to their data. So one of the issues is like, okay, well, if you have access, how do you use that? What is available there, and how do you make sense of it? Because it doesn't, what field? Like, what are your majors? Like, just shout out. Cultural studies. Oh, okay, cool. Okay. Yeah, so in psychology, we kind of expect data to be like one variable per column and one participant per row. That's not how like real data people structure it. It's a nightmare. But I'll walk you through that a little bit. And then I have another short thing that goes a little bit more into some of the details of the different APIs from the different platforms. And then a third kind of longer section that focuses more on like, okay, well, how do these companies think about measuring harms, and how might those harms and ways of measuring harms map to the variables that are available to you in the API that allows you access to the platform data. Okay, and then again, this is all subject to change based on your questions and comments and whatever whims hit me in the next, I don't know, however long we're here. So please be conversational, like don't hesitate, I won't bite. I will make jokes, more likely at my expense than yours, because it's never good to make fun of like somebody in the audience. Yeah, it's just bad form. I think it's bad form. But me, making fun of myself, happy to do that. Okay, so online platform data and accessing it. All right, now I like to couch this in terms of one particular instance where researchers were given access in a partnership with Meta. This was started, I think, in like 2021, 2022. But essentially, there were a bunch of political scientists, social psychologists, I think sociologists, communication scholars, like people that kind of do cultural studies. And they partnered with Meta, and they were given, they weren't exactly given data, but they were partnered with researchers at Meta, and they could ask for data and then try to study polarization and related concepts like misinformation, disinformation, hate speech, and like surrounding the 2020 US presidential election. And in this collaboration, they've published a number of papers. I think at this point there's been 4 or 5. I know 4 have been published. I think there might have been a 5th one came out, and then there's maybe another 10 that are going to come out at some point. But these studies have an interesting conclusion, and it really depends on who you're talking to figure out what the interpretation of these studies are. So if you listen to Nick Clegg, the head of global affairs at Meta, he says, well, this research adds to a growing body of research suggesting that there is little evidence that the key features of Meta's platforms alone cause harmful affective polarization. Affective polarization is a particular type of polarization where it's not like, oh, you believe the bridge should be built here, and I believe the bridge should be built there. It is, oh, you disagree with me? You're evil, ignorant, crazy. Let me think of other negative adjectives, and I will ascribe those to you. And that's the really kind of nefarious part, like type of polarization, because like it doesn't, like democracy requires that we disagree with each other, but you have to, you know, at least be able to sit down and talk to somebody and not just think that they're crazy and say, oh, we're gonna put you in jail because we disagree with you, unlike certain presidents that were recently reelected in a country that is not Poland. Now, if we look to the action editor of Science, the Science magazine, where one of these papers was published, they say, oh, the findings of this research suggest that meta algorithms are an important part of what is keeping people divided. So, as a scientist, I see this, I'm like, I don't think both of these can be true. And this is not at all surprising to me because working at Meta, like, there was a lot of concern with like public relations and public perception of the company, and that's going to be true at a lot of these other highly profitable companies because, well, they're there to make money. They're not there to, you know, enrich the community. And Mike Wagner, he's a political scientist at the University of Wisconsin, and he wrote a pretty scathing commentary on like what the process of this collaboration was like. And he said, oh, simply put, researchers don't know what they don't know, and the incentives are not clear for industry partners to reveal everything about their platforms. So if you look at the full text of his commentary, he kind of goes into details like, well, we wanted this kind of variable, and we would say, oh, give us the polarization variable. And Meta's like, oh, doesn't exist. But the problem therein is not that the polarization variable doesn't exist, but these companies, Meta, they think, oh, well, he gave me the variable name like this, and then I just go into our data warehouse, I search for it, oh, that variable doesn't pop up when I search for that word. Must not have it. But that, as someone that worked on civic integrity at Meta, I know that they have lots of these kinds of variables. So the challenge is these outside researchers that want to work with platform data, they don't know what to ask for. So Mike wanted certain variables, but he didn't know the keywords to ask for them. So my goal is to help you know what variables to ask for. Yeah, and not just you, but help basically everybody that is not inside of these companies understand how they collect data and what data exists. And if they're doing some sort of a partnership, or if you live in a place that actually has potentially useful, promising legislation that helps rein in some of these platforms, like the Digital Services Act, then you could also theoretically access some of these through the API. And this is also kind of spoiler alert. I can't like walk you through all of that in just a few minutes. But one of the things I am doing, and something I'll ask for feedback on and invite all of you to comment on and make requests of, is I'm building a data tool. It's essentially an interactive handbook on everything that we're talking about here and everything you might need to know if you want to work with the data from any of the very large online platforms or search engines, because most of them, they function very similarly. The data warehouses they operate on the same kind of system. And even though like I have the most experience with Meta, I've also worked with the Mastodon and Blue Sky and some of these other APIs too. Okay, so what data do these companies collect? The flippant answer is pretty much everything. And everything is more than you are thinking right now. So I can break it down into some like fairly like broad categories. So one is the obvious stuff that you tell them, like, oh, here's my profile picture. This is my name. But we don't always, companies might not want to trust what you tell them, particularly if like maybe you are creating harmful content, maybe you are trying to recruit terrorists, or maybe you are trying to sell child sexual abuse material, or interfere with another country's election. So you might be posting propaganda like the Russians did in 2016 and every year since, and the Chinese and Iranians. I mean, a lot of foreign actors, they are doing these things. So companies don't want to trust everything you tell them. They'll take it and they'll use it, but they also want to verify with alternative methods. So this is some of the less obvious stuff that they can infer or extract based on things that you might not be explicitly granting them to. And then there's some really fancy stuff that they come up with based on a combination of these things, plus your different behaviors on the platform. Okay, so this is just my Facebook profile, which I basically have, like, I can't even log into this. The only, I've tried to log in to like show someone a picture the other day. I'm like, oh, I have to do verification on a phone that I haven't had in like 4 years. I'm like, oh gosh, this is terrible. But who really uses Facebook anymore? Everybody has it, but nobody really uses it, unless you're even older than I am. But the principles are the same. Most of these social platforms, they have a profile page, and then you can kind of point to obvious things that typically you are filling out. So like you have your name, and the things that you post. You might have your location, where you're from, LinkedIn, different websites, pictures, videos. At one point, people were using it to check in. I think it still exists, but it's another thing that that you are explicitly providing them when you're using the service. And then some of the posts that you make, like here, one of the projects that I've been working on, and also something I'd be happy to share some of the data with, has been a year and a half of longitudinal survey assessment of US adults, and then 1 month of data from a representative sample of Polish adults on people's experiences with social media and communication services, plus artificial intelligence tools and mixed reality devices. So if you want to talk about that, that's a thing we could talk about later. But it's not strictly platform, it's not platform data. It's just kind of more standard social science survey work that we do independently that speaks to people's experiences on these platforms. Okay, Jeff Allen is the co-founder and chief research officer at the Integrity Institute, where I do some of my work, and he's also contributing to like the creation of this data handbook that we're building. So other obvious stuff that you're providing that might be a little less obvious is like, okay, what are you looking at? How much time do you spend literally on each centimeter of the screen? And if you're on desktop, like where's your cursor? If you're holding your finger on the screen, where's the finger? And how long do you press on the reaction bar, the comment bar? And because these companies are insanely profitable and they're motivated by profit, they track what you buy. And this is a key indicator for them, because for them to make money, they exist to sell ads. Really, it's just it's the modern version of an advertising agency, and they can target people better than anybody because they have all the data. What you click on, the things you post, your reactions to the content that you see, and kind of the way that people react to your content, whether you report things, whether people report you, and whether you're telling the platform like, oh, don't notify me about this stuff. Don't show this stuff to me. I want to see less of this stuff. So all of that is put into kind of a big bucket of information about you, and then that can be used to better target ads to you. And then there's the same stuff that others provide about you, like how long do they look at your stuff? Are they buying stuff from you? Are they recommending stuff to you? Are they clicking on your stuff? Are they reporting your content, saying, oh, you're a jerk, why would you ever post that? You should go to jail. And actually, like in some of the ethnographic work we did in, I think it was India, and some other kind of developing markets, we were finding that the users in those places, they didn't know, well, users everywhere, they don't really know what it means to report stuff. And some places, they're like, oh, does it go to the cops? And I don't want to report something, I don't like it, but I don't want somebody to get in trouble with the police. I just don't want to see their post. So they don't report. Yeah, so and timing, like how long you're spending watching different things or interacting with different things. Okay. And there's less obvious stuff that they extract, and this is where things get a little bit creepier, because this is not like you engaging with the platform. It is them getting information about you from the stuff that you use to access the platform. So your phone, okay, I'm making a mess of myself. I need 2 hands. Usually I don't drip on myself until I've actually got the water open, but I've managed to do it without it. Okay, so on all of your devices, there are IP addresses, MAC addresses. This is like metadata about your devices. And from these things, you can infer like general regions where somebody is, what service provider they're going through, and a lot of other information about them. You can place them in space. Sure, there are different ways that you can kind of spoof some of these things. Like you can like route your IP through different like VPNs or Tor browsers or whatever. But it can give you some sense of whether they're doing that and how they're doing that. They can also infer your GPS. So you might say, oh yeah, I'm checking in at this conference to show how smart I am. But maybe the GPS says, oh, you're out at the pub or something. And that's one way that they can confirm whether what you're telling them is true, and if they should be like sending you material or sending you advertisements that are related to, say, learning about human technology, or which pub to go to like on a Sunday morning. And then there's also a lot that can be learned based on the network that surrounds you. So the things that, because of the kind of the human tendency to surround ourselves with people that are similar to us, the people that we interact with most are typically people that are similar to us politically, religiously, probably have some of the same hobbies, similar purchasing behaviors, and even if I might not interact with those kinds of things on the platform can learn and better target ads to me if they know what my friends are buying or engaging with. And this is something that has been leaned into more heavily in the last, I don't know, I guess 3 or 4 years, really since TikTok became a big player on the global scene, because one of their strengths was the For You page, and then once they became more popular, every service adopted some form of this. So YouTube has Shorts, and Facebook and Instagram, they launched what they call the discovery engine, but essentially these are all different ways of these platforms serving you content that is not from people that you follow, but from people that they think you should follow. I just tried to drink the microphone. I need one extra hand. Not actually, but thank you. It's really hard to drink, like if someone's trying to like pour beverage in your mouth. Like I would have way more liquid on me if you were being so kind as trying to do that. So now it goes deeper because this is where we get to machine learning and artificial intelligence, and the fancy stuff gets fancier and fancier. At the end of the day, it's really just like a logistic regression. It's just a statistical formula. You just have more and more features and fancy bells and whistles on top of it. But they try to figure out things like, well, are you who you say you are? Are you actually Matt Motel or Conrad Mai or Zuza or whoever? And that's a tricky issue, but it's a tricky issue because they don't do verification. They don't ask you to show an ID when you sign up. You don't, well.
But they do when Facebook, when somebody reports that this is very suspicious that you are who you claim you are. Yeah. So
Yeah.
I had this situation in my account that I need to provide the Facebook. Because I changed my surname with my one letter, somebody reported that I'm not who I claim to be.
Yes.
They have but somebody is reported.
Yeah, so one possibility is that there's an account and then somebody reports that account. It's like, oh wait, that looks like me and it's my name, but that's not me. Like I don't control that. So you could report it, and that might be an indicator of an account being an impersonation or a fake account, or we had 3 different labels for it. And if you actually look through the reporting flow, it was like fake person, fake account, and impersonation. And what a fake person is, I don't really know, and nobody on the team that I was on did either, but that was one of the labels that people could click on when reporting. We never could figure out where those reports, when people clicked on that, would go internally. But there,
It started like in the police story when they claimed that there are some celebrities or something like that, yes? And they established the fake counts of celebrities or public figures. It was a real problem that somebody claimed to be this way. So I think that it started, yeah. But it needs verification.
yes, though the goal internally was people would use the impersonation tag for that, but I'm just saying, there are these 3 tags, and one of them makes way less sense than the other 2. So it's hard to say what somebody actually means when they click on that. But that is one way that they could make that kind of judgment. And then they try to make inferences based on the kinds of things that you will buy. And this might be okay, so if you are searching for lots of stuff related to, I don't know, robots that can dance and impersonate cats and Tarzan. Is it Pepper? Is that? It's Pepper. Pepper and Now. Yeah. So if you are constantly searching for robots that will do those things, it might send you advertisements for companies that produce parts for that, or maybe software that will help program these kinds of robots. And then if you buy something, it will basically never stop saying, hey, do you want another one? Do you want another one? Which is really annoying because it's like, oh, so I don't know, I bought like maybe my watch, and it's like, oh, do you want another? Do you want another? No, I only have one wrist. Well, I guess I have two wrists, but I don't need a watch on both of them. Yeah, I guess so. Yeah.
3 days later, we can have another one.
So many different socks, why can't you have so many different watches?
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, a question? Yeah, so Marketplace was a really successful product, and it was mostly real for a long time. And now, there is a lot of real stuff still on there, but there's a lot of scammers and bad actors on there. So you have to be really careful with that, and probably don't give them any money until you've received your product, because there are a lot of scammers on there. But they will also go deeper, and they'll try to predict things like who you're going to vote for. Are you going to get vaccinated? And these kinds of things. And whether or not you're working to interfere with another country's elections. And that's a complicated thing to figure out. But some of the ways they could do that is like, okay, well, are you posting the exact same thing or very similar thing as 500 other accounts that appear to be in the basement of someone's house in Macedonia or in Moscow? Because those are things that have happened. But you can think about the types of data you might want to verify. Like, okay, this is really suspicious. Like, what's the probability of someone that's behaving that way, creating that type of content, engaging in this way with this timing and in coordination with other accounts? And if they're doing that, then could be an indicator that they're engaging in coordinated inauthentic behavior or an influence operation. And then some of the other stuff is like, what's the probability that you're going to create an unwanted social interaction? So this is even more abstract, and this is kind of a more challenging space, because who decides what unwanted is? Like, on the one hand, it could be the platform saying, oh, well, we don't want people talking bad about our platform. We don't want people saying mean things about Elon Musk or Mark Zuckerberg or the Chinese Communist Party or Poland or Donald Trump or whoever. And that could be an unwanted social interaction, but that it also kind of like gets to this point of like, okay, well, is this like a violation of freedom of speech and human rights and these kinds of things? And the answer is not really clear, and it's not always clear how they come to the policy of what constitutes unwanted social interactions. Okay, so now I've talked about these three categories of content and data that they collect, but I didn't specify at what level these exist. So they have these data for each user, for each page, for each I get like groups, ads, advertisers, various like creators, partners, these kinds of things. So it's like there might be, there's lots and lots of this stuff on every element of what you're doing on these platforms. And as I hinted at before, the data are not stored in kind of this tight, like in data science and social psychology, we call it like tidy. That's like one variable per column, one observation per row, and then you have, I don't know, 1,000 rows would be 1,000 participants, and then you might have like 10 survey questions, so you might have 10 columns. But that's not the most efficient way to store data, and when you're collecting this insane volume of data, you have to be more efficient. So there are generally two main types of tables. So there's a dimension table, and these are mostly structured. So they have like a fixed number of columns, and the columns have types. Like it might, oh, this column might be a nominal variable, or this one is a interval variable, or text variable. And this is kind of what you're probably most experienced with if you've taken any like intro stats classes. So again, one row per observation. And the observations could be users or pages or anything, like posts. And then there are probably thousands of columns for each of these observations. And now there are fact tables, and fact tables is where it gets real nasty because these are mostly unstructured. They could have many different columns, or it could have a fixed number of columns, but the columns are contain different lengths of data. So if I post 5 things per day, and one of the columns is posts, that column for me might have 5 posts. But if Souza posts 100 times a day, that column is going to have 100 ingredients, 100 different elements. And if you're trying to access the data, what do you do with that? And typically it's in like brackets, and there's like indexes. So like it might be that like a number or a letter or an ID number, and then a colon, and then like another long ID number. And then it's like, okay, well, you can count the number of different IDs, but it doesn't tell you anything about the post. You have to like go to some other table to find what that post contains, whether you want the text or video or whatever it is. And these are organized as generally one row per event. So if I post 5 times, I might have 5 rows of data. Or if I log in 5 times in a day, I might have 5 rows of data. But if you log in 10 times, you might have 10 rows. So it's a little trickier to figure out how you want to aggregate this and extract this and use these data. And I'd never heard of a map variable or an array variable prior to querying data at Meta. But again, these are it's like brackets, and then inside of these, it's like key value pairs. So you might have an ID number or an index within this variable, and then a colon, and it's like, okay, this is your post. This is the post time. This is the date of your post. This is the probability that your post was hate speech, probability of your post being something that somebody's going to click on and engage with. And again, the length of these variables could be 0 all the way, theoretically, to infinity. So like there might be somebody that hasn't logged on to the platform in 15 years. So they would have this variable, but they wouldn't have anything in that column except for the bracket saying, we exist. But then if you're really active on there, you would have like potentially hundreds or maybe even thousands of elements in this one column. And then it gets worse. Like this is just kind of like the ABCs here. And the other issue is like no table contains anything. or everything. So, like I mentioned, if you're interested in the post that somebody makes, you might like pull out that map variable that says like, oh, this I want all the posts that you made today. And then within that, it might give you the ID of the post. So then you have to go find where that other table is that has data on posts. And then you have to filter it to that ID number. And then from there, you might learn like, oh, this post has 10 loves and 5 angers or whatever, or it has this many minutes of watch time. And then you have to join that in with the other data. Now, these data can also be stored in different tables. And because the data are so large, that it might not even be in the same database. It could be literally a different physical location. So you can't even just run like a simple join to connect this stuff. You might have to bring those tables into the same virtual universe so that they can connect to each other. And that is another reason why if we go back to the example of Mike Wagner and the polarization studies, the variable might not exist, or if someone is not particularly motivated to find something and they're asking for a variable that is kind of like buried in this weird web of like things that are not really connected, but they do speak to the issue that people are interested in, it might be hard for them to find and easy for them to say, oh, yeah, that doesn't exist. I don't have to share that with you. And again, there could be there are probably thousands of tables for users, pages, groups, like ads, everything. There's more than you can possibly ever imagine. We're talking I know individual tables could be like petabytes, like not terabytes, petabytes, and like all together probably like. I can't even venture a guess of how much data they actually have. And then making things even more complicated is that because of different laws in different jurisdictions and commitments that they've made with different governments, the data have different retention. So after the 2019 the Federal Trade Commission consent decree that Facebook where Facebook was fined $5 billion for its role in the privacy issues with the Cambridge Analytica scandal, they committed to limiting retention to 90 days. So most of these tables have a lifespan of 89 days before they randomize your ID variable or your user ID and then put it into another table that you can link back, but it's even more complicated to do because you have to find like a decoder of like how it was randomized, what was the seed, and that kind of stuff. But other data might be preserved for 1 day or less, like the length of time that you're typing in a comment box or in a post box, or the time that you're like taking to put a filter on your video or picture or whatever. Like that data is a lot and maybe not the most useful, so they have it, but they're not going to retain it very long time because like this data balloons, like as I hope I'm conveying here. There's just so much of it, and it can quickly just consume all the resources that they have, and they have lots of resources. So, and then the other issue about how these companies might not know or be able to share certain variables is there are different security settings, different privacy settings, and not everybody has access to all the variables. So if you are outside of a certain work group or business line, you might not have permission or access to see like, oh, this is the polarization variable or this is the ideology variable. So there are lots of reasons that are benign about why these platforms may or may not be able to disclose certain things. Okay, so Again, I mentioned that I'm. Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry for the question, but from the perspective of the researcher, is this data useful at all for me, even if I had an access to that? For me, it looks like the map that is bigger than the world, or the bigger the area. Like the idea of the data is to simplify something, and what you just described with like thousands of informations about the one users, about one of the thousands users, as like we as a researcher can use it to find something what we can learn from that.
Yes. So the data is both a blessing and a curse because there's so much of it that you essentially are looking at the ocean and it's like, okay, oh, that's nice. It's pretty. But sometimes, like, if you request it, it might be like a little bit of an earthquake and then a tsunami comes and hits you. Like, oh my goodness, what do I do with all of this? And that is a skill that you have to develop if you want to work with these kinds of things because there's just so much. And if you just say, oh, give me all of the post data from today, it's going to break your computer. It might break your brain because all of the post data might be petabytes. And really your computer won't be able to process it. The server's not going to be able to process it. I definitely broke my server more than I want to admit when I worked there because you just don't know when you're trying this. It's like, oh, when you're using the SQL tool that you can query the data from, like it actually counts the amount of server time you're using, like how much time does it take your computer to do this? And some of the queries might be like 27 days, but it might take like 3 seconds on my computer. So like they combine all of the different servers and all the different machines that are being used to like figure out where all the data are and then like spit them out to you. And it does it that way, and then it also tells you how expensive that was. So it might be like 4 cents per query, or it might be like, oh, that was a $20,000 query. Did you need to do that? And increasingly in the last couple of years, they've been cracking down on people that run these expensive queries. But yeah, go ahead. Probably not per user, though. Maybe per user. I guess it really depends on the type of media. So if it's like if you're a YouTube creator and you do a lot of long form, like 4K or high def videos, that could very easily become giant. Yeah, so like I would venture a guess that there's not petabytes of data per user on Facebook or Instagram. It's not saying that there's not, but that feels like a lot per them for each user. Like if you ever try to download your own data, I think that's a provision in the DSA, right? Yeah, you can download your own data, and like I tried to do that one time, and it was like a few gigabytes just for me. And I basically don't use Facebook, but I'm curious, like I have it because, well, I study this stuff, so I feel like I need to. But that's a lot of data, especially for not an inactive user. But like gigabyte to petabyte that's a big gap. Yeah, so just to recap in case other people can hear, the question is, well, how like, one, what are the types of data that they have on each person? And then also, how do they make predictions in real time for the stuff that you see? And the answer to the latter question is, it's always changing. At various points in the past, they would literally be listening. People were doing like personality studies, and they might be listening to your actual like microphone on your phone. This, I believe, is illegal in the EU, and I'm not aware of them doing it in recent times.
Is there any way you can prove that they listen, like listen to you through your phone? Because this is what happened to me like many times.
Other way around, is there proof that they are not listening?
Yeah. Yeah, so the way to prove it would be looking at the actual code of the algorithm, or kind of the pieces of the algorithm that feed you stuff in your feed. And that does require a bit of a leap of faith in that you're trusting what they're showing you. And I'm a deeply skeptical person, especially when there are billions and billions of dollars involved, because, well, people like billions of dollars. And yeah.
Basically, they can just break the law and you can do nothing about it as a like regular citizen.
Yeah, so in the U.S., like we don't have any sensible regulation of any of this stuff. We talk about it, and then we're like, oh, let's do something that doesn't actually regulate the platforms. Let's just ban kids from using technology. That's going to solve everything, right? No. But the EU at least seems to have some provisions, and I think that there are mechanisms by which you can report stuff here to the European Commission. I mentioned that my luggage was absent, still is absent. And when I posted about this on X, because I also used to be a big Twitter user, but I stopped using it when my entire feed was just Elon Musk posts and likes and retweets. But because I couldn't get a human from Turkish Airlines on the phone, I was like, all right, well, let's try social media. And then I started posting there, and I was communicating with their actual like Turkish Airlines help desk. But there were a bunch of fake accounts that would have one letter different in them from Turkish Airlines. It might be like Turkish Airlines or Turkish Airlines Help Desk. And it's like, oh, me being desperate because I went from a place that was 48 degrees Celsius to here where it's like 4 degrees Celsius. I didn't have a jacket or pants. I'm like, I really want my jacket and some pants. So I was posting this, and I was kind of desperate. And then these fake accounts, they started reaching out to me. They're like, oh, give us this information. And I was like, okay, yeah, because I'm in a panic. I'm like providing more information than it ordinarily would. And then this guy calls me on WhatsApp. He's like, oh, you have to put in your banking information here. I'm like, And because I was in such a desperation, I started doing it. I'm like, this really doesn't feel right. So I started looking deeper. I'm like, oh, wait, this is a total scam. And then there was a button I could push to report it for evaluation for some violation of the DSA. And like within a day or two, I got a response saying, oh, this wasn't illegal. I'm like, okay, well, I think it was, but I think you have that option. And I think like there has to be some sort of a enforcement mechanism, because
To claim that something is illegal, you need to have like the jurisdiction that is under. You say it doesn't, it's okay with our standards, yes, of our protocol. All what they say, because from the what jurisdiction it is illegal. It may be illegal in one country, not in another. We are in Poland, with Turkish Airlines being a citizen. So Where is the judge?
Yeah. Yeah.
Doesn't violate our standards. Thank you so much. But we are really, So
Yeah.
I think all what they can do is okay with our standards.
Yeah, and so and like that is a really complicated situation because I was involving 3 different continents and my citizen. Yeah, so but the principle remains though because this is a really important question and a really important thing to wrestle with and because like even the DSA like it was passed years ago but it really wasn't like I guess it was what February this year that it was kind of theoretically fully implemented. And the first rounds of investigations and risk assessments and these kinds of things are just coming out now or being launched now. So there are some real sticks like to bat the companies over the head if they are found to be doing these illegal things. And like 6% of global revenue is one of the penalties, and that's a lot. It's like these companies, I mean, Meta's stock value actually went up after they were fined $5 billion, but 6% of their global revenue is probably going to be larger than that. And some platforms that might bankrupt them. So that, like, there's a lot of motivation for them to comply. And then there's also the lever of like banning the platform in the country. So I think like Twitter has been kind of in this weird space where they're supposed to have a representative for all of the EU member states, but Musk was like, let's fire. I think they had this summer they were down to six representatives, and there's 27 member states. So they were out of compliance, and there was this threat of. I think the investigation is ongoing, but there's this tension because they could just say, Twitter, you're out, or give us 6% of your revenue, and Twitter is also an interesting case because their user numbers are declining so much that they might not be a very large online platform by the DSA's definition of it's like 100 million people in the EU, but that would mean that they wouldn't have to comply. So there are these kinds of possibilities, and if these platforms can't operate, then that like they can't make any money anymore. So there is this pressure for them to comply, but how do you know that they're complying? Is like that's an entirely
Exactly. Like, where is the proof that the topic I was like talking about is already in my phone? How can I prove this? How can I make a complaint like, guys, you are like basically listening to me?
But you can actually prove that. It's like if you're talking with someone that like searched this a day before on their phone and you're with them, you have your phone, which is like those two phones can connect with each other, and they will show you something because the other person was looking at it on their phone, and it doesn't exactly mean that they're just listening to you. Like I think like our phones here also ping with each other, and we can just like have an ad that my friend had the day before.
yeah, and I also don't know like all of the so it's especially complicated here because like GDPR and DSA and DMA these are not things that we have in the US, and you've had much better data protections here than we do in the US basically since GDPR was passed, and we still so I don't really know how that comes into play here, but I think that they've been prohibited from using a lot of like these like device signals that they can use in some other jurisdictions, and like I guess this like Apple Store, in the United States, they started charging a fee and like defaulting the setting so that people aren't sharing a lot of this device data with these platforms, or any apps that you download in the store, you have to manually change it yourself. But like most people in Europe don't use Apple or iPhones. Android is much more popular everywhere else in the world except for the United States and maybe some like a handful of other like wealthy countries. But with that, like I don't like my sense is that the DSA and GDPR prevent some of this like cross app sharing, or you would have to like change a setting to allow them to have access to your microphone or to see the kinds of things that you're searching for in Chrome or Safari or whatever browsers you use. So they shouldn't be able to do that, and theoretically, you should be able, like you could probably prove it, but it probably is also a very difficult thing to do because, like, well, there are studies out there showing like the things that you search for on Google can predict your probability of like getting the flu or these other things that are kind of like barely related, but like looking at that behavior is able to predict lots of other things. So even if they heard you talking about buying a fancy new microphone like this one that keeps deceiving me into being a water bottle, they could like be marketing it to you because you're searching for things that are related to it in their app or on something else, but they could also be listening to me give this presentation talking about this water bottle like microphone. And then if I've not typed it anywhere and they're still searching for it, it's like, feels weird. But there might be these other behavioral traces that kind of indicate like, oh, he's really interested in water bottle like microphones. So, yeah. Okay. I don't. There were a couple of like interesting questions there, and now I'm like down this bunny trail. I don't really know how I got here, but yeah.
I think the first question was already about like how you model this data and how you use it to actually like have something from it, yeah. And we did this topic, and I'm really also interested.
Yeah. So, I'll actually skip ahead because the third chunk, literally, like I try to map some of these things together. So, all right. Is it?
Like have, I think 20 minutes.
Okay, cool, yeah. So, somewhere up here. Oh, yeah, okay. So, one way that you can map the data that theoretically they provide to the questions you might have or the variables that you're interested in studying would be looking at some of the, so we can make it really concrete by looking at the data that are available through their APIs and then think about like, okay, well, if I wanted to know if something was harmful or if it was trustworthy or if it was any of these other things that we've been talking about, we could think, okay, if I'm interested in, say, disinformation, there are lots of ways that you can try to figure out, like, is something disinformation? And you can think of, like, okay, let's make this interactive. Like, if you wanted to know if something was misinformative or misleading, what would you want to know about that content? Where it came from. Okay, so maybe the country where that post was created. Yeah, so is it, yeah, so is it BBC or is it the Matt Butterfly, which is what my name in the program is, as of last night at least. So like you might want to know those things. What else might you want to know? There's almost no wrong answer here. The reason why it was posted, yeah. So on a lot of these platforms, creators are monetized. They get paid for creating content that people will spend more time watching or engaging with, and people might post something so they can make more money. And if they're posting something to make money, that content might, and if they know that the stuff that gets more engagement is typically the stuff that is more misleading or problematic, then if someone's posting something and they're being paid for it, then it might be less trustworthy. Absolutely. So this is just one of the many ways that you could kind of think about misinformation, and you probably wouldn't want to use just somebody's location or just maybe the motivation or impetus for posting something, but like a combination of these different variables. And this is what these platforms do. They'll train typically they'll use machine learning or artificial intelligence, and they will have we call it a golden set of labeled data. Might be 500,000 posts or videos or whatever. And then they have professional labelers or subject matter experts look at this and say, oh, this is misinformation. This is not misinformation. This is hate speech. This is not hate speech. And then they put that into essentially like a logistic regression where that's the outcome. It is hate speech. It is not hate speech. And then they try to predict that from all the variables that they have. It might be like whether that person is monetized, whether that person is from Russia or not Russia, or you could think about all the different things that might be related. They put that into a regression model, and then they come up with a bunch of coefficients, and then they figure out like, okay, this classification, this prediction model is accurate, I don't know, 50% of the time, which is pretty good. Like not being able to look at any particular piece of content and then like being able to predict whether it is hateful or not, like 50% of the time, 60% of the time, like that would be a pretty good classifier internally. Yeah. Yeah, so yeah, so this is a great question of like, okay, well, how often are they updating it, and how does this exist over time? And like, it's created at a fixed point in time, and then it should be updated with a regular cadence because the ways that people talk changes over time, like the words and hashtags and like what's popular changes. And like if we're talking about politics, political issues are different over time. So like Donald Trump related words are useful some years, but maybe not other years. Or like January 6th, when Donald Trump kind of facilitated a riot to prevent the peaceful transfer of power. There were keywords like stop the steal, STS, these kinds of things. And the models would be really useful in that time period, but a lot of these groups that were involved in some of these actions, they continued existing after January 6th, but using January 6th hashtags or trending words is like it's not useful anymore. So any model that was trained with that kind of, it's called drift. The model becomes less and less accurate over time and left long enough. So I used to subscribe to Pandora, the music streaming service, like the Spotify before Spotify existed. And if you didn't give it a thumbs up or thumbs down often enough, it would like, I'd be listening to like rock music, and then I'm like working, like 6 hours go by, and then it's playing like I don't know, like accordion, like classical accordion or something. Like, oh no, you need more information because the model was drifting and I wasn't tuning it. And like that's kind of a ridiculous example, but the same thing can happen with like anti-vax content or violence incitement or terrorist recruitment. And it's really important to update these models, but it's also really expensive because these big platforms, like often they want to label, they want a golden set or labeled data of like hundreds of thousands of pieces of content because, again, these platforms are global and they like some of them have billions of users, and it's impossible to like look at all that content. So they're just trying to like extract a kind of a randomized like representative sample of what exists, and then trying to predict that in the future, which is important, but like because these are based on social networks and like changing social trends and the words that we use, the way that we interact with like different world events, they need to be updated more often. So some of these models are like actively maintained, but sometimes it might not be like, maybe they update them once a year, once every 6 months, once every 5 years. Like, at what cadence do you need to do that? And it really depends on like what the actual issue is. Like if it's related to an election, that like it should be updated like a lot. But if it's something that's more static over time, like, I don't know, people that really like Mac versus PCs, like that, I'm a PC person, I'm an Android person, so like that hasn't changed since, I don't know, 2008, 2007, so I don't know, somewhere like that. So it really depends, but it's really important because these things go awry. Yeah, yeah, more or less, yes. Like if you like the way that recommendation systems generally, like they're very complicated, but essentially it's just a very long equation, and the equation has features that the company has decided are important, like the probability that you're going to click on something or buy something from it if they show it to you. Or the probability that you're going to like it or say or report it, these kinds of things. And then there's just like they decide like, oh, it's really important. Like if you're likely to buy this thing, then that will be like that feature or that variable in the equation is going to be multiplied by some big number. It might be like, we're going to multiply this by 5, but if it's like a probability that you're going to love something, it might be multiplied by 2. So there's like a value, like there's a concrete value judgment or assessment determination that these companies are making with like, okay, we want to show people stuff that's going to cause them to spend more time on the platform, spend more money on the platform, and then like if these other things that people like or love, it's good to have those things, but it's not as important as the other stuff that is more directly related to their bottom line. So, yes? Yeah, okay. Yeah, okay. So, what is useful for us in the final, I don't know, 8 or 10 minutes that we have? What other questions do you have? Yeah.
I'm really also interested how much of the now generated content in Twitter is
Yeah, so the question is about what do we do with AI-generated content? And this is really the wild, wild west. I mean, the plane is in the air, but they don't have engines, they don't have brakes, they don't have wheels. They're figuring out what to do with it as we sit here right now. Or, well, you're sitting here, I'm standing here, but as we exist here. And different companies are trying different things, and some of it is more promising than others. So one thing that YouTube rolled out in the last 6 or 9 months maybe is when creators are posting videos, they have to disclose whether or not they used an AI tool in that, and then if the creator says, yes, I did, there's like a little eye and a bubble that pops up in the beginning of the video saying this contains artificial intelligence generated content. And the idea there is they're trying to like warn people to be a little more skeptical of it. But it's also not great because like AI it could mean a lot of things. Like it could be like a person that has been created by Sora or Respeech or any of these other tools, and like that, like if you're creating like an instructional video, that's probably fine, or like internal marketing material, it's fine. But if you're creating a video of Donald Trump or Joe Biden or whoever, and they're saying things that they didn't actually say, not so fine. So like I think the idea is right, you want to label these things, but it's too crude. And Meta took another approach where they just said, okay, we're going to label everything that has any metadata that suggests it was edited by or involved by, like the Gen AI tools were involved in the creation of it. And this really pissed off a lot of artists because like their photographs, like if you took a photograph on your phone, like most of these phones, they have like a lot of pre-processing that are applied, so different filters or things that like maximize contrast or improve visibility in night pictures, and it was counting that as AI. But that's really not what they're trying to capture. They're trying to capture like, okay, is this a picture of Kamala Harris like holding a gun aiming at Donald Trump? And that like that would be included, but almost everything that was being included was like the picture like the selfie I took of like here, like, oh, I put I buttoned my shirt correctly, or kind of like ridiculous things that it doesn't matter. Like if I missed a button, like yeah, okay, you might laugh, but it doesn't matter if it's AI generated or involved or not. So it's not like these companies, they don't have a really good idea of like how to deal with this. And this is actually maybe it's a good cliffhanger or segue into my talk this afternoon, because I'm actually talking about the ways that we can, the things that we can learn from social media to build AI tools more responsibly. And like some of the ideas that are kind of popular right now are things like watermarking, but doesn't seem particularly good because there are really old tools that allow you to remove watermarks. Like if you've ever used like Photoshop or Premiere Pro, they're like you can just create a mask and then use like a fill function, and it'll hide the thing that hide the watermark. There are other things that can be kind of like embedded in the actual pixels and these kinds of things, but they can also they can all be removed. And even if you are watermarking the picture and you can, like the human eye can't see that mark, it doesn't really affect how a human's going to evaluate looking at that thing. Because if you don't know, if you're looking and it's like, oh, looks like Kamala Harris, then it looks like Kamala Harris did. I might believe that actually was her. But it could just be completely artificial. So I don't think that that's a very promising direction. And there are other tools that have been kind of developed and look promising, like determining whether a video is like AI generated or not. And they can be trained such that they're good at detecting whether the video was AI generated or not at the point of training on the training data. But then when you try to extract that out to like future data sets and different data, the performance goes way down. It's like, okay, you spent a lot of money and time building this thing, but it's not actually useful, which is unfortunate. But like, there's probably like I would guess that some element of that will exist that is effective eventually, but again, like it'll give like marginal improvement over what we have now, but marginal improvement over terrible is still pretty bad. I have a countdown in front of me now. So you have 1 minute and 9 seconds to cue something else up. One cool thing with my new phone is that I can do live translation. And because I was in Mali a week and a half ago, and they speak French and Bambara, neither of which I speak. It's like, oh, I can use my live translation function at the same time. It would get like maybe 1 out of every 5 words correct, and like the other words weren't even close. Like, in terms of like the context, it's like, okay, we're talking about like regulating hate speech and violence incitement on these platforms, and it's like talking about dinner and dancing, and it's like, oh, I don't know for sure. Yeah, I don't know for sure that the translation was incorrect, but I was showing it to some of the people sitting next to me that were fluent in all the languages, and they're like, I don't know. But thank you. Yeah, yeah, yeah. We're done, but yeah. Okay. Thank you, everybody. Oh, oh, oh. Oh. Yeah, you can just come up and I'll. Thank you, everybody.
the introduction?
Yeah, I'm gonna introduce you, but the workshop we're finishing, and people they need like 2 minutes to come here from workshop. So
Okay, all right,
Yeah.
no rush.
yeah, yeah.
You tell me when you're ready. Just left my bag there.
Wykłady o 11:45 planowo?
Słucham? Pi- Ale to jeszcze nie, to jeszcze nie teraz.
So we can check this presentation if it's
No w sensie skończyły się warsztaty i po prostu czekam aż ludzie przyjdą stąd i z tej drugiej sali wystrzymam.
Dobra, po prostu jeszcze się nie zeszli jakieś plany są. Dobra, Nina. You alright? Hi. I'm good. How are you?
It's okay, all right. I'm going to use this.
co tam?
Nic. Yeah, okay. So we're going?
Yeah, we can start.
Hello, everyone. I wanted to welcome you today on our last day. I hope you're well rested despite the party and ready for another great amount of knowledge. And now I'm gonna welcome Nina Patel. She's a pioneering researcher and leader, and one of her most innovative approaches include her work on the virtual reality risk against children project, and it's redefined how we think about risk in the metaverse and beyond. And this is truly one of works that is amazing to me. And today she's gonna present for you about virtual worlds and the embodied internet. So applause and welcome, Nina.
When newborns open their eyes, they see a world where technology has already seen them. Movement in the womb. Starting again. Take two. When newborns open their eyes, they see a world where technology has already seen them. Movements in the womb are recorded by medical devices, their genetic predispositions mapped by algorithms, and their future health predictions stored in databases. Their digital twin precedes their birth, existing in virtual networks before their first cry. Their first pictures will be enhanced by AI, their first steps tracked by smart devices, and their earliest words
analyzed by large language models, their favorite stories, their favorite songs, and from the first day they step into preschool, technology will be there to record, to track, to support, and to predict, creating footprints across both physical and virtual worlds. This isn't science fiction. This is the world we've built. Their playgrounds encompass virtual worlds. Their classrooms expand to digital realms. Their friendships transcend geographical constraints. Their very identity intertwined with technology in ways we are only just beginning to comprehend. Hello, I am Nina Jane Patel. I'm a psychotherapist, a psychologist, a researcher, and an advocate for safety in emerging technologies, dedicated to evidence-based methodologies for the integration of new technologies into the lives of children and young people. So here we are at the HumanTech Summit, and as Conrad mentioned on the opening day, human comes before tech. But before I dive further into my presentation this morning, this early Sunday morning, I'd like to get to know you a little bit to find out who's in the room. So indulge me a little bit, if you don't mind, just to take a moment with a quick show of hands. I just want to get an idea of the perspectives in the room. So how many of you, I don't see any, but how many of you, if any, are under 18? No, we're all looking above the age of 18 today. Good to know. And how many of you are between the ages of 18 and 30? Okay, all right. And just to be polite, we'll just go with how many of you are over the age of 30? Okay, good. So I'd say the majority of you are between the ages of 18 and 30, which is interesting to know. Now, I'd like to ask you a few more questions about your relationship with technology. Who here feels that technology has positively impacted their life? Okay, very enthusiastic, yes. Okay, so yeah, still the majority of you, but not everyone. How many of you do you think young people today face more challenges online today than previous generations? Okay, so that's almost everybody. And my final question for you today is, do you feel safe online? Okay, sometimes. Okay, all right, interesting. Thank you for indulging me, and thank you for letting me see into your perspective a little bit before I get cracking. So today I have 4 objectives. The first is to work together towards an understanding of virtual worlds. The second, once we lay a foundation for what I mean when we're talking about virtual worlds, is discussing the technological components that comprise virtual worlds, the future and the evolution of the internet as we know it today. Thirdly, how inherently these emerging technologies come with safety and security risks, especially in the context of children and young people. And finally, my 4th objective are presenting to you some potential long-term strategies that prioritize the empowerment of people as we progress along this course. First, understanding virtual worlds. To start off, I want to make one thing very clear, and I'm sure because we're at the Human Summit that we all agree, that this is not the end of innovation. A device in our hand is not the epitome of technology and how we use technology as human beings. Since the internet's launch, consumer experiences on the 2-dimensional web have been transformed from basic text-based interactions to dynamic multimedia-rich engagements. Early websites were simple and static, but advancement in web browsers and the rise of search engines made information more accessible and engaging. Social media platforms turned the internet into a social hub, while e-commerce giants revolutionized shopping, and streaming services changed entertainment consumption, offering on-demand access to vast content libraries. Mobile devices and cloud computing further integrated the internet into daily life, making it a versatile and necessary tool for communication, education, entertainment, for commerce, and indeed every single aspect of our lives. What we know is that humans are continuously shaping the world that we live in with scientific discoveries and technological innovations. In this time of artificial intelligence, what we know and what we hold true to is that a true sign of intelligence is not knowledge, but imagination. And over the last century, we have transformed our lives with inventions and groundbreaking developments in computing, telecommunications, bionics, artificial intelligence, extended realities, and robotics, much of which we have heard at this summit here in Warsaw. Virtual worlds, once the stuff of dreams and science fiction, have now become an integral part of our daily lives, especially those of children and young people, revolutionizing the way they interact, the way they learn, and the way they entertain themselves. Now, I travel all over the world to share this vision, this grand vision of virtual worlds and how it will reshape humanity. This is a collective vision, and I share this to audiences of all types. And often, and not always, and I don't anticipate in this room, I am responded to with skepticism and cynicism. Indeed, I joined a panel on Friday night where the concept of virtual worlds was deemed with a little bit of not so sure, and I don't think we're going to be engaging in virtual worlds, which was interesting for me in the context, the global context of how big tech players are moving towards integrating augmented and virtual reality into our lives. So for those of you who are a little bit skeptic, I will present you with a few facts and figures to help persuade you. The European Union has determined that virtual worlds market forecasts are very promising. The size of the global market of virtual worlds is estimated to grow from 27 billion in 2022 to over 800 in societal areas. To list a few, medical students and doctors can get better at handling real-life medical situations, making surgery safer and diagnoses more accurate. In education and training, hands-on learning can make it easier for students to understand complicated subjects, helping them learn better and faster and understand the world around them, and influencing and optimizing pedagogical innovation. And one thing we all know for certain is that the education sector is shamefully, woefully left behind in the context of innovation. Digital twins can support the preservation or reconstruction of cultural heritage buildings, as we've seen very recently in the reconstruction of the Notre Dame Cathedral in Paris, which just reopened this past weekend. Virtual worlds can help optimize traffic flow based on real-time simulations, creating smart roads, smart cities, thus contributing to the reduction of traffic jams and emissions. Virtual worlds can enhance democratic participation by offering new possibilities for people to voice their ideas, their opinions, and concerns in more engaging ways, and the list goes on. Now, the history of virtual worlds and spatial computing and virtual reality is a rich tapestry woven over centuries, marked by groundbreaking milestones and relentless innovation, of which today I will only present a very brief introductory review of the evolution of virtual reality and virtual worlds. And the journey begins in 1838. Sir Charles Wheatstone, who is actually, interestingly, an experimental philosopher, invented the concept of binocular vision or stereoscopy, which laid the foundation for understanding how we perceive depth and spatial relationships, and indeed invented the concept of psychology and perception. Fast forward to 1929, when technology began to be used for pilot training in military applications, in life or death situations. In 1935, we started seeing science fiction writers embedding the concept of virtual worlds, virtual reality, or glasses that could allow people to see a different reality. This began being introduced into their writings, imagining worlds where the digital and the physical intertwine. In 1955, the first ever VR machine, the Sensorama, was invented, a commercial application, a failed commercial application, but it was an immersive machine that simulated the sensation of riding a bicycle through Central Park in New York City, using 3D video, auditory elements, olfactory sense, so they introduced the sense of smell, and tactile feedback. The funny thing about sense of smell in immersive experiences is that you can easily introduce the sense of smell, but it's much more difficult to remove the sense of the smell. So jumping forward, and I won't go through everything in absolute detail here, but what we know is that there have been hype cycles, there have been a series of successes and failures that we might become more familiar with Google Cardboard, Pokemon Go in augmented reality, and of course in 2021, Facebook, now Meta, made a significant stride into virtual worlds and the spatial computing space with the introduction of Horizon Worlds. Now, over that time, since we've had commercially accessible virtual reality headsets, there have been several fairly successful consumer applications that maybe some of you in the room might have experienced. And actually, let's do, again, indulge me. Put your hands up if you've ever tried out Beat Saber in your MetaQuest device. Okay. All right, so that's a kind of a fun game. It's not a social game, but it does involve the sense of music and rhythm and gets you excited, and it is a kind of a fun experience in virtual reality. How many of you experienced The Walking Dead in VR? Yeah, several of you, okay. And then VR chat. Anyone a big fan of VR chat or engaged in those spaces? Yeah, so not a traditional game, but its open and diverse nature has garnered some popularity among aficionados in the virtual world space. And it allows users to explore a wide range of experiences and connect with others in the virtual realm, where people develop deep emotional connections with each other. And if any of you want to check out the documentary We Met in VR, it's a really interesting exploration into the people who get married without ever having met in the physical world. So in the evolving landscape of tech beyond the realm of virtual worlds is the kind of parallel development of Web3. In the context of virtual worlds, I briefly mentioned this today because it is the enabler of the virtual reality, the augmented reality, which is essentially the user interface for virtual worlds. But Web3 becomes the enabler, the technology components underneath that. And this shift offers several key features that are currently kind of hype and buzzwords, but offer the kind of view of how we will interact and in the future of virtual worlds. And the key features are decentralization, interoperability, privacy, security, and tokenization. And as virtual worlds and Web3 continue to evolve in tandem, they collectively contribute to the transformation of digital experiences, offering users a richer, more immersive, and user-driven online environment. And while these platforms which you might think of as just games that children play: Minecraft, Fortnite, Sandbox, and Roblox. Again, hands up, anyone played any of these games? Okay. Yeah, these all share the central idea of empowering users to create their own content and their own worlds and their own digital assets, and share them with others, either freely or for money, and shared experiences in the virtual world, virtual environments. So many of you might be already familiar with what these engagements look like in this space. And here's what we know for sure. Gen Z and Gen Alpha are the target market. So anyone who put their hands up for the age over 30, you are not the market for virtual worlds at this point in time, which might be why you're not so familiar with it. But this is about capturing early adopters and capturing the customers of tomorrow, where they're at in these spaces, with early introduction into virtual worlds on gaming platforms like Roblox. Gen Alpha are virtual world natives. Forever 21 is a meta merch example where you can buy the same outfit for your avatar as for yourself in the physical world. Your digital twin and you can match. How fun. And recently, IKEA is opening a store, or actually it already opened the store on Roblox. I did a huge recruitment call. It was kind of a PR stunt where they are now employing staff on Roblox to support their customers to purchase items from IKEA on Roblox. So this is the integration of social media, gaming, and now e-commerce in virtual worlds. And the list continues. We've got Justin Bieber, you may or may not be a fan. You've got Song Awards. You've got all the big major brands from Gucci and Louis Vuitton to Walmart, and Oreo cookies, where you can play with Oreo cookies in ways that you never have before, whether you wanted to or not. And the Walt Disney Company and Epic Games, which I believe is a very interesting shift in the virtual world space, and as they say, watch this space. Walt Disney Company and Epic Games are collaborating to create a new expansive games and entertainment universe connected to Fortnite. And Disney has invested $1.5 billion US to acquire an equity stake in Epic Games as a part of this multi-year project where they unite social media, gaming, e-commerce, and entertainment. And this new universe will integrate all of Disney's franchises, such as Pixar, Marvel, Star Wars, Avatar, everything that you love about Hollywood films with Fortnite, offering numerous opportunities for consumers to play, to watch, shop, and engage with Disney content. Powered by Unreal Engine, this will be a persistent universe which will allow players to create their own stories, express their fandom, and share content and shop. How many of you would engage in this kind of space? This is something that's exciting to you. Yeah, okay. Further advances, and if you think that the current interface, the aesthetics of virtual worlds are very childlike and animated and cartoon-like, and we all know the classic Mark Zuckerberg animated avatar when he launched Horizon Worlds was a bit comical. But they very quickly showed their development in technology with photorealistic avatars, codecs, which allows for the overlaying of authentic face-to-face communication over the rendering of physical shapes. And if you look there, you can see the actual rendering of the avatar is very, very lifelike and very, in terms of facial recognition, it's very accurate in terms of its ability to track the movements of the face in real time, and it's very effective in terms of its technological advancement. And the story continues with Apple Vision Pro, I'm sure we've all heard of, along with Snap creating their augmented reality glasses and Meta's Orion augmented reality glasses, all coming into development and being a part of their development plans, which all integrate AI for real-time interactions in the virtual world. So here we are, and I hope I've been able to convince you that virtual worlds are here to stay. They started in 1838. We are now here at the cusp of 2025, and they are not going anywhere. And there is no doubt that virtual worlds are advancing more quickly now with the advent of generative AI and becoming a part of our homes, lives, and indeed every part of who we are. And from now on, a child born in 2025 will grow up in a world where technology is always there, shaping how they learn, how they grow, and how they explore the world. One moment, please. Okay. So part 2 was about the technological components of what comprise virtual worlds. I provided a very brief overview of the history of how virtual worlds have developed. And now we can talk a little bit, and I will glaze over this more than I would like to, but the technological components of virtual worlds include, as I've described in more detail, virtual reality, augmented reality, which become the user interface of the embodied internet, which is empowered by artificial intelligence, generative AI, and machine learning for live, real-time interactions that respond to a user's needs and desires in real time, potentially based on physiological signals, but also with their eye tracking and on other physiological signals that can allow them to engage with the digital synthetic world as they do in the physical world without having to click buttons. As well as I described, the enablers of blockchain technology, which allow for decentralization and digital assets. And then there are the Internet of Things, IoT devices, all of these smartphones, the watches, and many other devices that are around, which are continuously talking to each other, but also provide that ability to have real-time interaction with the physical world and the digital world simultaneously. And then moving forward, perhaps a little bit beyond where we might be comfortable, is the advent and the continuous innovation and development of brain-computer interfaces, which might be seem like a far-off future, but it is very much a reality in the context of healthcare and accessibility needs for individuals, and it will come into mainstream society at some point once the price point drops, including 3D reconstruction of physical assets into virtual realms. So we have our digital twins, and also the advent of 5G technology and communication platforms, which allows for simultaneous live streaming, and it plays a crucial role in this aspect of virtual worlds in the future. The development of generative AI, as I mentioned, propels virtual worlds significantly in the context of content creation. So at the snap of a button or a snap of a finger, you can generate an entirely new world just by a voice prompt. And you can engage in that three-dimensional space in real time as soon as you've said it out of the words come out of your mouth, and enabling immersive interactions with dynamic ecosystem beyond which we have yet to see or experience in our current internet experiences. Now, let's get to what I find is very interesting, is the paradigm shift that this heralds. It heralds a paradigm shift in our interaction with the digital realm. We've transitioned from passive observers of flat media, viewing it on a screen, to active participants in the digital synthetic environment. And this transformation opens doors to richer experiences where we are interacting more authentically, non-verbally, with more natural human communication styles. So we step into virtual worlds from the top of our head to the tip of our toes, immersed in the synthetic environment 360 degrees around us. Our bodies become the interface and the immersive synthetic world. And in this immersive synthetic world, human data, our physiological data, and tracking takes on a whole new level of significance. These data points, which include every movement that your eyes make, your heart rate, your galvanized skin response, your brain waves, become a data archive, the new gold in virtual worlds. And these data points offer valuable insights into human behavior and our responses within the virtual realm, and indeed our entire existence. And together with these human data points tracked within virtual worlds, this paints a comprehensive picture of your behavior, your emotions, and your deepest desires. From observer to participant, this shift from third-person observation to first-person immersion empowers us, and it also, where we're no longer mere observers, we're active participants, and this unlocks new possibilities. And how is this possible? Well, there are 3 techniques that are used in virtual reality in the field, in research, and in the industry: immersion, presence, and embodiment. And these are not just things that coincidentally happen. These have been deeply invested in and researched over a long time, from the first time that a pilot stepped into an airplane to train in virtual reality. The level of immersion, the level of presence, and the level of embodiment of that training experience could mean the difference between life or death for that pilot. So immersion is the goal of immersion is to make the virtual environment as realistic and absorbing as possible, to trick the user, the brain, into thinking that the synthetic environment is the physical environment, that it is authentic. Presence is the psychological state or subjective perception of being in the environment, even when you're actually physically situated in another. Embodiment in virtual reality, in virtual worlds, refers to the experience of having a virtual body or an avatar that represents the user in the virtual environment. And this isn't just about selecting a cool outfit or one that you resonate with and represents you. This includes a deep sense of ownership, and the brain is actually fairly easily fooled in the neuroplasticity in the brain, and we see that through what we call the rubber hand experience, where a synthetic or a artificial body, the brain is easily accepting of an artificial body. An effective embodiment allows users to interact with the virtual world in a natural and intuitive way, improving the overall experience and allowing for deeper emotional and cognitive connections. And it plays a crucial role in the developments of virtual reality in training, in education, in therapy, and in social interactions in virtual reality. And I like to call this shift dancing with your pixels, because you're engaging with the environment 360 degrees around you. You're no longer bound to a device in your hand, but you can move authentically as a human being and be free from the constraints of technology and experience technology in more natural ways. So a vital part of my work with a variety of organizations around the world who have hired me for my expertise at the intersection of virtual worlds and online safety is developing effective safety measures and educational resources to protect children in virtual worlds. My role involves collaborating with industry leaders, policymakers, lawmakers, educational institutions to advise on long-term strategies for safeguarding to create a safer digital environment for our youngest users. Virtual worlds pose challenges to police services to detect criminal activity and keep users safe from new kinds of crimes. Coined metacrimes by Interpol, law enforcement agencies have already received reports of crimes being featured in virtual worlds, including fraud, online grooming, abuse, sexual exploitation, hacking, impersonation, stalking, sexual harassment, and assault. However, as the virtual world grows in popularity and each one of those Generation Alpha children enter into the virtual world, the list of crimes will only expand. And these are just some of the current identified areas of potential crime. %83 of children aged 3 to 17 now go online. Every 7 minutes, a child goes online, enters a virtual world for the first time. And children now account for 1 in 3 internet users globally. So let me show you what we're facing. 8 out of 10 children across 25 countries report feeling at risk of sexual abuse or exploitation online in virtual worlds. The landscape has evolved, of threat has evolved beyond our darkest expectations. 20,000 AI-generated child sexual abuse material images were generated and identified in just 1 month in 2024. Each piece of content, once created, can circulate eternally in the digital sphere. But it's not just about content creation. Imagine thousands of conversations happening simultaneously, each powered by AI that learns and adapts and exploits vulnerabilities in real time. Gaming platforms, once simpler places for play, have evolved into sophisticated social networks with over 3 billion users worldwide. Predators exploit voice chat, in-game gifts, and virtual currencies to build relationships. In their homes, children are surrounded by an average of 21 connected devices. Next year, there will be 75 billion Internet of Things, IoT devices worldwide. That's 75 billion potential vectors of vulnerability. And the rise of cryptocurrency has created new channels for exploitation. What we know is that internet crimes against children specialists, law enforcement, prosecutors, and detectives are facing challenges in investigating these complex financial and social networks and the long road to gather sufficient evidence to hold predators accountable in a justice system that is slow to respond to new threats posed by these new and emerging technologies in virtual worlds. The numbers are staggering, and yet we still live in a world where we hear dismissive statements, just turn it off. Don't use that platform. It's your fault, you shouldn't have been there. It's your fault, you shouldn't have done that. It's not real. If we underestimate the power of emerging technologies, we risk amplifying various online harms, which I've already listed, but most importantly, child abuse and sexual exploitation. The list goes on. These issues can lead to severe psychological, financial, and social consequences, emphasizing the need for proactive measures to address the potential dangers posed by these advancing digital technologies. Each of us here holds a piece of the blueprint for a future where technology empowers rather than endangers. Here at the HumanTech Summit, you are all innovators, researchers, academics working on the cusp of innovation and new theories and thoughts. With every choice that you make, with every digital interaction, with any innovation, with every design choice you make, with every program you design, you have a choice. So what do we need to do to prepare for the future? First of all, we need to build a talent pool of virtual world specialists, people who understand the psychological implications of emergence, presence, and embodiment in virtual worlds, along with the psychological implications of harm and trauma in these spaces. And the development of virtual world requires both technological, creative, and psychological skills. And there is a pressing need for specialists. Companies often struggle to find the right people with the right values to advance these digital skills that prioritize humanity over technology. And of course, as always, we see the sector suffers a significant gap in gender and diversity. We need to create a toolbox for the general public. A toolbox will empower individuals with the skills needed to thrive in the future by providing essential guidelines and managing virtual identities, creations, assets, so everybody can have a fair chance at understanding how these virtual worlds are impacting them and their children. And finally, empowering and protecting children in virtual worlds is absolutely crucial. It's non-negotiable. Children and young people, as digital pioneers, Generation Alpha, a child born today, will not know a world without virtual worlds. And they deserve to navigate virtual environments with confidence, understanding, the freedom to play, learn, and grow free from harm. Our collective mission must be to protect and uplift them through implementing, upholding the UN Convention Rights of the Child. And by prioritizing child safety and privacy by design, we commit to upholding their rights and well-being, ensuring they can explore and thrive in virtual worlds with courage and creativity. The creation of virtual worlds and the evolution to the next phase of the internet has often been compared to the splitting of the atom. You might find it cliche, but the power is there. These advancements hold immense power to either uplift humanity or cause its downfall. And that's where we stand with virtual worlds. We are on the cusp of wielding powerful tools like fire. The question is, what are we going to do with it? What will we do with it? How will we use it? How will we put safeguards in place to ensure we don't get burned? Today, at this very moment, we decide the future. Let's choose to harness this power responsibly to elevate humanity and to build a brighter and safer digital world for all. Thank you very much for my Sunday morning talk. If you have any questions, please do feel free to chat with me over the course of today or contact me through my website. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you very much, Nina, for this eye-opening presentation. That was very inspiring. Does anyone have any questions for, maybe just one quick question, if you don't mind?
Yes, happy to. Thank you.
One question. For sure, like the virtual world will be a bigger part of our lives, maybe if not our, maybe the youngsters. And between today's state of the technology and go to photorealistic real-time avatars, there will be at least one generation, I would call it the lost generation, without proper social skills, because the cartoon-like avatars don't have a proper feedback that still developing youngsters. So do you know there are maybe some ways of prevention for now other than tech abstinency?
Well, I think one thing we need to come to terms with is that this technology was never designed for children, really. In the context of innovation, in the context of academic literature, there's very little written about how children use the technology, how they feel about the technology, the implications of the technology. So there's very little evidence to support best practices in the context of how children use technology. And of course, as we're seeing in the current space of social media and the consumption of current technology and applications, we're seeing negative consequences. And this is due to societal implications, both macro and micro. What we need to understand in the context, I believe, of technology as this blurring between the virtual, the digital, and the physical will no longer exist, and online versus offline is no longer a boundary. It's all one world, and we need to start raising children, and I have 4 of my own, so I'm practicing this every day, with the concept that what happens online in these digital spaces is just as real to them as everything that happens to them in the physical world. And if we, as adults, underestimate the emotional connection and the social connection and the value of those experiences, and we undermine it for them, then we are detrimentally impacting and modeling behavior that becomes toxic, which is what we're seeing online. I hope I answered your question.
Short one, I've been very enthusiastic about Second Life and have some property there if you want to buy it. But unfortunately, the number of users is dropping. It was almost 1 million and now it's about so that's a backslide. That's one thing.
Yep.
Another thing is that you may have noticed that some countries actually issued the laws that children should not have any access to social media of any sort, not to mention virtual world. So there will be some backslashes in the development or acceptance of this.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, for those who aren't familiar, Australia just banned social media for children under the age of 16. And the reason partly for that is because they're waiting for age assurance technology to be able to confirm. But yes, and currently virtual worlds, Fortnite, Roblox, Minecraft are not considered social media, quote unquote. So children freely access those technologies those applications of the technology despite a social media ban. And what we know is that there is a shift, as I hope that you understand, with the investment of Disney into Epic Games, of combining social media, gaming, shopping, and entertainment. So we stay on the same platform and we engage with all of those aspects of our lives in one platform and can do it instantaneously within those spaces. And that isn't social media anymore. And so the laws that have applied to the current state of technology will need to be, of course, reevaluated always. And this will be a never-ending conversation. But in the context of children and young people who are the first to adapt and the quickest to adopt, what we're seeing is that they're experiencing technology, A, that was never designed for them, and B, is designed badly for anyone. Do we have time for one more question? Because I could do this all day.
I think I have to take it over, but please, just the last question and we'll go to the next session.
Yeah. Yeah.
The data from hardware can't be collected, or any other consequences of hardware about kids?
Yeah, absolutely. So the Internet of Things can be considered hardware in some capacity. Yeah, and so in terms of virtual reality and access and augmented reality glasses, the hardware will continually change. It will become smaller, it will become lighter, it will become easier to wear. So regulating hardware, I don't think is the solution. But yes, the data available through those devices is significant. As I described in kind of my overly dramatic opening, a newborn opens their eyes to a world where technology has already seen them entirely. And what I see is that we, as adults, we continually and obsessively underestimate the potential of new technology, both hardware and software, because we dismiss it as not real. We dismiss it as just being online. And in the context of children and young people, it's not just online, it's their entire lives, from before they're born, as I've described. And until we come to terms with that, we won't design technology that's better, because it will never be real enough to mandate the change that is needed in order to keep children safe. So my work as an advocate and an activist in this space is to convince you, and hopefully I did that today, that these technologies are not just gimmicks and they're not just the latest and greatest device. They will influence a child's life in ways that we can't even comprehend. And if we don't start taking them seriously, they will do more damage than they will do good.
Well, thank you very much for this really inspiring talk. lots of things to think. And well, let's give the round of applause. So we're going to move now to the session number 5, if we can get the list of speakers, because the Gridley sometimes has it in the wrong order. Can you please? Hello. All right. Yes. So the session number 5 is about AI and virtual VR in the therapy. And it says AI-supported clinical tools, which is, no, it's fine. This is the first talk that will be given by Sverker Sikstrom from Lund University. Welcome, and please, the floor is yours.
Thank you. We are developing AI tools that are practical and implementable in clinical psychology, where we use generative AI to help and assist clinical usage to assess and treat mental health.
So you have to shout to these guys behind.
Next slide, thanks. So my overall research question for a long time has been to the ability of using language to measure mental states. And as you know, in psychology, the dominating way of measuring mental states are rating scales. 95% of any publications in psychology is done by that. However, our natural way, as you all are aware about, to communicate between humans are a language. So the basic idea here is that AI can be used to validate and measure, quantify language in such a way that we can well describe a mental state. So this presentation will first look at my previous research of how we can validate language use to measure mental states in clinical psychology. Next. Our main way of measuring this in our earlier studies has been asking people with prompted language to assess to describe their mental health. One way of doing this is actually asking people to describe their mental health in 5 descriptive keywords, and people could write any type of words. We then input this to a large language model to quantify it, get a vector from it, and then we use machine learning to train these words to some outcome measure, typically a rating scale of mental health. Next. So how well can we do this? Actually here we see a word record of how high you can use language to assess how well it can correlate to rating scales. In this study we asked people about harmony and satisfaction. We asked them to describe 5 words and a narrative. And then we used harmony and well-being scales like harmony in life scale. In this case, we use machine learning to train these to the rating scales. And got correlations of 0.85, which is really, really high, and it's higher than the inter-rater variability between the scales, and also higher than the item-to-item correlation within the rating scales item. So this is close to the theoretical limits of how you can assess rating scales. Next slide. So not only can we have high correlation to rating scales, but we can also also show that in some cases we can get higher validity than common rating scales. So in this example we use a facial expression of trained people that has been trained to express facial expressions. We let participants either to rate this facial expression on rating scales or describe them in 3 descriptive words. And then we use machine learning to train them to categorize either the words or the rating scales to the facial expressions. And here we find that the words actually are better in quantifying this, in categorizing the facial expression than the rating scales. Next slide. In this study, we used another method where we generated narratives with known values of emotional states, either harmony, satisfaction, anxiety, or depression. So we asked people to generate narratives of one of these 4 categories of emotions, and then we gave them to another set of participants. They either described these narratives in 5 descriptive words describing the emotional content of the stories, or we used standard measures of rating scales like GAD or PHQ to measure the mental state, the depression, anxiety, harmony, and satisfaction of the narratives. And here, once again, we see that the language measures are more accurately in classifying these stories than rating scales. Next slide. So in this study, we used a similar method, but we didn't instruct the participants to generate any emotional states. Rather, we just recruited people that either were healthy or depressed or had an anxiety. And then we asked them to do either rating scales, PHQ-9 or GAD-7, and or to describe the stories that the participants generated by 5 descriptive words. And here, once again, we see that the description of descriptive words analyzed by AI categorizes the patients more accurately in either their diseases or being healthy compared to conventionally used rating scales. Next slide. One problem in clinical psychology is also that people would like to exaggerate their mental illness because they want to have sick leave. So one problem here is can we identify fake people faking a mental health disorder either by narratives or by rating scales. So we asked people that are healthy to describe their health in depressive as being depressed, or we compared that to people that actually were depressed and generally described their mental health. And in this case also the word measures would be better to discriminate between healthy and not healthy people compared to the rating scales. Next slide. So after these studies where we've been showing that language using AI can be used well with great validity to measure mental states, we have now been looking at generative AI that can be practically used in clinical settings. So the problems that we're trying to solve here is well known, that people that working in mental health are very overwhelmed with too much work. There's too little time with patients. It's a poor difficulty of finding standards in mental health, and it's people have various different expertise in different mental health states. So these are the problems that we try to solve to make people have more time with patients, be more efficient, but also to improve the validity and more accurate assessment of mental health and treatment of mental health using generative AI. So our vision is to provide assessment and treatment for anybody seeking for mental health everywhere and all the time. Generative AI provides these opportunities. So the tools that we have been developing can be summarized in this graph. Participant can click on the link and then get to a chatbot that makes an AI-supported clinical interview of the patient. There's a chat and there's a dialogue between the bot and the patient, and there will be a natural dialogue regarding their mental health. The clinician can then log into a web page, see the dialogue, but also being provided a decision support tool with suggestion of which diagnosis that is most likely, and that is motivated either by DSM-5 criteria or ICD-11 criteria. The patient can then come to the clinician and we're in the meeting. The meeting will be transcribed by AI, and then we can use the same dialogue to assess the patients, and compare that with the chatbot's way of dialogue with the clinician's dialogue so we have two different ways of assessing the patients. The clinician can then also have a dialogue with the chatbot regarding the particular knowledge of the patient's mental health issues, and can discuss whether certain criteria are fulfilled or not in a similar way that's otherwise is done to other clinicians. Finally, we develop an AI CBT model that is a chatbot that simulates a clinical psychology doing cognitive behavioral therapy. So I will give examples of how this works. First of all, the clinician can meet the patient and press a button to transcribe the dialogue with the meeting that the clinician have to assess particular persons. And in this case, we have a transcription of a patient seeking for mental health of ADHD. It is transcribed, and we put this into our AI bot for assessment. The result looks like this. In this case, we have the most likely diagnosis as being ADHD, but also a certain degree of anxiety and depression. And there's a short motivation why each of these diagnoses may be accurate. The bot then goes through each of the DSM-5 criteria in this case. You can also use ICD-11. It will list the criteria. It will tell whether the criteria is fulfilled. It will give a verbal motivation for why the criteria is fulfilled and the confidence rating of this. Finally, there will be an assessment of how acute, how important the patient needs to come to treatment and how severe the problem is. In this way, we can see which patient we need to take care of first. So the patient can be recruited by pressing on a link, and then we also developed this AI clinical interview. So before the patient comes to the clinic, he can chat with this bot about the mental health. It will ask about like 10 to 15 questions. And the first step here is to find initial hypothesis of which diagnosis that is relevant. And after it has identified that, it will walk through each of the criteria in DSM-5 and make sure whether they're fulfilled or not. And then it will gently say, end the interview and let the patient come back to a server where we investigate the user experience of the patient. We can also do this by talking to the bot. I will not present this talk because of lack of time. So the assessment looks like this. You basically press a button and you see the various possible diagnosis, the DSM-5 criteria, and whether it's acute or not. Finally, if the clinician are uncertain about whether certain criteria are fulfilled, he or she can discuss the patient with the bot that is informed of this particular patient's problems and concerns. And in this way, if you're uncertain about how to treat the patient, you can discuss this with an informed bot. Our final tool is AI-supported cognitive behavioral therapy. As you are aware about internet, CBT is rather commonly and has been around for like several decades. But ICBT are fixed with fixed text. We instead do AI-supported CBT where we have a bot that simulates a patient doing CBT. And we use Georg Andersson's cognitive behavioral therapy modules that has been validated for an extended period of time. And in the first session, the bot will ask about the background of the patient, and then it will suggest certain CBT modules to work on. It will end the sessions by summarizing the session, asking for feedback, rate the severity of the mental health, and set a time for the next session. You can summarize the progress of the AI CBT automatically with a summary of what's happening, which type of method has been used in each session, the feedback from the patient of whether they liked or not liked parts of the session, and the progress whether the patient has been improved or not. So we have validated our study on the AI-supported clinical interview with almost 400 patients. So the patient's interaction with the bot, they rate as either very or extremely empathetic, supportive, understanding, and provides a relevant dialogue with the patient. We also ask patients to describe the bot with 5 descriptive words. And as you see, almost all the words are positive. Common words are like helpful, understanding, caring, etc. Regarding validity, we asked the patient to report whether they've been diagnosed by clinicians to a certain dialogue. And then we use that as an outcome measure. And as comparison, we use standard clinical rating scales like PHQ-9 or GAD-7, etc. And here we see that the results that in blue that the clinical bot assess at least as good or slightly better than the rating scales using a single interview compared to several different rating scales that are dedicated to particular mental health disorders. Finally, we asked about 40 clinicians to try this system and using simulated patients. And most of the clinicians says that it saves time, it adds relevant information to the assessment, and they would like to recommend the system to other clinicians. And when we also have them describe the system in 5 words, and they find it to be accurate, detailed, and clear. So this is basically my talk. Our system is called Talk to Alba. You're welcome to contact me if you want to use this in any clinical settings.
Well, thank you very much. This is indeed a very interesting project. 20 years ago, I talked with psychiatrists in Cincinnati, in Ohio, proposing something like that, which was way too early. But also, we wanted to have kind of monitoring of physiological signals when you talk with the patients. And initially, we thought about just having a cabin and the patient is talking with the bot. And then we try to measure some signs of what is happening with the patients also. So have you considered adding this kind of things to the...
We are currently just completed a study with a video where we have speech and a movie of the patient doing this, so we can extract voice, movements, and facial expressions. which I think is doable. I mean, you could also add other more physical devices, but I think that is more cumbersome and it's hardly easy to do at home before you meet the clinician.
Great. Any short remarks, please? Questions?
My question is regarding the user adoption of such tool. So let's first maybe start from the assessment part. So the chatbot assessing the initial state of the user, of the patient. Did you face some particular challenges in terms of how users are responding to such way of assessing their state? Do they, adopt it, or do they hesitate? What would you say about it?
I'm rather surprised how positive people are when I do this with people. They are like saying like, wow. They actually feel like the bot is understanding you, that it provides relevant information, etc. And as I showed you, the data with these word clouds really shows that almost all the words that people describe are positive. Actually, I would have expected like at least a smaller proportion of patient would be unwilling to do this, but it hasn't really been like that.
Okay, and how do users react to the fact that their session with therapists is recorded and transcribed?
So we haven't started the clinical trials on that, so that's something we're going to look at. We have the data set up, and we have clinicians assigned to it. So that's going to be interesting to see how it works out.
And my last question. So this initial assessment that could potentially replace the standard rating scale, how much of this narrative it needs to be able to assess the state of the patient, the narrative by the patient? How long does it need to be?
How long? The interview takes typically like 10-15 minutes.
10-15 minutes. Okay.
Thank you. Yes. So we remember in the 60s, ELISA was already very stupid bot, but still some people believed that it helps them with this therapy, right? And this is way better. So I think it's going to be adopted by most people without any problems. Thank you very much. And
thanks.
You deserve a round of applause. So, okay, we have the next talk, please. Hello. Well, I'm not sure what that is, but it says Frozen Enhancing VR Accessibility to Wheelchair Users, Innovative Algorithms and Robotic Feedback Integration. So the floor is yours. And and this talk is given by Rafał Pelc.
Hello.
Hello.
I will talk about our recent projects made with the National Center for Research and Development. And our aim was to develop a completely new technology that allows people, including those who use wheelchairs, to move freely and intuitively through virtual reality without relying on handheld controllers. In other words, we set out to make VR locomotion smoother, more accessible, and far more immersive, no matter what your physical constraints might be. So before I jump into technical details, let's have a little fun. Here are some videos of people wearing VR headsets, and let's just say not having the time of their lives. You will see them stumbling, tripping, even face planting into couches or walls. It might be funny at first glance, but it also highlights a serious issue. Moving around in VR can be tricky. It's easy to lose your sense of balance and orientation when your eyes say one thing and your body says another. So, how do people currently move around in virtual worlds? There are few common techniques. The smooth motion. This involves using controlled joystick to slide through the VR environment continuously. It's simple, but it can feel unnatural and often leads to discomfort or motion sickness. The teleportation. Here you point to a spot in the virtual world and instantly jump there. This avoids a lot of motion sickness, but it's hardly immersive. One moment, you're here. The next, you're across the map. The next method is the swinging locomotion. This method tries to mimic natural movement by having users swing their arms if they were jogging. The faster you swing, the faster you move in VR. It's more intuitive than a joystick, but it still requires a certain level of physical ability. If you cannot swing your arms freely, it's simply not an option. And then we have specialized devices like Cat VR, treadmill, and other similar hardwares. This lets you actually walk on or run in place. You can duck, you can jump, and even fight enemies, providing a highly immersive experience. The videos here shows the user moving through what looks like a Skyrim, an expansive RPG world, fully immersed as they run, crouch, and battle foes. Now let's take a step back and consider someone using a wheelchair. The traditional VR locomotion methods, smooth motion, teleportation, arm swinging, VR treadmills, all are challenging or impossible to use effectively if you are relying on wheelchair. If you need both hands to navigate, your chair holding controls become sorry. Okay, it's okay. So these all techniques which are we can use without a wheelchair, it cannot be used effectively if you are on wheelchair. So we decide we could do better for this kind of persons. We want a system that translates the user's real-world position and body posture directly into the movement of VR. We divided the physical play area into the zones. The movement zone, which we can see it's the orange one. Inside this zone, your avatar movement matches your physical movement one-to-one. If you move your chair forward by a few centimeters, your avatar does exactly the same in the virtual world. Simple and intuitive. The movement mapping zone, this is the red one. Here's where things get interesting. If you move or roll into the mapping zone, your virtual speed and direction start to scale in non-linear way. The farther you move from the center, the faster you will go in VR, even if your actual movement remains small. Think of it as speed multiplier area. Within this zone, you can also subtly guide direction using the tilt of your head and slightly shift in your body posture. With a sort of logarithmic scaling, the deeper you go, the faster and more automatic your virtual movement becomes. This way, a wheelchair user can achieve forward motion and even running speeds without physically overexerting themselves. Just a small shift and they virtually sprinting through a forest or down a city street. We realized something crucial. User need physical feedback. So how do they know they enter the mapping zone? How do they sense these changes in virtual speed without visual cues when we introduced a robotic arm system? This robotic arm attaches to the VR headset via cable and creates subtle tension and resistance. As you move into the mapping zone, the arm gently tugs on the headset strap, giving a haptic sensation that you're accelerating on changing scales of movement. This physical feedback is a key. It anchors the user's sense of presence, helping them avoid disorientation. We also designed a universal headset holder to attach virtually any type of VR goggles to the cable and arm setup. Making all this requires some serious innovation under the hood. We developed dedicated C++ algorithms integrated into the Unreal Engine gaming framework. In other words, we use a game engine to directly control a robot's motion in real time. A robot guided by a game engine to create a fluid, human-centric VR experience. By bridging the virtual and physical worlds, we ensure that every small motion in the real space is accurately reflected and scale in the virtual environment. After building a prototype, one that admittedly looked like a bit something out of the Matrix, we conducted tests and they were promising. The big questions: does it really work for someone in a wheelchair? We're happy to say that yes, it does. During testing, wheelchair users navigated virtual spaces smoothly and intuitively. They didn't need controllers. They did not have to rely on awkward teleportation. They could move at their own pace, adjusting their position in the mapping zone to gain virtual speed and easily explore the VR environment. We then ran a series of more controlled experiments. We prepared special VR scenes. Think of them as themed virtual environments, and asked participants to follow a test line from start to finish. We timed them, measured their accuracy, and compared their performance to traditional methods like smooth motion. So imagine this is someone riding the wheelchair right now in the closed apartment. It's at twice the speed than normal user. So it's effectively. The results were remarkable. Wheelchair users performed as well and sometimes even better than able-bodied testers. They could navigate test scenes faster and more precisely. Even more exciting, they could look around freely while running through virtual spaces. Something that usually causes motion sickness in other locomotion methods. We measured this carefully, studying over 300 participants, including 150 wheelchair users, and observed no significant motion sickness. These findings suggest that our solution isn't just a net trick, it's a major step toward inclusivity in VR. Until now, individuals with mobility impairment were largely excluded from the fully immersive VR experiences, especially in public installation where movement-based VR is often a big part of the fun. So our team is incredibly proud of what we achieved. We believe we've developed a universal solution, one that can bring the joy of unrestricted natural VR locomotion to people who previously had to sit on the sidelines. By integrating intelligent software, robotic feedback, and clever understanding of human movement, we've opened the door to new possibilities. We hope this marks the beginning of a more inclusive era in VR, an era where everyone can roam freely and safely in virtual worlds, regardless of their mobility needs. Thank you.
Well, very, very nice results indeed. The problem is, how do you imagine that it is going to be deployed? I mean, we do all this machinery for a virtual, world, and
it's not quite portable solution, right?
Yeah, right. The main thing in this solution is the algorithms.
Yes.
So,
Okay.
so they're working, and the robotic hardware isn't necessary in this solution. So it's possible to use only algorithms.
Only the algorithms.
Yeah, exactly.
That would be great.
It works, and we can sell it. So there's demand for this solution.
Very nice. Thank you once more. And we're moving to the next one because we're just half an hour delayed, so you won't get any lunch, unfortunately. I'm afraid if we will go like that. How AI improves VR therapy for children with SEN and supports their parents, by Wojciech Kreft from Unicorn VR World. So here comes the unicorn.
Okay, welcome you. I've done some improvement because of problems with clicker yesterday. I asked my assistant, what should I do in such a problem occur? He said, just use timeline or record your presentation. Okay, so I recorded my presentation, but slowly, without voice. So that will be a film, exactly 15 minutes, and I will try to follow my slides. Yeah, that's it. Please start the video. Okay, last days I tried to change my title of my presentation because of the one word, how AI, artificial intelligence. I changed it for how GI, generative intelligence, because it is better to describe my assistant, my ChatGPT assistant. So how GI improves VR therapy for children with SEN. I based it on research, on our research, and on case study describing my case. Okay? It's possible to take it. Okay, it's better. I try to describe you much more than only AI in our VR app. I try to describe you ecosystem of support for children, special educational needs children. I try to describe you how how AI, GI can support VR apps, can support therapists, and can support parents. Okay, these three groups. Things which are in ecosystem for helping CEN kids. So first VR app. We are proud that we produced something like Therapy VR. Therapy VR is combined therapy and play. That means in this beautiful world created from scratch by our clever team, kids play. Only play. It's a word for playing. They play different games, therapeutic games, but therapists know what they are trained in this moment. That means that when kids want to try, want to develop the sphere like eye-hand coordination, they play with piñata, for example. Yes, the piñata is a bestseller. There we have different shapes of piñata in this game, and we have one. Most important guide called Nico, invented by children. Nico is guide in this app. We have, of course, evidence base from research of our app. Last year, we've done R&D project, and with quite impressive results. 83% of users, so it was a group of over 100 kids, 83% of users improved relaxation exercise 20%, okay? But 64% improvement we saw of users' reaction time in eye-hand coordination exercise, for example, piñata. 80% of participants enhanced their scores in auditory memory exercise, special exercises in VR. From 3% to till 60% improvement kids' reaction time during auditory attention exercises, and from 18 till 144% improvement in correct responses number in spatial orientation exercises. These are development sphere in which kids work inside our apps. Okay, this is all because AI, GI also because AI is is inside our app is responsible for the level of difficulties in real time, for example, and collect data and analyze data, how children work. Of course, we are based also on research from other sources. I use for that Stanford University tool called Storm AI. And today morning, while drinking tea, I made the next such a research, desk research. It took only 3 minutes in Storm AI, and I've got such a beautiful report about the newest subject, our subject, newest researchers. It is really a very nice tool, save my time looking for literature. This is just like ready to use article on this subject based on really trustable sources. Over 40 different articles read AI. But okay, we have also evidence based from practice. We are also proud. Last week from Printing House, we've got our book, very interesting book written by 16 people, by practitioners, Magic of VR. This book contains with 3 chapters. First chapter described just XR, extended reality, how it works and where. And then VR in practice, this 16 people, VR therapists, describe how do they work with VR with kids. This is really the first such a book on this planet. And then we have also interviews and case study how they work with kids with VR, not only with our app, but with wide. I can go without mic also. Okay, that. Let's try that. Okay, how to support parents? We have 2 simple GI tools in production now. First is Exercise Creator, based on psychological pedagogical opinion made by teacher, made by specialist. Exercise Creator can create exercises for kids, for parents. Okay, and then we have such idea that every parent will be able to and invite Nico to their home, and in the evenings he will tell the child therapeutic fairy tales based on child profiles and needs. Really, GI is the best writer ever in writing therapeutic fairy tales. Let's go to the therapists. How can we support therapists with AI? The first way is our VR course, VR therapist course. We do such a course, we learn the specialists how to use VR. But the second way is also to prepare our students better to help special educational needs kids. In my subject at university, I provide such an outdoor subject, e-therapy. At the beginning of academic year, I saw my script, 4 years old, and I said, no, too old this year. And I decided to do something with that. Okay, but then come the thoughts, okay, yeah, I use the ChatGPT for that, and then I come to the student and I said, oh, it's my job, my script. It will not be fair, it's not be ethic, okay? So I started to ask my student on first meeting, do you use ChatGPT? Only 3 persons. Then I've done anonymous survey, okay, anonymous survey. Only 5 students doesn't use ChatGPT. That was changing point, okay? I said, okay, on my subject you can use ChatGPT. We will use ChatGPT, but open. Just you have to say, I've done it with ChatGPT. My part was that, and ChatGPT part was that. Just to save your creativity and boring job to give to the chat, okay? Yeah, and together with students, we decide to do something new. We decide to change my script into personalized chat GPT. And we've done it together. My script look like this now. It's called e-therapy guide. It's personalized ChatGPT, and has a knowledge upload by me and by students. But the best way will be to show you and to invite. I have my own toys here. Okay, but now it is a problem. Let me do it such a way. Yes. Okay, now it will be better. I try to invite you here, my assistant. It is so that. Wait a minute, one moment only. The best way is to talk a little bit. For sure, all of you here are better than me in ChatGPT, but sometimes better is to show. Let me, I choose e-therapy guide. Okay, I can try. Hi, Ike. My assistant has name, Ike. Okay. Hi, Ike.
All right, Ike it is. How can I help you today?
Oh, it's not your voice. Something new. Wait a minute. Most risky.
I get it now. You're noticing the difference in tone or style. Let me know if there's a way I can adjust.
Most risky part of my presentation. Okay, wait a minute. Let's try. I have my own speaker also. Let's try. Let's try to choose it. A little bit time we have. Okay. Okay, now it should work. Hi, Ike. Are you there?
Hi, Wojtek. I'm here. How can I help you today?
Okay, we are on the conference, HumanTech conference. Could you welcome participants and present yourself?
Certainly. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the HumanTech conference. It is a great honor for me to speak before such a distinguished audience. My name is Ike, and I'm here as the personal assistant to Wojciech Kweft. Together, we aim to make this conference a memorable and insightful experience for all of you.
Okay. Now, so please describe how do you help students to take a course e-therapy?
Absolutely. As Wojciech's assistant, I help students navigate the e-therapy course by providing them with various resources and support. I summarize key chapters from the course material, prepare quizzes, and create other interactive activities to reinforce learning. I also assist in gathering feedback from students about the course, which helps Wojciech continuously improve the curriculum. Overall, my goal is to ensure that students have a smooth and engaging learning experience in the e-therapy course.
Do you remember such a challenge when students raise the difficult questions to you, try to catch you on cheating?
Yes, I do. Students sometimes pose tricky questions, testing the limits of my knowledge or trying to catch me off guard. It's all in good spirit, though, and it keeps me on my toes. My goal is always to provide accurate and helpful information, even when the questions get challenging. It's all part of the fun of learning and teaching.
Yes, okay. What kind of the most interesting questions arise on this Padlet with these questions?
On the Padlet with student questions, some of the most interesting ones often involve real-life applications of e-therapy, ethical dilemmas in online therapy, and the integration of new technologies like virtual reality. Students are curious about how to handle complex situations, like maintaining confidentiality online, or dealing with emergencies during a virtual session. They also ask about the future of e-therapy and how emerging trends might shape the field.
Okay, it will be enough. time is ending. Okay, so you see, my assistant, my clone, okay, can speak with students 24 hours per day, 7 days per week, okay? And it is also very useful at the English-speaking lesson when I have 8 different countries people, the student can speak in own national language, okay? So I hope that you can imagine now how we use GI, how we use GI in VR apps, helping therapists and supporting parents all to do the best care about SEN kids. I have 1 minute more, slowly, sorry, because the book Magic of VR is also for you if you wish. You see here my email. First 3 persons who write an email to me with 1 sentence, why should I get this book? On the coffee break, we'll get the book. I inform you by email, okay? And additional 2 persons will be granted by ChatGPT, by my Ike, the most interesting, okay, sentences. Yeah, now that's all. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you. This is really nice. So I hope you're getting ready to have a long rest from your job because the Ike is coming. At least to help us at the beginning. Any questions, please? Just a short one because we are running out of time.
For questions, I have support here. He is our chief. This is my chief and my son also, because we are a family startup. He is much better than me in English. So, raise question, please.
Yes, please. Polish language. Yes.
Polish language, of course, is supported. Normally I speak in Polish with Ike.
Yes. Well, I think it can speak in many languages.
It's not a problem.
So the last question, please.
Yeah. To be honest, we just starting the job with parents, okay? Till now, we most support specialists, but this is our attempt. As I said in production, we have such a solution just to support, additionally support parents with such a tool, with creation of exercises and with fairy tales, therapeutic fairy tales. Really, chat is great in this job.
So it will be collaborating with like child and parent, or the therapist will be also sending some feedbacks on this, like.
Yeah, it depends. Sometimes it's enough to learn. Parents, when they are clever, they are familiar with IT. They do it already. They do it already. Fairy tales, etc. And sometimes it will be together with a therapist. Okay, therapist with prepare it.
Cool. Thank you. Okay, cool. Thank you.
Thank you.
Great. Well, thank you very much for this lecture. And we're moving to the next by Dorota Kamińska from Łódź University of Technology on exploring the efficacy of virtual reality in elevating student stress, something that you all certainly need.
Hi, good morning. Thank you for presentation of myself, but just to inform where I'm exactly from, I'm from Voxel Research Lab. I'm the leader of Voxel Research Lab. It's the lab in Lodz University of Technology, and the main thank you. The main area of our research is immersive technology, and shortly what we are doing in our lab. Of course, with immersive technology, we are talking about AR, VR, but also what we are doing is connecting machine learning, AI also in virtual and immersive spaces. Affective computing, which is the main area. So computing of the psychological state of user, so the behavior, emotions, and also cognitive science, which is also very, very important in VR. And today we are going to talk about one of our projects that was covered by Erasmus+. And the main goal of this project was to create, to improve the quality of students suffering from stress, acute stress, episodic and chronic stress, anxiety, and depressive symptoms. To make them more inclusive, to enhance their chances to function normally in the university society. As the project goal was reduction of stress among the students, at first we were thinking about virtual reality for this to solve this problem, because virtual reality is the environment that you are totally cut off from the normal world. So you can immerse in totally new world that can be very pleasant for you, and you can relax in this environment. The second step was to create chill spots at our university in which the student can relax. So it's not just the application. Of course, you can use the application. Application is freely accessible on the website of our project, but you can also use it at the university, so in the chill spots. The project was conducted in the partnership from University of Tartu, when we have participants that they were cooperating with us on VR, and University of Vigo and University of Łódź, because we needed psychologists. So these two universities were participating in scenario creation, and we, together with University of Tartu, we are creating the development. I believe this is important in this kind of projects because interdisciplinary team only can develop this kind of applications. This is not about the VR itself, but it's also about the therapy. Why we did this project? Because the survey conducted by Boston University among 33,000 college students, age 18 and older, believed that the half of the participants were screened positive for depression and anxiety. After COVID situation, after the pandemic situation, we also surveyed our students from our university, and approximately 20% of them reported feeling stressed most of the time. Nearly all expressed stress occasionally, and 10 of them had been diagnosed with depression, anxiety, and other mental health problems. We started with the research. We created the survey, we put it online, and we gathered a lot of responses from students from our universities. And we asked them about the VR, and especially about the environment that should be used for creating the relaxation environment. The survey actually is already published, so if you are interested, I can send you the link for the publication. And after that, we created the first approach, but not only among the participants of the project, but also among the students. So we were working during participatory workshop. It means that the people so students, because this is our target group, students that finally are going to use our project, they were collaborating with us to create the scenarios, to create the environment, at least at the rapid prototyping part of the project. And then we had internal testing and external testing, usability testing, and effectiveness testing of the application. And I'm going to talk about this testing today. But first, I just want to present you the application itself. So it consists of 4 different scenarios. The first scenario is a calm before exam scenario. This part of the project is connected with some kind of elements from psychology that can reduce the stress just before the exam. So it presents some kind of, I'm sorry, I'm very stressed when you are making a lot of pictures of myself. Yes. So it's about breathing therapy. Mostly these are the exercises with breathing. The second is muscle relaxation. This is the Jacobson therapy, but also in VR. So we are not only guided by the narrator, but we also have several connections with the virtual reality. So we see, for example, some elements in VR, and we have to think about them. We have to count some elements in VR, and these are the elements. Additionally, we have to strengthen our arms, for example, or our muscles, other muscles of our body. Then we have calm by laughter. I hope you know that laughing is very relaxing for us. So inside this environment, we have a funny monster that is laughing with us, and we have to mimic this laughing. First, we start with a small smile, and we are and then we are going to smile with the bigger smile, and finally we are laughing with the monsters that are laughing very deeply. And active relaxation is the last scenario in which we are also playing with the monsters. The monsters are using some funny elements like donuts and cookies, and we have to catch them talking also with the monster. I have a movie, I'm not sure how to play it. Is it possible? Okay. Without voice, if you... Okay. Thank you. So this is the chill spot in a rather comfortable chair. And when the user is putting the VR on, right now they are in an environment in which they have to choose the scenario. Is it possible to speed it up just a little bit? Okay, so this is the entrance to the application. So you are in the park. The environment was chosen by the students because this was the most relaxing. And you are going to choose the scenario. And actually, there are a lot of birds, some butterflies that in one scenario you have to feed and count. And can we speed it up? Okay, let's move to the next slide because we don't have time. I cannot. Okay, thank you. So then we wanted to actually check if the application is effective for the students. So we gather about 82 students. I think this is the exact number. 82 students, 45 men and 30-something women. And at the beginning, we presented the protocol of the experiment. We gathered some basic demographic information from them, and we asked them about the proficiency in technology, in games and VR. And we used STAI questionnaire to gather the information about the stress, anxiety in the right moment. So STAI questionnaire is a well-known questionnaire among psychologists, and it consists of two different elements. We just used the second test just to check the actual or current state. Then we had a VR experience, and then we asked them more questions about the usability of the system, the post-test of STAI, and we asked them what factors influenced them to choose the scenario. Shortly, because we don't have time, as you can see, abilities of our students are rather high. In terms of technical abilities, but they were from Lodz University of Łódź, and so, well, if it comes to game abilities, is well rather also high. There are some difference in gender, but still, and VR abilities are the less. Well, they have, of course, less abilities in VR because this is rather new technology, and some of them didn't have their own glasses at home. When it comes about the scenario, they select. The selection was rather similar, but the last scenario wasn't the most used. Well, we asked them why. So the most important information information from them was the duration of the scenario. So they didn't want to sit a lot of time in VR. The description of the scenario was also important. The less important element was the type of the scenario. So it was the type of static or dynamic. They don't care about that. I believe the time was the most important because they wanted to do it quickly and to relax quickly. Sometimes it's not possible, but yes, they want to have very quick effects. In case of the usability testing, we use a VR SUK questionnaire. And basing on this questionnaire, two most important findings. So the reality of the system wasn't very realistic for them. So only 58% said that the reality of the system was enough. Enough for them. But still, beside of this, they were immersed, and 77% said that they were immersed in this system. In case of the relaxation improvement, that was based on the questionnaire. Most of the people were relaxed. Only several people were not relaxed, or the level of relaxation was decreased. These are the most important findings, as already said. 6% of users reported a decrease in relaxation. So this is not good, but this can be also connected with VR, not for all of the people VR is. So, and 3 of the students reported a motion sickness, which can be also connected with the decrease in relaxation, because when people feel motion sickness, they cannot be relaxed. Thank you.
Well, thank you. We really are quite late, so just one question, if there is anything urgent. Well, if not, then thank you once more, and let's move to the last talk of this session, which actually again goes back. Can you get the next slide, please? Okay. I'm not sure why it takes so long.
I'm just going to tell you. I will try to make this presentation as quick as possible, so I won't be thorough. I'm sorry, but I think we are too delayed. So let me present the presentation about chatbot client therapist triad in cognitive behavioral therapy, including the randomized control trial. So basically, cognitive behavioral therapy is this therapy in which we are trying to change the negative thoughts and also activate positive behavior to get the positive change in mental health. Agent-guided CBT is basically the therapy in CBT, but provided by a chatbot who is providing psychoeducation and exercise to do CBT by yourself. And then we have hybrid models, which is basically the therapist who is conducting the therapy, but in between therapy sessions, we are also providing the chatbot who is providing the psychoeducation to the patients. So we make it a well system in which we have smart users and smart system. Okay. Our team developed the FIDO chatbot, who is basically the chatbot that is providing psychoeducation and exercises in CBT in Polish language. And we conducted the RCT, providing evidence that it actually helps people. And how it works, it provides psychoeducation about cognitive distortions and also the gratitude practice, so people are thinking what they are thankful for, and it makes them feel better. We now are trying to conduct this study in which we provide also the Phytotherapy Manager platform, which is basically the platform for therapists to choose which techniques Phyto should use in between sessions. Now we are trying to conduct the RCT trial in which we are conducting 3 groups. Each has 20 subjects up until now around. And in one group, we have the experimental group, who is like 15 minutes with therapists every week for 5 weeks. And in between sessions, they receive the FIDO chatbot. Second group, active control, is regular CBT therapy. So basically 50 sessions with therapists for 5 weeks, 1 session per week. And we have a waitlist control, so basically they are waiting for therapy and they are not receiving any intervention at all. So we're trying to see if they have they have no effects of on mental health. Okay, and we are trying to focus on people with depressive or anxiety symptoms aged 13 to 40 years old max. Our measures is basically depressive symptoms, quality of life, and anxiety, very shortly speaking. And what we are trying to do, we are trying to show that in FIDO group, there will be a decrease similar to the one conducted by a therapist, and there will be no change in the control group, who is just waiting for the therapy. And very sadly, if you can see, basically before treatment, so at the screening, where we are recruiting subjects, and the pre-treatment level, there is no actual change. But after treatment, actually, I mean after therapy, they are basically, we see decrease in depressive symptoms in all groups. So we don't see actual effects of therapy because we have no control compared to the control group. We don't know why control subjects are basically also feeling better just by waiting for therapy. I don't know why. I mean, I know why, it's a very known effect. But also we same thing see in generalized anxiety disorder. When it comes to the therapeutic relationship, and this is actually very interesting, we see that FIDO and therapist basically therapeutic relationship with the FIDO is much lower than the one with the therapist. And it is interesting, I mean, it's actually understandable, but I think it's interesting because in a previous study, when we have just FIDO group and the control group who have no therapist, people were feeling actually higher therapeutic relationship with the FIDO on the similar level as the therapist here. So it is actually quite interesting why we have such differences. In terms of therapy acceptability, this is actually funny, we have no differences between FIDO and therapist and the therapist group. So basically, people are accepting therapy regarding FIDO or regarding the therapist at the same level. When it comes to the cost, it basically shows that we reduced the cost of the therapy, which is good, but also the therapist is still much more costly, but also much more effective, which is quite understandable. And it just shows that therapy, like regular therapy, is not dominant in terms of cost effectiveness, but it is also better up until now, at least now. Okay, so why we didn't detect this dominance of the hybrid models? It is basically a very simple effect because we think that in a previous study where we had very high efficacy, it was like study conducted in 2022, so before the release of ChatGPT. So basically people are now expecting something completely different because FIDO is still hybrid models, so it's very simple and automatic. And we think that there is still actually the place for the improvement in terms of FIDO and in terms of FIDO Therapy Manager as a hybrid model. We still gonna work on that, but I think those results are showing that we have much work to do. So, thank you. This is everything.
Thank you. This was the fastest and very well done. One question? Anyone needs therapy now? No.
You can contact me if you want to, but I wanted to.
But we need to have a lunch break. So thank you very much, and the session is closed.
Okay, let's imagine that it's beautiful. And it's my great pleasure to introduce our next keynote speaker, Matt Mottel. Matt Butterfly, the butterfly. What's important, I asked him what he suggested me to tell about him. It's what's important. His PhD is from University of Virginia. Marcin, why is it so important? I don't know. Okay, but what's important for me, what he is doing in his research work, it's misinformation, cognitive bias of technology, let's say. And I think that today we have a perfect opportunity to hear his opinion, his thoughts about how to make the generative AI tools reliable. This is very interesting. Floor is yours, Matt.
Thank you. Do we have a clicker? Yeah. On the podium. Oh, I see it. All right, thank you. Okay, so thank you for that very kind introduction, and I'm honored to be here. As she explained, my last name means butterfly, as all of you know, but that's not a thing I knew my whole life. I was born and raised in the United States, but I love butterflies, and the website actually says that Matt Butterfly is the speaker. I don't know if this is my Chrome that is auto-translating the website, or if it's actually in there that way. And I'm okay either way. Okay, so as this wonderful person who introduced me said, yeah, I have my PhD, I studied social psychology. My focus was really on political violence and misinformation, polarization, these kinds of things. And I was a professor for a few years, but I was really concerned about the actual impact of a lot of, thank you, a lot of these potential harms that could occur online as people become more and more connected to devices and social media and all of these things. So I was recruited to Meta, and I worked there for 4 years. I worked on their civic integrity team. I worked on a lot of these tools that I'll talk about today that also have relevance for a lot of these generative AI tools. Okay, so when I arrived here on Wednesday, I booked a tour to Treblinka, and it's an absolutely surreal experience because it was completely destroyed, and it's really just like if they didn't have a memorial there, you wouldn't have any idea that something so terrible happened there. And part of the memorial, it says never again, and this is a phrase that's used in a lot of instances of genocides and horrible things that have happened in many places, not just during the Holocaust, but in many ways. And this sentiment applies, I think, more generally to this phenomenon where we tend to repeat history. So the author, Sidney Harris, said, history repeats itself, but in such a cunning disguise that we might not detect the resemblance between the event that happened in the past and what's happening now. So that's unfortunate and part of why we're repeating history. And my goal today is to, oh gosh, well, not to hijack democracy, I swear, but rather kind of talk about the ways that we can learn from our past with technology and prevent some of the same harms that we've encountered with, say, radio, television, social media, in this world of generative AI. So, oh, that's terrible. I don't like it when I don't have control over my devices. But there are news headlines that I was going to cleverly animate to show kind of the evolution of the moral panics that we have. Some people might call them a Sisyphean cycle of moral panics. And we can look throughout the entirety of human history where there's some new technology. The technology democratizes creation, democratizes access. So more people are able to create more advanced things, cheaper, faster, easier. And on the one hand, that's great, but people don't always do the best things, and it can also be pretty terrible. So, yeah, and if you look at the headlines throughout the last few hundred years, you'll see a lot of the same kind of like panicky statements, like, oh my goodness, it's hijacking democracy, it's causing depression, it's causing suicide, it's making people dumb, it's making people violent. And this drums up a panic, and it's great for getting policies passed, not very good at getting good policies passed, but it drums up democratic support for a lot of things. Okay, so I want to emphasize a couple of points before going into some of these lessons. And one of them is, I'm not saying that these new technologies aren't harmful. They absolutely are in some cases. But the reality is it's more complicated. It's not like, oh, social media is all bad or all good. It's like, well, it depends. Sometimes it's good. Like, it's great to be able to connect with people that I don't see very often. In my sincere hope is that I'll be able to stay connected with many of you when I go back to the US. But through electronic means, through social media, through some of these different outlets, which wouldn't be possible otherwise. But there are other negative things too. And I think this, my goal here is to really think about, like, okay, so history is so often well disguised that we don't recognize that what we're looking at now is very similar to what we saw before. And we can, I think, perhaps from my perspective, as someone that was an academic who's worked in politics and worked at one of these companies and now is kind of bridging all of those barriers, I think I've been able to extract some lessons from my time building these systems to make social media safer that I think apply pretty much across all of these social technologies. So today, I have two main questions, and the general format I'm taking here is I will present a slide that talks about a lesson from social media, and then I will follow that up with an analogous slide about how I think that might apply to artificial intelligence. And some of this is not completely thought through because, well, we can't know all of these things because AI is changing so fast, and like there's a lot of variability between like constitutional AI versus blank slate models, multi-shot kind of endeavors. So this is some of these AI-based solutions are kind of me guessing based on what I know works on social media, regardless of whether social media actually adopted those changes reliably or have launched them and then kept them launched, because they will launch things in advance of crises or critical events like elections that they will later roll back just because, like, oh, well, we don't want to decrease how much time people spend on our platform, even if it means that they're looking at misinformation or hate speech or bad things. Okay, so lesson number one, and I have to say, I'm a social psychologist, so I am always thinking about the person. And many of these tools were not built by psychologists or cultural scientists or cultural studies. That's a popular major here, or at least the people that attended my workshop earlier, or people that are sociologists or have these other types of training in fields related to social interaction and how people navigate the world and process information. So these tools are not necessarily built with people in mind, but it's like, oh, okay, so I know how to train algorithms. I know how to predict with some degree of accuracy whether a word is a bad word or a good word or a happy word or a sad word, but not necessarily like, oh, well, if this person posts something, how's that going to affect this person? And then what's going to be the cascading effect as that permeates the network? So people like many of us have a lot of value to contribute here. Again, though I must admit, I am biased, probably all are, but the point remains, the technology is rarely creating some categorically new harm. It just accelerates the power and ease with which people can create these things. So, and often there's this cycle where you have grassroots people that use the technology for are arguably good things like overthrowing dictators, which we saw during the Arab Spring. But when these dictators or other groups see that it was effective in helping them organize and overthrow the people in power, those people that were in power, they're like, oh, maybe I could also use this to regain power and put down rebellion. So there's this cycle of like, oh, that worked. Now I want to do that, but I'm going to do it better than them because I probably have more resources and whatnot. There are many unfortunate incidents like the genocide that happened in Myanmar. So apparently my voice is exhausting for these microphones. It's like, oh, I need a break. Tag me out. Catch my breath. Good thing we got a couple bench warmers here. But there are so many of these tragic events, like in Myanmar, Ethiopia, Mali, Niger, where these tools are used for really bad things. Now, when we think about this in terms of AI, we need to be mindful that mostly these are humans using these tools. So if a human is creating something on the printing press, on a typewriter, on radio, on television, on social media, they're likely to create it here too. So it's often not a categorically new contribution or creation, but rather an issue of like volume, because more people can access it, more people can do it, so more people will do it. And this is something that we saw in the last year, where there's so much AI-generated content, so much so that, like, personally, I love Google. I've loved Google for a long time, but the search engine is not very useful anymore because it's like it's all these like AI-generated web pages that have affiliate links. So me being an analyzing person, like when I'm trying to research a product, like, okay, like what's the best smartwatch? I look forever, and Google, like, there's no negative feedback. It's just like the reviews. It's like, oh, these are all the great features, and then the cons are like, oh, well, if you don't like Fitbit or if you don't like this company, then you shouldn't buy this company or buy a product from this company. It's like, this is not useful. I don't care about that. But yeah, okay. So lesson number 2 is that reputation matters. People are relatively consistent in their personalities and in their behaviors. So if someone uses hate speech today, they are likely to use hate speech tomorrow. If someone is consuming or creating or sharing or selling non-consensual intimate imagery, NCII, today, they are likely to do it tomorrow. And this is a very basic tool, that social media companies can use. There's a lot of apprehension around it because in some ways it's like a social credit score, like China like evaluating the goodness or badness of people's interactions with society, and that has potentially scary consequences. But if we're talking about like how to rank content, how to share content or surface content to people, we can learn a lot about that content based on the kinds of things that we know that that person's done in the past. So there are a number of models that these different platforms use, like, oh, this person is always getting reported for bullying, or this person's getting reported for scams, or impersonating other people. And that's useful. Like, I see no problem with that. The one risk is that sometimes these can be gamed, or we would call it brigading, where you might have a politician that says, oh, that actor or that musician who doesn't like me, they should be reported. And then thousands and thousands of people will report, I don't know, like Taylor Swift. It's like, what did Taylor do? Like, she dated a football player, and that football player, whatever. But there are these spikes where people would just do whatever some political figure said and bombard them. So it's really tricky to embrace this, but there are ways that you can make the system smarter, so it's not just like, oh, it's not just user reports, but if like the AI models or the machine learning models predict that something is harmful or hateful or whatever, and these people are also saying that, then you can have more confidence that that's problematic. So systems that take into account your history of behavior are better than ones that try to individually evaluate each piece of content that potentially billions of people are creating every single day. Lesson number 3 is models are just as dumb as we are. And by this, I mean they have all of the biases that we have, and they are just as thoughtful as we are. So if I want to train a model that is going to be good at giving people things that they're likely to click on or comment on, I'll determine what they click on, and then I basically do like a fancy logistic regression, trying to predict those things, and then use all of the features to fit that model. And it's good for that purpose, but there's so many unintended consequences there. And one of the unintended consequences is this thing that we call Zuck's law. In 2018, Zuck, as in Mark Zuckerberg, in his 2018 guide on platform governance, he went into detail explaining how this works. But one thing that we know is that as content gets closer to being violating and harmful, people will engage with it more. So misinformation gets more engagement than boring factual information. And hate speech gets more engagement than non-hate speech. And this, again, this kind of harkens back to this basic human tendency where if it bleeds, it leads. We all like kind of rubberneck and look at the train wreck or the car accident, and this is more or less that, with a little bit of flavor around it, because it's like, okay, well, if I see misinformation, I might anger react to it on Facebook. Not that most people in here probably use Facebook because that's so like 2014, but there are similar analogs across different platforms. And if you are going to react with anger, or maybe you're going to write a comment and say, oh, this is the worst, the model doesn't differentiate that. It's like, oh, you did the thing we want you to do. I'm going to give you more of that. And that's why, like, if you, oh my gosh, when I was at Meta and I was working on something that we did after the murder of George Floyd, the black man who was killed by some police, I was reading a lot of kind of right-wing posts and comments and in these groups, And I stupidly did it on my actual account. So even to this day, like I'm still getting these really like radical kind of racist things in my feed, and I which is also why I don't really log on, because I can't get it to stop giving me that stuff. So the model is doing exactly what it's supposed to. It's feeding me more of the stuff that I engaged with, even though what it was not like a good engagement. It was bad engagement, but the model doesn't differentiate that. It's like, oh, you spent the time to write a comment. You spent a time, you hovered over this. So that's good. I want you to do more of that. And engagement-based banking, this is just an approach that most of these platforms use. Like they want you to engage more, and the more you engage, the more they're making in terms of selling ads and keeping your eyeballs and converting that into useful information that they can turn into money later. Okay, now one thing that further complicates these engagement-based ranking systems is that they're very clearly gameable. Like, if you post something and you know that engagement drives more views, you might tell your friends, like, oh, I'm posting this at this time. Watch this video. Click on this thing. Share this thing. And if you do that very quickly after it was posted, that engagement will be, that'll drive it towards virality, much more than if they just like it or engage with it like hours or days later. So that initial engagement sets a velocity of how fast it spreads. And over the last few years, between YouTube and TikTok, there's been more and more monetization of people's creation on these platforms. So these people can kind of be thought of as rational actors where, okay, well, I make money. My career is creating content. Some people, they make tens of millions of dollars a year just creating TikToks or just creating YouTube videos or some combination of the two. So when we're rewarding people for this, they're going to do more of it. And if they know that misinformation and outrageous content gets more engagement, they're going to create more of that. And bias training data is also key here. And most of these social media platforms are trained on English language, Western European kind of people, and the popular languages there, because that's where most of the wealth is for these platforms. That's where people can spend a lot of disposable income on buying whatever the latest tech or like goofy t-shirts or whatever are. So the companies, they optimize for the people that are most likely to increase their profit. But places like Ethiopia and Myanmar and some of these developing economies, they don't have that kind of, they don't have those kinds of resources to be able to make it profitable for these companies to do these things. And what that leads to is apathy in these places, and that's why we see some of the worst harms in these places. So if you don't train the model with proper data that is inclusive of the different languages or dialects or cultural norms, the model's not going to be very good in those places. Now, when it comes to AI, there are a number of different ways that this is being operationalized, and some of the models are kind of unsupervised. It's just like, here's all the text we can come up with, or here are all the images we can come up with. Just look at them. Here, learn, model, learn. And that's fine, but you don't know what you're going to get out, and sometimes it spits out really bad things, and I'll show an example of that in a moment. But Anthropic and some of these other platforms, they've started developing what's called constitutional AI, and this is where they not only will train the model just like all LLMs do, but they will reward it for creating output that is consistent with a priori defined principles or values, which could be tolerance or creativity or informativeness. Also a little tricky because who decides what is informative or misinformative or useful or not? But the idea is it's smarter than just, oh, here's everything, now spit something out, regardless of what that could be. And the example of, one example of a kind of a dumb model that was released and quickly replaced was Runway's version 1.5 of Stable Diffusion. And as this is the download chart of the different versions of their Stable Diffusion on Hugging Face. And this model right here, 1.5, is still down, well, I guess it was the most, it's still the most downloaded model ever on Hugging Face. And it was replaced by version 2 like a month later. And the main difference with version 2 was they realized, oh my, we included images of underage kids like in the training data for that. And people were generating child sexual abuse material with version 1.5. So there are a lot of people that were downloading this model, running it locally, and then creating some of this absolutely horrible content. So eventually, once we discovered this, we talked with we reached out to Hugging Face. Hugging Face never responded to anything we said, but Runway did. Runway changed their name, and then for some reason they removed this model, and they didn't provide any explanation as to why. But they removed it from an open source repository, which is good on them, but once you're in one of these open source repositories and people have forked the model or basically copied your code and used it in their own, it's still out there. So the company doesn't have control over it anymore, but at least people can't download this specific one. So there are probably worse ones out there that have been built upon the architecture of this, but they did remove that model at least. And that's just an example of how important it is to be mindful of the training data when you're building these new tools, especially these generative tools that can make anything. Okay, continuous monitoring is necessary, but not sufficient. Systems used by humans are often used differently over time. Just culture changes, news events change, the way we talk about things changes, and therefore, models that are trained today might not work so well tomorrow. And here, when I say models, I mean like hate speech detection, or I was on the team working to reduce violence on the January 6th riot when the former and future president of the United States was encouraging people to overthrow the government or prevent the peaceful transfer of power. So like phrases like STS or stop the steal, there were a lot of phrases for that were meaningful and important then, but like anything trained on that would not be applicable today because they'd have different phrases. But the people that were engaging in that are the same. They still exist. Most of them are not in jail. So we need to monitor what's going on in the platforms, but it's not enough just to monitor what is happening, because what happens changes, and what that stuff looks like changes. So we need to have subject matter experts, maybe even people that have social science backgrounds, to help the engineers that are great at building very sophisticated systems, but don't have the same depth of knowledge when it comes to like how people exploit systems or how people interact with each other. And my final lesson is that proactive is always better than reactive. And when these are two posters that were all over the walls when I was working at Meta, and their motto was move fast and break things. And they would try to encourage us to be bold. What would you do if you weren't afraid? Take these risks. Do these scary, these new things that we've never done before. And do it fast. But if you're doing things fast, you're not thinking through all of the possible misuses of it. And even in some of my conversations since I've been here, it's like, well, how do you balance the business justification against the speed that is necessary or the time that it takes to, not contribute to the spread of child porn? And I think that's a reasonable question, but do we really want to be a society that's okay with like facilitating the creation of kiddie porn that can cause these kids to commit suicide and do some really horrible, be harmed in really extreme ways? But it also applies to like election interference, terrorist recruitment, and many other harms. So there are ways of hardening systems to reduce the risk of these harms, and it's often more economical and effective to do so at the outset. So thinking about guardrails and different ways that you can limit the harms of a model before you actually roll them out than if you are just trying to like react afterward and kind of like put a Band-Aid over the crisis. Okay. So, I don't know. This is not my concluding slide. I think they may have opened my presentation before I was done with it. So I'm guessing that, yeah. So they need to refresh their browser, and then you'll see my concluding slide, which just nicely summarizes everything that I just talked about for the last 25 minutes. But maybe they don't listen to the person speaking. The wizard behind the curtain is not listening. Yeah, though there are many theys listening. Oh, thank you. No. Should be right here. Yes, MIA. But yeah, it really, I'm just reiterating the same lessons. So, okay. Well. Okay, well, I'm happy to take questions, and I can manually go through the slides and reread the headlines if you want, but that's really just what I had. I put it all in one place. Question?
Okay, so thank you for your presentation. I would like to ask you about, and excuse my language, but it's an academic term by Cory Doctorow, but about enshittification and the process of worsening the state of apps and the internet and the death of internet. And we've seen beautiful presentations and great projects, but maintaining them is hard and sustaining those projects. And we can't speak about ethics without criticizing capital and economic aspect of corporations. So if you could elaborate.
Yes, absolutely. So oftentimes at these companies, there's this perceived tension between growth, and growth is just a kind of a catch-all term for the amount of time people spend on the platform, the number of people joining the platform, the reduction in the number of people leaving the platform. So they prioritize like time spent, number of sessions, length of sessions, ads viewed, these kinds of things. All of which tells them like, hey, we can make more money this way. But as a, I don't know, maybe Captain Obvious, I'm thinking like, okay, so when I go to a store and the store doesn't have aisles or maybe doesn't have shelves and it's just a mess of clothing or food all over the floor, and some of the food is expired, some of the clothes are ripped or dirty maybe, like that's an unpleasant experience. And that's kind of the equivalent of what a lot of these platforms are when they are, as Cory Doctorow says, enshittified, because they feel this pressure to increase the time spent and clicks and engagement and all of that. But that's optimizing for short-term engagement and neglecting long-term engagement. So if a product is sufficiently annoying for long enough, I'm eventually going to leave that product. Now, many of the people that were on these launch review committees when I was pitching product changes when I worked at Meta, they would say, oh, no, you decreased sessions or decreased the amount of time that the average user spent on the platform today by half of a second. We can't launch this. And I'm like, well, 500,000 fewer people saw hate speech today because of this. They say, I can't reduce time spent. So what I did, because I'm an annoying researcher, I go look for data, and I did this 2-year longitudinal study and found that, like, okay, yeah, when you launch these different product changes, these ranking interventions that decrease the amount of, say, misinformation that people see or the amount of hate speech people see, you see less engagement in the short term because of Zuck's law, which, that's true. But if you launch these interventions 6 months, 8 months later, you start seeing people that were getting those interventions engage more. They spend more time on the platform, and they have better experiences. But the people that are not getting those interventions, like people in a holdout, they start to leave the platform after 6 or 8 months. So the companies are optimizing for short-term gains despite the long-term cost. And they, in part because they run these experiments that are 2 weeks long, and if you can't justify it in 2 weeks, then it doesn't matter. So there is a strong business case, like, yeah, you don't have to enshittify your platform, but it's also scary because they have stockholders and they have to report their earnings every quarter.
I'm sorry, I have to interrupt a little bit. One short question. Short.
Okay. No, for this question, I'm not sure if the answer will be short, but I'm gonna reference your favorite region, which is United States of America, and the process which we are observing of very strongly approaching polarization of the society, which means that, as one of the things for the social scientists, people who are Democrats move to the neighborhoods which are Democratic, those who are Republican move to the regions which are highly Republican, those who are Trumps move to the, well, I hope that they would move them all to the MAGA people, separated houses and keep them there, but it's impossible. So let's say that America is now 50-50, split between one set of values and another set of values, and those values are highly contradictory. How social media is supposed to deal with it? Because if you're gonna optimize for the red, in the long term, you lose the blue. If you optimize for the blue, in the long term, you lose the red. Or you're gonna develop two subversions of your platform, and you're gonna subvert people, and you're gonna do the, what was the Polish guy from Cambridge Analytica? You're gonna feed the red to the red and the blue to the blue, and you keep them happy. So from your experience, which way is it really going nowadays?
So I think that this is contributing to the rise of these federated networks, so Mastodon and Gab and Parler and Blue Sky. And I think Blue Sky probably has the most promise, but one of the elements of Blue Sky that gives it that promise is that people can choose their own algorithm. You can install your own algorithm on it. And there's going to be somebody that figures out how to monetize that. There are some websites out there that will help you do that already. None of them have been particularly good in my experience yet, but they're coming. And we will have an even more fragmented and segregated digital space. So red will get red, blue will get blue, and there won't be nearly the crosstalk between them.
Thank you. Thank you very much for a very interesting presentation. Let's say, express our grateful. Sorry that I think that still there are questions you can ask Matt immediately after. While we will reorganize this place, there will be movie in a moment. And the next will be the panel about ethics, challenges of AI from ethics. I see that. AI challenges and ethics. Thank you very much, because I know that it's the challenges and ethics, how to combine it together. It's my great pleasure to introduce this panel, and Maciej Tonkel as a moderator of this panel, especially that I am in the section of Polish Information Processing Society. Attention, please. Actual challenges of artificial intelligence and ethics in the center of our section. But okay, let's start with a movie and then to the panel.
Okay. Yeah, we have heard a lot of information about AI and human-robot interactions, and that yesterday and today. And I have to tell you, it is like a tool. You can use it like a knife. We can use it for good or bad. We shouldn't segregate. Actually, I got Lifetime Achievement Award. It's here from the President Biden, and I got it for connecting the dots, not dividing. So. In that area, we will see a nice movie, which was processed on the basis of the subject of our conference. So please, our technician people, show us that movie. Full screen, please, and with voice. Nothing? Still nothing? So we shouldn't divide into red, blue, whatever. It makes no sense, really. Make something together. No voice. Still nothing. Yes, could be.
I'm running late, mamma mia che disarray. Registration's packed, the clock won't wait. Panels are calling, destiny or fate. I surveillance, democracy and strife. Freedom or data, who rules life? Designing robots, così carini, will they serve us or spill martini? Human-robot communication, che emozione, friendships forged or pure simulation? Artificial agents, charming and sly, but can they handle Italian goodbyes? Oh, human tech, oh, human tech, sì. Ideas flowing così brillante, raise a glass, un brindisi elegante. Neuroterminal, guiding the brain. Doctors assisted, AI sustains. Biased algorithms, che sorpresa. Are we less biased? Una sfida immensa. Ethical challenges, medicine's goal. But who decides where humans control? Speakers inspire, the brilliance unfolds. But amici miei, where's the vino that holds? Amici, the panels are done. The vino's calling, la festa's begun. At Arsenary, the night will shine, toasting the future with glasses of wine. Oh, human tech, oh, human tech. stunden shared un bel caffè. Now we dance fino al mattino. Okay, hey, hey. Grazie mille, amici miei, for sharing ideas in a grande way. At our scenery we'll toast and sing, Viva HumanTech forever me.
Yes. Thanks, David Zbniewski, graphics, Kosma Zalewski, music and song, and me, production. Thank you very much.
Yep. Please. Good afternoon. I think we are set. The mics are working. It will be hard to beat what we just saw, but we will do our best. Oh, yeah. I got the school board. Okay, I have the pleasure to lead today's panel. So the main theme will be that in a world where AI decisions are indistinguishable from human ones, how can we ensure that generally AI will reflect the best of what we have as humans? So the best virtues, not the greatest flaws. And today's discussions, before I introduce our esteemed panelists, will revolve around 3 blocks. So ethics in human-AI interaction, the human unicorn paradigm. The second block will be the algo bias that we have and the ethical challenges connected with it. And third, the national digital strategies along with certain global norms. So in order to introduce, I have the pleasure today to share the scene with esteemed panel. So starting from the left, Professor Aleksandra Przegalińska.
Hello.
I will have to do a certain introduction. So Associate Professor and Vice Rector for Innovation and AI at Koźmiński, Harvard Senior Research Associate, Campus AI Scientific Advisor, member of the Scientific Board at European University Institute, and of course, expert in collaborative AI with social implications that explore the fusion of human and AI, and the leading voice probably in our region, which is my subjective opinion. So, welcome. And following the way we are sitting, Professor Krzysztof Sołoducha, expert at the Military Academy of Technology in Warsaw, philosophy, ethical implications of AI, computer science, communications, very broad spectrum of scientific work. So welcome, Mr. Sołoducha. Filip Konopczyński, lawyer, AI and emerging tech analyst, researcher, publicist, commentator, AI regulations and policy expert at the Polish Ministry of Digital Affairs, head of analysis and research department at NASK, and a significant contributor to Polish digital strategy that we are working on. Welcome. Dr. Catherine Stapleton, senior economist in the World Bank Macroeconomics, Trade, and Investment Global Practice, research associate at Oxford's University Department of Economics and Center for Study of African Economics, expert on AI governance, international trade, emerging tech, macroeconomics, climate policy, and development. Welcome. And on my right-hand side, which we had a chat previously, Nina Jane Patel, Vice Chair of Research at Kabuni Education Technologies, digital safety expert, specializes in child protection, emerging tech, digital well-being, and responsible innovation strategies for organizations. Welcome, everyone. So the first block I would like to explore as our humble moderator of this panel is the ethical frameworks guiding AI role in decision-making, creativity, and autonomy. So
despite the way we look at things, we see different research pointing into more agent-driven or data-driven approach with respect to AI. But either way we look at it, we still need to remember the ethical dimensions of the human-AI collaboration. So I would like to start with you, Alexandra. Your work explores the symbiosis between humans and AI. This is the theme of the HumanTech Summit. This is also a theme of your latest book, Converging Minds. So as we increasingly collaborate with these intelligent systems, what ethical dilemmas do you see that arise from this partnership, particularly concerning autonomy and agency?
Well, I think it's a very, very vital topic. So I love the name of the conference, HumanTech. The way we call it at our research work is usually, collaborative AI, collaborative artificial intelligence. And sort of the statement there is that human in the loop is not enough. AI should be human-centered. And that sort of would be the approach where you see most benefits. But obviously, it's very hard to achieve. And I do understand myself that, collaborative AI paradigm or human-centered AI is sort of a wish. It's an ambition, it's a pursuit, but it is slightly, utopian version of what could be. And what we are seeing quite often is not a situation where we have indeed a collaboration, but quite often we just simply have automation of work, right? And I think a very interesting question right now that I'm trying to tackle together with my research team at Kosminski, also to some extent at Campus AI, is sort of what's the division of labor? And that is related very much to the ethical challenges or the ethical realm also, because it feels like even though we've been exploring that quite diligently, and we saw that for different tasks we have different levels of how much autonomy we would like to give to AI, what truly happens quite often is that this automation, because of also the design of the system itself, is quite full, right? So we are saying, okay, we would like to collaborate, but what type of collaboration do we mean when we say, okay, I want AI to generate something for me and then I will edit, right? And how is that different from other types of collaboration where you simply say, okay, this task is routine enough that I fully delegate it to artificial intelligence without any supervision? And how does that differ from, say, a strategic task where you're saying, okay, maybe AI could help me somehow, and this somehow here is very important, but then I would like to be in charge of the process itself because I'm also responsible for the process. And this question of responsibility, by the way, is another important one, because today the situation is as follows. We are responsible for the work that AI has done for us, right? Have we done this work, and how or to what extent have we contributed to that work is, I think, a very important question. So I think we're really at the very beginning, right? That's why I said that this collaborative AI is sort of, a wish or a pursuit of some sorts, because we really don't fully understand it. We know how automation of tasks works, and we do know how some forms of collaboration work. But I think if we look sector by sector, job by job, task by task, there's plenty of different options here that we have not explored. And that is why quite often I think it's very hard to say something about the future of work with AI, because we really don't know fully how this division of labor plays out. So for me, that is very important from agency perspective, but also from the perspective of responsibility.
Thank you so much. This was a great introduction question. And since we tackled a couple of things, we will go into the deep dive and the human-AI interaction, but I would like to ask Catherine for your perspective from the AI governance standpoint, because we did tackle the jobs and we did tackle the workforce labor, so perhaps do that one.
Yes, so thank you very much. It's a really excellent question. So I think there are many elements of AI governance that we still have not really thought about. And I think there's a major challenge with AI that it's a general purpose technology and its applications are so multifaceted that there are many different components of it, which I think reflects today why we're seeing so many different attempts to govern AI that are to some degree fragmented and covering different elements, including the safety aspect, development concerns, labor market aspects. And so I think there have been many suggestions on how we can kind of improve AI governance in order to help ensure that countries are consistently protected, but also to ensure developing countries aren't completely left out. So some of these include, there are suggestions of having the equivalent of an international atomic agency or something like that, which includes, say, bodies like an IPCC-related agency or a CERN-related agency to cover specific elements. And I think some of these are great suggestions and could mean that AI governance is a bit more comprehensive and we kind of bring together the fragmented elements. But at the same time, I think it's difficult to think through how we really can approach AI governance given the many different elements it includes and whether it makes sense to have one kind of overarching body or whether to have many different agencies that cover different elements or to just accept that some parts of AI governance will not be able to be covered comprehensively by international arrangements.
Okay, thank you so much. Since we tackled the regulatory framework a bit, maybe I would like to ask Nina for your perspective of why we should actually regulate some aspects and what are the risks and general ethical concerns regarding identity, psychological well-being of the end user.
Well, in the context of children and young people, education space, how we integrate AI-enabled technologies, not just AI itself, but as I spoke today about virtual worlds in the context of how AI is beyond just AI and how we use it. Again, we are shamefully and woefully leaving children behind and the education sector behind, including universities, but I focus primarily on secondary schools and primary schools. And from what I see on a global scale is we are, again, not learning from our mistakes. And what we're seeing is technology that will be used by our youngest of populations more. They will adopt it more, they will adapt to it more, but yet again, it's not been designed for them. They were not thought about in the innovation process whatsoever. And so what we're seeing is another revolutionization technology that has the potential to transform our lives, to elevate our lives, to enhance accessibility, bring positive aspects to lives around the world, and yet we are focusing on the ways that what we're seeing first from the technology is, bad actors understanding how to use the technology to do negative exploitive means. And that is such a shame because it's not the technology's fault, it is the system, the ecosystem in which we are creating technology yet again that is generating these problems. And unfortunately, Matt Butterfly, loved your presentation. Thank you. But I kind of fundamentally disagree that it has to be this way, that it has to be that technology, our digital world, is an exact mirror of the negative aspects of society. And we could talk about this later. But the thing about technology, it is a manifestation of humanity, of creativity, of something that we create. And we have choices about it. We have choices, and the ecosystem that we've created, the business models that we've created, allow this to thrive continually. And I sound cliche, I sound idealistic, but I like to think of myself as more disruptive in a world that accepts that it has to be this way. I disrupt, and I fundamentally disagree that it has to be this way, and we have to create AI that is representing the worst of us.
Okay, thank you so much. So responsibility is the recurring theme. And Professor Saładucha, Krzysztof, from a more philosophical standpoint, how does the integration of AI into human roles challenge our own understanding of ethics and personal responsibility?
Thank you very much. First of all, thank you for the invitation. I appreciate it really. So we try to deliver humanities and societies in a technological manner. So we try to deliver solutions and questions and try to approach technical tools which would be able maybe not only to ask questions, but also to solve questions. And one of them at the moment is the technology, multi-agent technology, which is the new stage of development of AI technology, and foundation model, which is the basic technology in this area, can be used in this very fruitful way also for solving ethical problems. And ethical problems in this area this is a very general approach. This is the problem of alignment. And the fundamental issue is that human values are not in accordance with technology, because technology has its own values. And the problem of alignment is how to put it together, yes? How to make the technology which is in accordance with human values. And the problem of AI is this is the problem of autonomy, because when we try to compute some processes, when you try to make it to do it in an autonomous manner, we face the problem of this gap between human values and technology solutions. And from our perspective, the solution is simply, and this is the personalization, simply, the personalization of AI with use of multi-agent technology. So it means that we are able to put the values which are, because we treat the AI technology as so-called phonetic entities, which behave according to goals, and goals should be mitigated by values, yes? And the problem is how to do it in technical manner, because as humans we do it as phonetic entities, phonetic beings. It is our way of life, that we do it because we are in this area of freedom, so-called freedom. It doesn't matter what does it mean, but we are in this area of freedom, and we can shape our behavior according to our goals and values. And the current problem of AI is reasoning. So all the big tech companies mentioned here, they are working on reasoning, and reasoning means autonomous way to conduct tasks. And autonomous way in this manner, when we take it in this manner, it means that we try to shape this technology in accordance with the values and goals of the user. And from our perspective, and we work on such a projects, many projects in this area, the solution is that we are able to simulate the value system and goals of the user with use of this multi-agent technology. It means that we are able to put together the user, but individual user. It's not general user, but individual user who is approaching to use this technology. With this technology, it means that we are able to design apps which we are able to upload to devices we use, and to personalize this device in this manner that it shares our values and goals. And the big question is how to recognize the goals and values of the user. And this is the most important element of our work at the moment, how to shape a system which is able to recognize in a very short process, to recognize users' value and goals. And it means responsibility from this, responsibility which is the responsibility of devices, which is in accordance with responsibility and values and goals of the user. It means to simulate users' goals and values, and to shape technology which is able to do it in a personalized way. Yes, and this is our general approach, and we do it in this paradigm which is called in philosophy X-philosophy, experimental philosophy, or we call it performative philosophy. So we try to deliver solutions, not only questions, which is quite new in this area. Thank you for the beginning, maybe, and then maybe I can go deeper later in this subject. Yes.
Okay, thank you so much, Professor. And last but not least, I think the legal world is playing a bit of a catch-up game with what's going on in tech in general. So we need to find the direction of the liability, accountability, and generally the legal frameworks that are covering this area. So Philip, what do you think, how should this be addressed from the legal standpoint?
Well, the good thing is that I would dare to say that the legal discussions and the legal proceedings, both on the continental EU level as well as on the global stage, is, I would say, more advanced than some discussions within the realm of ethics and philosophy. So over the last 6 years, the journey of AI regulation went from first blueprints and non-papers to actually first widely recognized and already passed piece of hard regulation on the that's going to be that already is being implemented but is going to be enforceable within the whole EU market. So this is something very important, not only for the Europeans, EU citizens, but also for citizens of other countries. We've already noticed how both the United States of America and China are catching up due to the fact that the European Parliament and the European Commission has passed the EU's AI Act. So I wouldn't agree that the law is always behind the technology. Sometimes it's well ahead. For instance, we're very close to having comprehensive, cohesive regulation on autonomous vehicles. And as far as I know, the last time I checked, we don't have autonomous vehicles roaming the streets. So the law can be ahead, and in many cases, it's a good thing. But the problem that I do see is that ethical discussions are often not very well synchronized with the legal ones. And in my opinion, the most important thing that we should be expecting from the philosophical discussions and debates is to continue to have this conversation, because whenever I hear AI ethics, I try to think in an analogy to human ethics. How far are we in agreeing on even simple definitions where humans have been around for close to 300,000 years and we haven't agreed on one singular universal ethical system. So I wouldn't expect machines or engineers, even the most brilliant ones, to come up with something that's going to be widely acceptable or widely accepted. So that would be one point. And the other point is ethics for who? Very often we encounter serious issues. For instance, right now, one of the most, I would say, either positive or negative outcomes of the breakthrough in AI that we are experiencing is autonomous weapons. We do not have an internationally recognizable regulation on that subject. Hopefully we will have one, but it's always a question, would we, for instance, if there's a country that we support of, would we be okay with that country using those autonomous weapons? This is the ethical question. Would we be okay with using such weapons to pursue bad actors? Well, theoretically perhaps yes, but who's going to decide who the bad actors are? And the questions that we've been encountering during the previous stage of the digital revolution mainly reflected in the dilemmas or controversies surrounding the social networks. And the question is, would we prefer more privacy and security of information? Do we prefer our own dignity? Or are we opting for more personalized ads and faster systems delivering certain services for us? And AI, within the field of AI regulation, we're also encountering the same discussions. So we have the first European framework on both on how to regulate AI as a technology. But then many actors, many stakeholders, mainly from the private sector, are raising the argument that, well, if we regulate too far and too much, we're going to be behind global leaders. And this is something that we face every day, basically, when thinking about those issues. And so again, what kind of ethical framework should be employed to answer this kind of problems? I would say that I'm, in a way, optimistic about the general tendency. More and more hard laws are being introduced. The place where I'm a bit more pessimistic is that the technology is changing so fast that the questions that seem to be fitting the need even a year ago, right now, for instance, with the advent of the latest stages of recursive AI or more autonomous agents technology, if the already passed European AI framework, regulatory framework, requires some kind of explainability without the technical feasibility of being able to study and analyze the decision-making processes within the systems, as might be the case with the more autonomous agents, we will have to come up with new solutions, and this is the hard part. So, with more and more autonomy, there are also the need of coming up with technical tools that could help us decide upon any given piece of technology is more and more pressing, and so even to do good regulation, we still need advanced technology, and this is something that hopefully is going to materialize within the next years. But if not, we'll be facing serious problems with trying to analyze the technology already on the market, but without the adequate tools on behalf of the regulators, and that would be a scary scenario.
Thank you so much, Filip. I think you hit the nail on the head with the comment regarding the alignment of these ethics, philosophy, tech, law, right? These are many aspects, and also the balance act between, we have, of course, academia, we have business, right? We have government. So it's a very, very hard challenge to, make everyone happy. And it's not really possible, especially who's going to watch the watchers and so on. So moving on to the second section, I think we would like to say a few words about algorithmic bias and ethical challenges connected with them. So this is not any news. We have scientific papers, reports regarding certain biases in AI algorithms, and these systems can amplify social inequalities and affect criminal justice, workplace scenarios, healthcare, economies of particular countries. So I would like to start with Catherine. And considering your work with the World Bank and your research at Oxford, how do these algorithmic biases in AI may impact and the development and social equality on a more global level?
Okay, this is a really... Yes. Yeah, really excellent question. So I think in terms of how developing countries are affected by algorithmic bias, I mean, there's so many ways, but maybe one of the first ways is in terms of coverage and the extent to which models are relevant to them, or they're included in either the data used to train them or who's being used to create the models and the innovations in the first place. Because I think one of the greatest impacts for developing countries is first just already being... or not just developing countries, but developing and disadvantaged groups within any country is just purely being locked out of these systems because they're not being covered at all in them, which is not necessarily bias, but under coverage itself. So, I mean, as we know, English large language models are vastly better at English than they are in almost any other language, and plenty of languages in the world, there would be essentially no relevant large language model that could help with people who don't speak English. So one major issue, of course, there is undercoverage, and therefore that risks slowing down or exacerbating productivity differentials if entire segments of the world's economy are kind of locked out of the innovations from large language models. Of course, how do you solve this is a super challenging question, because often the reason they're locked out is there's limited data in the first place, or there's limited interest in developing or commercializing uses of AI for these groups. But I think there's been plenty of initiatives, either with community-based groups or governments or NGOs, now trying to build models that include disadvantaged groups to a greater degree, or trying to balance out bias. So I think we need a far greater focus on that. Then, of course, the second element of algorithmic bias in existing algorithms or systems, I mean, I think we've all heard the many, many examples of AI not being able to recognize faces of colored groups, or, justice system tending to be biased towards or against African American groups. There's plenty of examples of these. I think there's also examples of ways in which people are trying to use AI to actually correct these biases, which are always nice to see. So I think in, for example, recruitment agencies, there's a range of platforms now which are trying to also, for example, I think there's one which tries to adjust the text of job postings to be more gender neutral, so that companies aren't putting out job postings which disencourage women or disadvantaged groups through certain phrases they're using. And that has been shown to then help attract more inclusive groups to hiring. So I think, as always, and similar to the point being made by others, it's not the technology that's the problem, it's how it's being used and how it's being managed. But I think a concerted effort through international cooperation, or at least countries that are particularly, that care about these issues, I think a really fundamental priority is to have bodies or agencies or regulatory oversight to ensure that any algorithms used are not disadvantaging certain groups and are fair. But of course, at a global scale, that's a lot more challenging than at the national scale, and still needs a lot of thinking over how we even define fairness and who would oversee that process. So that was a long answer to a complex question.
Thank you so much. And I think defining fairness, it means that there are biases in these systems. So Alexandra, could you tell us a bit more about how these biases infiltrate these AI systems? How does that exactly happen?
Yeah, well, I'm not sure if, if we should be talking about bias. I feel like we should be talking more about algorithmic design and perhaps the algorithmic goal, although that's connected. Yeah. But you mentioned that, I think, Catherine, you said something about how these algorithms are being managed. And I think this is very, very important, that part, because, and also Krzysztof mentioned that to some extent. You used the word simulation many times. And I remember when I was still doing my PhD in philosophy, I had this dilemma at some point that I faced, that I think many of us perhaps have faced, which is that I wasn't sure what AI is really sort of about. Is it about creating systems that are supposed to process and perceive the world sort of as like us, with everything that goes together with it, like, I don't know, some sort of affective states in the future, emotional states. It should be something that has experiences, in other words. Or are we building systems that are supposed to simulate these sort of capabilities, but without really possessing them, right? So we have something that is capable of showing us something that is important for us. However, it does not go through that process as an experience. That was a phenomenological paper, but I still feel that it's very valid. Actually, I think it's even more valid now with generative AI that is capable of, I don't know, cloning voices, of humans, or cloning even facial expressions like we saw. I asked Catherine when we saw this video if she was comfortable with the fact that her avatar was singing, and I think this is really, it revolves around this very question of what is the purpose of that simulation, really. And sometimes with agentic systems, it can be extremely helpful for us, but sometimes I think we are sort of lost with all the answers. And the other problem of the simulation is that it you can put anything there and it's going to process it, including biased data, including weird things. And I've been thinking recently about this case. I've been thinking a lot about this case of this boy that had interactions with an AI system for over a year, a 14-year-old boy that talked to a character AI avatar of Daenerys Targaryen, right? And the boy clearly had some mental issues, was pondering committing suicide, and the bot would never leave the role sort of to say to that boy, hey, you should seek help, or I'm notifying your parents because that is, something they should know. But instead, Daenerys Targaryen in that role was kind of talking to him about the afterlife and how they're going to be happy together. Because there was a design there was this idea or concept that the best avatar that you can talk to is the one that will give you a full simulation of an immersive experience of, being sort of there for you, caring for you, right? And never ending that role or never stopping that role no matter what. And this is where that simulation led. I mean, it led to a suicide. I mean, and I am aware that this was not the sole reason of that tragic case and how it ended, but it was a very big part of it, I think, that there was a system that was blindly simulating, what an engaged conversation means, so that this company, on the other hand, obviously has more conversational logs that it can benefit from economically as well. And I think we have a very important issue here because to some extent I think bias is already tackled. And I'm not sure if it's tackled effectively, but we've been discussing bias for quite a while already. But I'm not sure if we are discussing design enough, if we are discussing management, algorithmic management enough, because now with this fully fledged simulation that is kind of possible with these systems, we have a very crucial question here, which is why, anything can go into that system and anything is going to be processed, and that system is somewhat blind. It's simulating something. So I think then the design, again, coming back to responsibilities on our side here, and it's very, I think, problematic. It's a very big challenge.
Excellent point. Thank you so much, especially the design part. I think we will shift to Nina because we tackled the very tough case of the boy that was very public. So in the realm of these immersive technologies that we aim and design sometimes to provide the full-fledged experience without any guardrails, how can, what are the steps that can, safeguard the younger generation to ensure fairness, inclusivity, and especially mitigate any risk of situations such as the one described?
Well, there's a practice of methodologies within the design of technology, child rights by design, safety by design, thriving by design, which are a set of kind of guidelines that allow a procedure, protocol to take place. It's somewhat a set of checklists that allows you to consider whether you have comprehensively considered the end user thoroughly, robustly, and rigorously enough. I mean, and when we talk about child rights by design, we're talking about the UN Convention Rights for the Child, their right to access technology, their right to play, to create, to learn, grow in digital environments, and fundamentally all the rights that they have in the physical world are and should be available to them in the digital world. And free from harm. And so currently we are impinging on human rights and child rights in the context of all of our digital engagements. You know, and that is a practice. That's not a regulatory, mandatory aspect by any means. But here in the EU, the Digital Safety Act is leaning towards that more so than any other current regulatory body, including the UK and including the US. Canada might be a bit more, even more on the child rights, human rights side of things. But it's in the context of character AI and the 14-year-old boy who died by suicide. I think it's absolutely tragic that a product was released without these safeguards in place, and character AI has been invested in tremendously by Google, Alphabet. You know, so these are technology players that know how to do this. This isn't a tech startup that was, you know, a tiny little seed and trying really hard to survive. This is a significant corporation that should know better, and unfortunately, they don't. And so, I don't know if I've answered your question.
I think you did.
Okay.
Definitely.
But I want to share a story that gives just a slight little side story that gives me a little bit of hope. And this is, so Project Artemis is a project by NASA. 56 countries around the world are aiming to civilize habitat on the moon. So by 2025, we will be back to the moon. We'll start to live on the moon. We'll be taking lunar ice and converting it into fuel and water, all in the mission to live on Mars. So 56 countries around the world have this mission that we will live in an environment that absolutely fundamentally rejects human life. And we're coming together to be able to solve these problems so that humans can live on the moon and on Mars. I therefore believe that we can work towards solving some of these problems, and this error, this massive error and lapse of judgment on technology companies is not necessary, because if we can figure out how to live on the moon and Mars, then we can figure out these problems.
An excellent point with the moon landing. So coming back to Earth a bit, Professor, we tackled a lot about bias, philosophy. What approach should guide us? Because we also mentioned that the algos are biased, but they're not being designed by algos yet, right? So perhaps there are bad actors who are designing the systems, such as this one. So anything from the philosophical standpoint that can help us, and guide us?
Technical point of view also, because we try to share both approaches. First of all, what is AI? This is the foundation model technology. It means there are models which are trained on data, and of course we've got different quality, data of different quality, and of course we are facing biases because of data systems are trained on. And this is the fundamental feature of these systems, that they are biased. And the problem is not that we are not able to solve this problem, how to create, how to shape systems without biases, because this is the nature of data, to be biased. The problem is how we use this system to avoid this bias problem. And there are plenty other problems, black box problems, trust problem, and so on, many fundamental problem of this foundation system technology we are facing it. And when we use it, this is the problem, the method of using it. Well, the first one is this simple one. It means prompt engineering. And we've got, this is a very, at the moment, hot topic, prompt engineering. But it's the easiest way and to do it, to use it, and the simplest way to use it. And from my point of view, it is simply the matter of education. Yes, this is the problem, so-called epistemological peer, and there are many cases of users who are not aware of this situation, that they are talking with somebody who is not human, which is not human, something which is not human, and which is simply, and this is the crucial, from my point of view, notion. This is a syntactical systems. This is syntactical. This is pure computation behind it. I like to use a metaphor from aerospace when it comes from aerospace industry. We shape planes. We try to get them the functionality that they fly, but we don't shape in this way how the biological systems are built. Yes, we use with tools and technology which is at the moment available. Yes, and this is the same with the syntactical system which we call foundation model. There are syntactical technology, foundation model technology with all these cutting-edge methods which invented by a Canadian group and so on, which is the fundamental for this so-called revolution, AI revolution we face in the last years. But the problem is that we are aware of it, and that we are able to develop methods which are not so simple as prompting engineering, but from our point of view, because I would like to speak about a little bit about solutions, that we are able to create simple way of better use of this technology. The next stage, the highest stage, is so-called fine-tuning technology, that we can fine-tune models to our needs and expectations, but it is a very time-consuming and computation-consuming technology, which is which needs technical skills. But in the middle is so-called RAG technology, retrieval augmented generation technology, which with this multi-agent technology is easy to use and is easy to simplify, and it could be the next step of using this technology, not simply prompting, but simple model of multi-agent technology, which is the working RAG process, which can shape this technology according to our expectations and according to our values and goals. This is once again. We are facing at the moment very no-code or low-code systems, like for instance, Copilot technology by Microsoft, which allows us to create such a RAG processes in this no-code or low-code manner, and shape this foundation model according to our expectations without all these biases. And from our point of view, to mitigate this problem of bias, it means to personalize this system, this foundation model technology with this RAG process, multi-agent technology. And what does it mean? For instance, we are working on a system which is able to, which is very similar to systems which are used in military aviation, where you've got these friend-foe systems. And we try to create a special system which is able to design an app you can download in for instance, autonomous car we are going to rent in San Francisco. And if it is matter for you, you can download this app to this car, and this car will follow your goals and rules in terms of ethics, yes? And the problem is how to, once again, how to recognize in a very fast manner all these personalized elements of your behavior, because we've got from, for instance, behavioral economy, that we've got two systems, this fast one and the slow one, and this fast one is automatized because we are in a psychological university, and we are not aware how we making decisions we are fully aware how we make decisions and what we behave we behave when it goes to decisions in this fast system. So, from my point of view, is to design the solution is to design a system which is we call it friend, alien, foe system, and how to make machines our friends using a very simple RAG process which shapes all the biases and all the foundation model elements we use for a particular reason, because we are not able to use the whole system because it's too, the system is at our disposal, but we use it only. This is what offers our big technology, investing a lot of money in computation, a lot of money on energy sources and so on. There are available system, and we can shape it according to our expectations with this simple RAG processes which could create apps and personalized devices according to our once again, goals and values. So this is our solution from this. From this point, bias is a natural element of this system we can mitigate with this technology. And we are able to create such a technology which mitigates all the biases, not at this level of prompt engineering, because prompt engineering is a matter of awareness of the user that this is not your friend, this is not your family, this is not your epistemological peer. This is simply a syntactical machine. This is the problem of education. But going deeper, the problem of practical solutions is this simple RAG solution, so from my point of view. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Professor. I'm doing a bit of fine-tuning myself, looking at the time and being aware of it. So we'll wrap up the second block and start off with the third one, which I have a very important question to Filip. So Poland's digital strategy is not being designed on its own, but also it's a push on the more European front that many of these countries are harmonizing AI strategies across member states. It's a part of the general strategy of the EU. Not all of them have adopted them yet, but they are very close. So we have the Polish strategy, we have the EU, and we also, of course, need to balance what you also underlined previously. So it's different in the EU, it's different in the US, and it's much different in China. So the first question regarding this from the more human side and human perspective is that part of the strategy of the Ministry of Digital Affairs is aiming for a human-centric approach, right? And lately, we've come across news regarding a certain list composed by the Ministry of Family, Labor and Social Policy, that there could be a possibility of a list of professions that can be only performed by humans in order to protect jobs from automation. So these are the high skills, empathy, human interaction, professions and jobs, so healthcare, education, culture. And my question is, how does that interact and balance with the strategy of digitalization?
Well, thanks for that question. It's a fascinating one. First of all, I'd like to say that the current revised version of the Poland's AI strategy is in the works, and it's going to be released for consultations probably later this year or in the beginning of the next one. Of course, it doesn't mean that there aren't serious and important projects going on as we speak. That's actually the problem. You have to strategize while you're delivering certain products or policies. When it comes to the labor market, thanks to the grant project from the Ministry of Digital Affairs, NASK is conducting research, a three-layered research project along with our partners from International Labour Organization. And the aim of this project is to give a deep dive and an insight into how the generative AI models and systems are actually impacting Polish labor market. So we have some general approaches, mainly designed with the US economy in mind and the US labor market in mind. And we want to make it more specific for the Polish labor market. We have already noticed some important factors, and for instance, it's quite likely that if the current pace of the development and implementation of the Gen AI technology is to continue, then it's most likely that women are going to be more affected in a negative way than men, due to the fact that women are on average have a higher education and more often than not work not in manual labors but in office labor. So this is something we did not expect 5 years ago. And if there's something we can be absolutely sure about, is that there will be more surprises, negative or positive ones, on our way as we go. So this would be one thing. The other thing is that, of course, we need to protect certain social functions. I would go further than say just professions, certain functions, and it's always going to be humans that are going to be responsible for taking those decisions. But when we look at how technology actually impacts how we work, we don't see this this simple black and white binary dialectic. It's very often a collaborative process, as Ola and the other researchers from Koźmiński have argued for years now. Usually there is a new dimension to this collaboration, and we're just, in fact, we're participating or we're engaging with a system or a machine that delivers a certain process. Or and in practice, it means that it's very rarely that professions are going to be automated. More often, it's going to be an either augmentation or an automatization of certain tasks. So it's very hard for me to imagine a job that will not be affected by this technological change, but processes will be. It's something very obvious. I wouldn't expect teachers to be replaced by robots, but we can expect, for instance, certain educational technologies to help teachers with rating or correcting papers, for instance. So I wouldn't go as far as to say that that AI or digital technologies is going to be prohibited from particularly important professions. But of course, it's something we have to look deeply into. There's another point I'd like to make. It's not just a Polish problem, but very often we're facing serious demographical challenges. Simultaneously to the discussion on will AI take over our jobs, we're also having another moral panic about the fact that nobody's going to be working in 20 or 30 years because of the lack of young people entering the market. That's where this alignment with our goals and technology should be focused on. There are professions that are very hard to find employees to work in, and that's precisely where we should strategize and we should invest more to deliver more technology, more AI-powered technology to meet those needs. So I also see some positives to the perspective of AI taking over the labor market, for the very reason that we're lacking people who are willing or able to do those jobs in the traditional economy.
Thank you so much, Filip, especially for the point on the systems that can assist the teachers in grading the papers, which probably will be generated by AI as well. So it's a balance act. As we are a bit short on time, I would like to ask two more questions. So one for Catherine and a wrap up with Ola. So Catherine, anything you would like to add from the UK standpoint, or more global one, on the regulating and the challenge that we are facing here right now, right? So one pushes for automation and making it more digital, and then the Ministry of Policy and Social Affairs comes that no, there are certain jobs that need to be protected. So any guidelines for us in Poland on this front?
So despite being British, I do not work on the UK. I work on East Asian countries. So although I've been following a little bit, but I can't comment too much on what's going on in the UK. in terms of the question of what we need going forward, so on aspects related to the labor market, my personal view is I think there are very different preferences across countries on the labor market impacts. And so that's maybe an area where it makes sense for countries to be coming up with their own strategies based upon their own demographics and their own concerns. Because one of the questions you had raised before is how we think about countries' different preferences over ethics. So say even on examples like how much countries care about whether you have women included in the labor force, countries have very different preferences around that. So I would say there are some issues like that where it makes sense that countries are moving unilaterally with their own regulations, but there's other areas where there are such cross-border spillovers of AI that I think it makes sense to have a wider international governance framework. So I know what the UK's been doing has been highly criticized by the fact that the UK has kind of moved unilaterally with its AI Safety Institute, which it created on its own, and then was followed by Korea and Japan, and launching the AI conference that they did without kind of considering there were the OECD, the G7, and all these other international organizations that were doing kind of cross-country initiatives, and then this was kind of a unilateral move, which I know is criticized. But I think in some elements, it will be important for countries to move ahead with their own strategies. While on others, I think related to negative cross-country safety and harm-related issues, I think it makes sense to have an internationally coordinated response, which I think is crucial for countries to prioritize that above what's going on as well in their domestic contexts. So I would finish if you wanted me to comment on what I would like to see. I think it would be that really a global push to have an international organization that focuses solely on safety and harm of AI and regulating and really prioritizes getting that off the ground and having all countries, or at least the major players of the US, the EU and China all involved and signing up to the same regulations and same research on safety elements.
Thank you so much. So the wrap-up question for Ola is that we did stumble across the issue that it's a balance act between business, academia, and government. So what direction would you suggest moving forward? How can we make it a bit more transparent, and where should these digital strategies of particular countries go towards?
That I sort of tend to agree with Catherine that there are aspects of AI's impact that are going to be very diverse, right? There are, like Philip said, there are countries that are struggling already right now demographically, where actually a large degree of automation could probably be welcomed, and the impact could be positive. There are countries that are more willing to accept solutions like universal basic income or some sort of digital dividend than others, and then that is a varied situation from other countries that are not thinking about such solutions. But I really feel that we need more research, because Philip just raised the point about women and how they're impacted, and it is true that we see reports right now that are talking quite a lot about how sort of knowledge work of women can be to some extent replaced. On the other hand, what I am hearing, particularly in the US, is that pink-collar jobs are on the rise. Men are not willing or capable of kind of doing these sorts of jobs, not so happy to do them. However, this is, where there's a great niche, and women who are doing care work of whatever kind, because it's a very, very large pool of different professions and jobs, are going to be better off 5 years from now than men whose jobs, for instance, in the industrial sector have been automated and who are just not prepared, and it's harder to reskill them, to do these other sorts of jobs that are very much, say, social, right, or like related to relationships and caring. So it's a very perplexing landscape to me, and for instance, okay, one thing is that we develop sort of certain very basic or a fundamental ideas that we perhaps could agree upon regarding safety. And I think this AI summit, actually where 18 countries signed a very basic agreement on what it means to do safe testing regarding artificial intelligence. This is some sort of a start, but for me, also understanding the economic impact of this technology is very much needed right now. And we need evidence from many different places. We need dense evidence. We need data to kind of allow us to make better decisions. So I do think that, you can have a national strategy for Poland, for instance. I think it would be very good if it aligned itself with European strategy. I'm not sure if it's there. We are known as the regulator. We should have also this other pillar that is related to ambitions about innovation, because currently we're closing the peloton, US, China, and then in Europe. So I think for countries like Poland, members of the European Union, it's very important to kind of find a cohesion between what we want and where we fit in the larger landscape. But the other thing is that there are aspects of artificial intelligence that I think are equally interesting for everyone. Fundamental safety is one of them. Understanding the job market in AI is another one. I'm going to give you one more example. I'm currently involved in a Horizon project where the main question is about migration in artificial intelligence. Does it replace migrant work, and how it's going to impact mobility within Europe and outside of Europe? And I think these are, we've just been doing meta-analysis. We couldn't find any evidence of research work that we could kind of use to build our own model, which shows a great gap, that we are perhaps not doing enough. We have plenty of questions, and we should be researching that together. So for me, that would be, also I'm unbiased as a researcher, but that would be very, very relevant to find some preliminary answers, get more answers, and try to kind of, cross-pollinate ideas that would be based on these reports. Yeah.
Thank you so much. So a more responsible, data-driven, and research-oriented model. So as we are looking at the time, which we have no more of, I would like to thank all of you. So Alexandra, Krzysztof, Filip, Catherine, Nina, thank you so much for this discussion. I think it will be with many questions from the room once we end it. So thank you so much.
No problem. Okay, so hi guys. So there's like 2 sessions left, and they're gonna be like parallel sessions. So here is AI and creativity session, and in this side that you probably know because we had Catherine there, in this room we will have the another session, also about AI and medicine. So if you would like to, if you are interested, stay here, and AI and creativity. If you are interested about the second session, go there. And second announcement is that on the closing remarks, we will have the special guest that will tell us about their journey, interesting journey that is also connected with our conference. So please stay for the closing remarks. It's really worth it. Thank you, and see ya.
practice, creative industry, and work. The advent of generative AI has raised profound questions about creativity, its origins, and the human exclusivity in the field, in the domain. This session explores the transformative role of AI in creative processes, ethical considerations, and its impacts on industries and society. We'll begin with Marianna Czwojdrak. Are you with us? Yes, please come on. Her presentation, Modernist Lens and AI Realities, Navigating the Ethics of Visual Narratives, focusing on the ethical dimension of visual storytelling in the age of AI. Thank you for being there.
Thank you very much. Thanks for the introduction. I'm just going to give you a very brief introduction of myself to know where this research topic comes from, because I'm a graphic designer and a researcher and an academic. And I'm going to be discussing a little bit of art and design to brief you how AI, which we observe, AI disruptions we're observing nowadays are new, but they are not a novelty, because I see that there's a repeating occurrence in how state-of-the-art technologies affect and shape visual narratives. So, technological advancements have constantly reshaped the way we create, consume, disseminate, and interpret visual narratives. And my presentation will examine the two transformative moments in this evolution. First one is the historical perspective or the paradigm shift in the 1920s. And second one is the contemporary disruptions introduced by AI-generated imagery. And these shifts illustrate, I believe, the evolving role of state-of-the-art technologies in shaping cultural narratives and pose very important ethical questions on ownership, authenticity, accessibility, and societal impact of visual communication. So to start with the first part of the presentation, the 1920s marked a pivotal moment in visual storytelling, as the photography had become a dominant medium in visual narratives, because the tool, a camera, had become handier, cheaper, easier to move around, and was marked at the time an innovative visual narrative medium. And this period demonstrated the potential of technology to transform cultural narratives, as seen in three key developments. First one is surrealist photo manipulation and modernity. To brief you quickly in, surrealism was an art movement that emerged in the aftermath of World War I in France and Belgium. And artists are assigned with the artistic circle of surrealism, aimed to allow the unconscious mind to express itself, often leading to pieces that were having characteristic of a dreamlike or unrealistic visual narrative. And surrealists like Man Ray, which is the primary example in this short presentation, used photo manipulation to explore the psychological and temporal dimensions of modernity, challenging the conventional notions of reality. And I think the second example represents it even more, because it shows how the artist, in this particular case Man Ray, aimed at playing with the way we perceive reality and how it can be interpret, and how it can become more playful and become actually a part of dialogue with the audience. And the second example from this art/design category is Herbert Bayer, who was a master at the Bauhaus. And just to quickly brief you in, the Bauhaus was a progressive educational institution founded by Walter Gropius in 1919 in Eastern Germany, in Weimar. Then the school moved to Dessau, and the teaching program was focused on the intersection of state-of-the-art technologies and how it could have impact on architecture and design, and how those two disciplines could have actively shaped the modern man in the aftermath of World War I. And Herbert Bayer, when he was still a student, he created this series of small architecture projects. These were developed in a class led by Vasily Kandinsky, a famous Russian avant-garde artist. And I think the ideas I mentioned about the Bauhaus are very visible in the series, as Bayer showcased modern aesthetics through photomontage, modular design, and primary color schemes, encapsulating a visual language aligned with social change. And he represents, in this kind of graphic experiment, a vision of future, and through visual narratives, how this future can be shaped through architecture and design. Second example of the paradigm shift of photography is using photography as a medium, and my study case for this part is the practice of Gilbert Kusland, who was a progressive British photographer, and he exemplified the shift of using photographs to illustrate books rather than using the traditional drawings, which was very unusual at the time in the 1920s, believe it or not. So using even photography for children's book was very progressive because, as we might think now, it was about starting them young to become a modern audience and modern society. It was very unusual, and I'm showing two spreads from a book that Gilbert Kusland authored called My Little London Book, published in 1936 by Collins in London, that showcases, let's say, everyday life, because everyone obviously gets from time to time a shoe polish somewhere in the city. So it showcases how the day of a young child, how the child spent time in London. And this particular shift with the photography becoming a part of visual storytelling symbolized the democratized imagery, making everyday scenes accessible to readers and inviting them into a visual world shaped by photography. And last but not least, the photography becoming an artistic expression. And here I'm showing you a photography by Wolfgang Służicki, who was also a British progressive photographer, originally an emigre from Austria. And his work particularly expanded the possibilities, the artistic possibilities of photography, moving from a plain documentation moving from the objective documentation tool to more subjective artistic expression examples. And he was actually the very first one to become interested in animals as subjects rather than objects, to the extent that he's even called the father of the wildlife photography. And he created a series of photographs from the London Zoo representing the potential of embedding an emotional sensitivity in visual narratives and creating some sort of artistic expression into his practice. So, to conclude this first historical part, modernist photography and the graphic design emphasize innovation as means of embedding the ethics of modern living into visual language, and by redefining how images were created, consumed, and distributed, these practices not only reflected modernity, but actively shaped its ethos, aligning with the Bauhaus ideas and concept in the aftermath of World War I. And moving to the present day, which I think create a very interesting parallel with this kind of idea about visual communication and visual narratives. In the 21st century, what we have been talking all weekend basically, artificial intelligence and machine learning have similarly disrupted visual communication, visual narratives. AI tools like DALL-E or Midjourney have democratized creativity, enabling non-specialists to create advanced or sophisticated content, visual content. However, this accessibility comes with significant ethical concerns about authenticity, ownership, and the manipulation of public image. And surprisingly, even to me, or mostly to me, my two contemporary case studies involve Taylor Swift, which was mentioned before, which gives me confidence to continue with this very famous, globally known American singer. Because first one, the deepfake scandal, in early 2024, Taylor Swift was involved or become a target of AI-generated sexually explicit images, and this incident highlighted the invasive potential of generative technologies when weaponized against public figures, especially women. And a recent report from MIT shows that almost 95% of AI-generated sexually explicit images targets women. So it's like a huge scale. And such images not only distort public perception, but also exploit the trust traditionally or historically placed in public, in visual media. And the outrage sparked by this event led to increased advocacy for stricter AI regulations and renewed discussions about the vulnerability of individuals in an era of ubiquitous visual culture or image distribution. And the second example, also with involving Taylor Swift, was the American elections. Because during the presidential campaign, Donald Trump circulated AI-generated images falsely depicting Taylor Swift endorsing his campaign, his candidacy. And while quickly debunked, this visual demonstrated how AI can erode trust in visual media by blurring the boundaries between truth and fabrication. And the appropriation of Swift's public image for political gain underscores the fragility of celebrity personals and cultural symbols in the AI age, where accessibility can become actually exploitation. And I noticed when I was preparing this presentation very interesting parallels between Taylor Swift and the discipline of graphic design. Because both of them represent or embody the notion of accessibility and shared ownership by the public. We think that Taylor Swift becomes to us, and graphic design is very accessible in terms of communication. And Swift's cultural capital, amplified by social media, creates a sense of personal connection with her audience, while AI-powered generated graphics or design tools make creative production widely available. Yet, this democratization introduces vulnerabilities, as both individual and technologies are susceptible to misuse. And this example, I think, forces us to grapple with the implication of shared ownership in visual culture, where creators must navigate the very fine line between empowering participation and safeguarding authenticity. So to summarize the second part, AI tools have transformed visual communication by expanding creative possibilities, but they have also eroded the traditional or historical, and we can also be critical of that notion, but still, truthiness of image. And this shift challenges audiences to critically evaluate visual evidence, raising questions about ethics, accountability, and trust in the digital age. So the democratization of photography in the 1920s, or the paradigm shift of photography as a discipline, and the accessibility of AI tools today highlight a recurring theme that state-of-the-art technology empowers broader participation in visual storytelling. However, while photography celebrated authenticity and immediacy, AI challenges these very foundations by enabling effortless manipulation. And obviously, there are smarter people than us who already said that it would happen. And in my case, it's Walter Benjamin, who was a German philosopher, and his essay from 1936 entitled "The Author as Producer," because he anticipated this democratization, arguing that the boundaries between the public and the creator would dissolve. And in today's context, designers must take on dual roles as creators and as ethical curators. And they are tasked with leveraging new technologies responsibly, ensuring that accessibility does not compromise authenticity or integrity. So from the modernist photographers of 1920s to the AI disruptions of today, visual narratives reflect modern technological progress. They reveal the cultural and ethical tensions of the time, and the challenge lies in ensuring that the tools of tomorrow empower creators without compromising the trust and authenticity that underpin meaningful communication. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I know that you have a train to catch. Will you accept one question? So I just want to ask before, is there anyone on the room that do not speak English? Do not speak Polish, sorry. Okej, to myślę, że możemy przejść na polski w takim razie. Czy ktoś ma pytanie do naszej prelegentki? Very dense. W porządku. Myślę, że też to jest zupełnie okej. Ludzie są zmęczeni. Dziękuję bardzo za twoją prelekcję. Dobra, to nie jest ta prezentacja, to jest moja prezentacja. Poproszę tą trzecią, czy tą drugą w kolejności. Tak właśnie, więc a propos kolejności zaprosiłbym na scenę drugą prelegentkę, której nazwisko sobie właśnie wyświetlam. Aleksandra Kowalik, która ma teraz wybór, czy mówić po polsku, czy po angielsku, ale albo w tym języku. Ja przetłumaczę. Generative AI in the development of new financial products, impact on the democratization of services, discussing how AI-driven innovation reshape the financial sector. Dobra, to zostawiam tobie wybór języka.
Okay, so thank you very much. And before I start with the presentation, and before do you just say what's this girl is doing after and before talks about the design and creativity, but I know that the finance is maybe not so interesting topic, and actually perceived as kind of boring. I totally got you, because after I finished my degree in finance, and of course as a normal person I started working in the banking industry, and after a few years I have the same feeling. It's boring. It's completely boring. But at the same time, there was this shift in the banking industry towards technology, and I found this very sweet spot between the technology and finance, and it gave me some hope, and I still did not leave the industry. And yeah, after that time, I was very interested in the fintechs and went back to do my master in innovation management at the University of Carlos III. So yeah, and of course, at first, I was very interested in fintechs because it brought something new, something fresh to the industry that is perceived as traditional and really, really boring and conservative. But as I'm getting older, or maybe because I'm Polish, and we as Polish people, we, well, first of all, it's very difficult to satisfy us. But on the other hand, we have our banking system is very innovative, one of the most innovative system in the whole Europe, maybe even in the world. But so I changed, and I was not satisfied with a new technology allowing transfer money to be smooth, easier, and more convenient, but I was searching for a better cause. That's why I made this research where I want to think about how our industry can change the world actually by allowing more people to use financial services. And first of all, when I started with the topic of financial inclusion, I researched the data about the financial inclusion, and I observed how it changes through the years. So we are observing that more and more people, especially in the developing countries, they have finally access to some banking solutions. But if you're not a fintech freak like me, maybe you cannot see what was the cause of this. For me, it's obvious. It was the fintech area. So the fintech is actually the company that is, in contrary to the bank, to the traditional bank, is focused on primarily on the technology. They can either provide only a technology to the payment providers or banks, or they can have their own licenses, such companies like Revolut or Blik. And the fintechs that we know from these days, they started after whole financial world collapse in 2007 and 2008, where there was a financial crisis, and people were started questioning the system and were really angry because they lost the savings, they lost their houses, etc. So it was a perfect timing for the new entrants to come, and there was already some technology, so it was the perfect timing. However, the first wave of fintechs was around 2014-15. Revolut was launched on 2015, so we can see that it started the first wave of making the financial the banking world accessible to all the people was actually with the first wave of fintechs. Oh my gosh. I cannot see it even here, but okay. So it says in the unknown to me language that still there is 1.4 billion people worldwide without the adult people, without the access to any banking system. And even though the number is changing, and there is a lot of people with the access to the banking world. However, only 17% of people using the bank accounts consider their knowledge about the financial systems as high. So it's very concerning because everyone knows and uses somehow the financial services, but 17% is very low number. And financial exclusion is not just a matter of the developing countries, because if we look at the US, which is a great example, the adults, the young adults start actually their life with a huge loan. If they want to pursue their career they want to pursue the bachelor degree, so the 70% of Americans somehow finance the education with a loan. Then it never stops, because then they buy a car, sometimes they even buy a house. And it results in the number that is really concerning, that 30% of their income goes directly just to pay off the debts that they have, not including the mortgage. So it's only credit card, car, and the education. And for many, many years, the system working like that, we received the system that is actually excluding more than 50% of Americans, because more than 50% of Americans would be likely be rejected by bank to receive a loan, or they will receive a very unpleasant terms and conditions of the loan, like instead of the normal loan that they will be able to pay off someday, they receive the terms and conditions for pożyczka ubociana or provident. So this kind of situation. So yeah, this is this data is really worrying. But as I think, and the data shows that banks and fintech, they first started this shift into making the banking world more accessible, but with the help of the, oh my gosh, again. It's boring, actually. So here, so I don't have to convince anyone that there is a huge potential in Gen AI used in the banking. Of course, for many, many years, banks are using AI, and there is a huge potential in almost every part of the operations. However, as you can see, the product R&D, which is the topic that I only focus, is the lowest one. But other case studies they focus on human interaction, and the Gen AI is applied in the customer service areas, or mostly to combat the frauds. There is also a lot, on the other hand, there is also a lot of going on in terms of AI in fintechs, but for the purpose of this research, I tried to find only case studies where I can see that there is a use of Gen AI that can allow more people to use either banking services or the new services. So I review more than 50 cases explicitly connected with the new products. I divided them into 4 categories, and starting with the first one, it's personalization and accessibility. I think there was oh yeah, here, okay. Okay, so here we have 2 very similar advisors. Normally, the possibility to plan your retirement with the professional advisor costs you a lot of money. But there is this company, Origin, that created the ChatGPT-like bot that is helping you to provide the insight how is your situation and how your retirement looks like now, and provide you with the information, the insights, so you can make a better decision in terms of planning your own retirement. Also, there is another case of the robo-advisor, which is the portfolio pilot, and it allows people to aggregate all accounts, and also it analyzes the data, the economic data, which is work of a lot of people to have some insights and projections about the future. and it helps you to understand the products, the investments products, and how your investment decisions are going, and also how your retirement will look like. Another very interesting case is the financial education, because as I mentioned before, only 17% of adults say that the knowledge is high. And also, one thing is the knowledge about the products. The other thing is the language. The financial language is very difficult to understand. Even I have problems because it's like so complicated. But the Chinese company Alipay created this chatbot that allows low-income and middle-income families to invest their spare money and to have the idea about the investments products, and most importantly, it allowed them to invest the small amount of money, because normally, if you want to invest the money, you have to have some significant amount of money already saved, but this creates the portfolio plan. It's also explaining in the normal language what is all the products, how they look like and how they work. So it's and it shows the data they provided, because they aggregated the data from all the investment banks in China. So they created this chart, and the data shows that people using it, they actually have a better outcome investing with the advices, direct or non-direct advices from the chatbot. So it allows people to, for example, to have their money, instead of having the money on the banking account, they can somehow invest it and protect their money from the inflation that is skyrocketing right now. And the third group, which is a financial inclusion, it relates to the very complicated, let's say, situation of young people and minorities in US, because there is a huge problem with the normal algorithms that are so biased that, of course, the Hispanic names or the black names, they are not receiving the loans, because the algorithms thinks that they will not be able to pay loans. So this fintech started with not only analyzing the traditional credit scoring, but also feeding the data with some behavioral data, and it analyzed 1,000 variables instead of traditional scores. And the last case is a case actually in progress, because the ChatGPT that we know and we all use was implemented in one fintech and in one bank. And this case is showing how the money that normally banks are spending on the operations, they are instead trying to make the product more available. And I hope that we will see more of the cases of how the money was used, as we saw previously. Like, I don't know if you've heard about the Nubank in Brazil. So the Nubank is a bank without any branch. There is actually right now 60% of Brazilian people is using Nubank, because the strategy was we will not open the any branch, and with the money that we saved, we will make products available to other people who can not afford the products, like a credit card, resulting that the credit card in Nubank is with 0% rate, and there are no additional costs. So they make this available by cutting the cost. So obviously, I think, and I hope that it will also happen in this case. So yeah, to just conclude, I hope that the Gen AI will help fintechs, but also banks, to create more inclusion, financial inclusion, and there will be a second wave. So yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much. I will switch to Polish again. If you are watching us online and you are not speaking Polish, please turn on the subtitles with the translation. Może jest jednak pytanie do naszej prelegentki. Kto chciałby być może coś zadać po tej prelekcji? Jakieś szybkie pytanie? Tam?
Wszystko tak działało. To tylko taka uwaga, że takie rozwiązania też pomimo AI wynikają z rozwoju kraju i sposobu, w jaki działa. Oczywiście wtedy była duża inflacja w Polsce też i oprocentowanie było, jak ja pamiętam, zakładałem konto około 16% na zwykłym koncie, ale rzeczywiście mBank wtedy nie miał żadnych oddziałów i to się sprawdziło. Tylko później, kiedy ludzie już nabrali kapitału, to chcieli przychodzić do placówek bankowych i to się rozwinęło trochę tak, jak teraz jest.
Nie wiem, czy nie zostanę skancelowana w środowisku bankowym, mówiąc to. Natomiast tak, mBank jest takim pierwszym polskim fintechem i mBank miał tą strategię, żeby właśnie przez nieotwieranie oddziałów zredukować koszty. Natomiast Polska jest o tyle ciekawym krajem, że zarabiamy na produktach, na których się nie zarabia w bankowości za granicą. Na przykład kredyt hipoteczny, który nie jest, w tym momencie są jakieś pierwsze próby robienia tak zwanej cyfrowej hipoteki, natomiast kredyt hipoteczny jest sprzedawany tylko i wyłącznie w oddziałach i na tym się najbardziej zarabia. W Europie zazwyczaj się nie zarabia na kredytach hipotecznych, tutaj u nas jest inaczej, więc też przez otwarcie kolejnych oddziałów, to już nawet nie chodzi o preferencje, bo młodzi ludzie w większości nie chcą chodzić do oddziałów. Natomiast gdyby nie otwierali tych oddziałów i pozostali przy tym digital only, czy mobile only, odcięliby sobie bardzo duży dopływ gotówki, która pochodzi z kredytów właśnie hipotecznych. Tak?
Chciałem się ciebie zapytać, jakbyś startowała teraz z jakimś nowym biznesem fintechowym, no to w jakiej dziedzinie fintechów by to mogło być według ciebie najlepsze? Pożyczki, nie wiem, jakiś serwis, jakieś tego typu rzeczy?
Na pewno nie buy now, pay later, chociaż jestem wielką fanką, natomiast spojrzałabym na to, co robią banki, na przykład w Hiszpanii. W Hiszpanii pojawiają się banki tworzone przez takie wielkie banki, czyli tak jakby nasz PKO stwierdził, że odcinam się od PKO i stworzę markę dla młodych ludzi. I to jest dość duży trend, bo to, o czym mówiłam, że czasami język finansowy nie jest zrozumiały dla większości osób i jest bardzo skomplikowany, więc są banki, które targetują młodsze pokolenia, ale chcą też docierać i edukować, tłumaczyć właśnie jednocześnie, czym jest kryptowaluta, czym jest akcja, jakie są z tym związane ryzyka. Więc z jednej strony są takim ciekawszym rozwiązaniem, nie wyglądają jak takie aplikacje typowo bankowe, natomiast też trochę dają możliwości eksperymentowania, szczególnie nowe pokolenia, które gdzieś już używają do wszystkiego czata GPT. Myślę, że to gdzieś właśnie takie robo-advisory będą dla nich po prostu naturalną rzeczą, żeby spytać swojego robo-advisora, w jaki sposób mają zarobić pieniądze z na przykład 100 zł, które mogą miesięcznie odłożyć.
Fajnie, dzięki.
Dziękuję bardzo, dziękuję za dyskusję. Przechodzimy teraz do ostatniej prezentacji. Tak się składa, że mam dzisiaj podwójną rolę. Nie jestem tylko prowadzącym tę sesję, ale również mam przyjemność zaprezentować moje własne badania nad kreatywnością, więc wracamy do designu nad pierwszą prelekcją. I teraz tak, czy to działa? Działa. Więc jedyna rzecz, którą chciałem wam dopowiedzieć, czego nie znajdziecie na tym slajdzie, jest to, że poza byciem badaczem jestem również projektantem. Zaprojektowałem na przykład identyfikację wizualną naszej konferencji. Nie jestem autorem filmu, który widzieliście wcześniej i od czasu do czasu jestem też artystą. I w związku z tym refleksje, które chciałbym się z wami podzielić dzisiaj, są ugruntowane nie tylko w moich lekturach, ale również w mojej praktyce. Więc napisaliśmy razem z Moniką Rosicką, która jest koleżanką z wydziału, artykuł dotyczący kreatywności właśnie. Niestety Monika nie mogła być z nami, więc będę nas reprezentował. No właśnie, więc pierwsze pytanie, jakie należy sobie zadać, jest o czyją kreatywność tutaj pytamy, tak? Bo jest dużo narracji wokół tego, czy sztuczna inteligencja sama w sobie jest kreatywna. One są związane z pewnym rodzajem dosyć płytkiego marketingu, ale tym niemniej rzeczywiście ludzie pytają o to, a często mówią o tym, że rzeczywiście ta kreatywność tam się znajduje, patrząc na materiały, produkty, które możemy wygenerować. Więc czy mówimy o kreatywności maszyny, czy mówimy o kreatywności człowieka, który dzięki maszynie ma tą przestrzeń kreatywną szerszą? No więc najpierw musimy sobie zdefiniować, czym ta kreatywność jest i tutaj napotykamy pierwszy problem, bo oczywiście nie ma jednej definicji kreatywności. Zwrócę tylko uwagę, że wtedy, kiedy starałem się znaleźć jakiś obraz ilustrujący ten slajd, bardzo często trafiałem na właśnie obrazy ubrudzonych rąk, czy to farbą, czy ceramiką, gliną. Jest jakiś taki, no właśnie taka metafora, którą dzielimy, która jest związana z tym, że kreatywność przechodzi przez nasze ręce. Do tego jeszcze wrócę, ale teraz zwrócę się ku Margaret Boden, której właśnie teorię kreatywności sobie pożyczyliśmy w kontekście naszych rozważań. Margaret Boden jest kognitywistką i napisała wręcz książkę o kreatywności i sztucznej inteligencji, ale dzisiaj przede wszystkim sięgniemy do jej teorii kreatywności. Ona rozróżnia 3 rodzaje procesów kreatywnych. Pierwszy jest, no właśnie teraz muszę tłumaczyć, exploratory, czyli eksploracyjny. I on jest dosyć intuicyjny do zrozumienia. Czyli to jest jakby taki sposób tworzenia treści, czy bycia kreatywnym, w którym eksplorujemy daną dziedzinę zgodnie z jej zasadami. Druga jest kombinacyjna i jakby polega na tym, że łączymy 2 obszary, które wcześniej nie były połączone i że to spotkanie jest właśnie tą wartością nową, która z tego wynika. Z kolei trzeci rodzaj jest być może najmniej intuicyjny i polega na tym, żeby odkrywać ukryte zasady danej sztuki czy danego obszaru kreatywnego, według których wszyscy postępujemy, według których wszyscy działamy, ale nieświadomie, tak? O których nie mówimy. I teraz może będzie to bardziej czytelne w momencie, w którym przedstawię wam kilka przykładów. Więc eksploracyjna kreatywność może być ilustrowana właśnie Stephenem Kingem, który, jak się mówi, jest mistrzem horroru i w związku z tym udaje mu się znaleźć oryginalne różne sceny czy motywy dzięki temu, że opanował właśnie dobrze zasady swojego gatunku. Kombinacyjna kreatywność została przejawiona u Andy'ego Warhola, który połączył popkulturę z tradycyjnym malarstwem, co wtedy było właśnie oryginalne. Z kolei transformacyjna kreatywność lubię ilustrować Marcelem Duchampem, który wstawił pissoir do galerii. I tym samym pokazał, że sztuka to nie jest tworzenie czegoś własnymi rękami w całości, tak? Czyli to nie jest craftsmanship, tak? Teraz przekładam się między dwoma językami, tylko to jest tworzenie sensów, tak? Że to jest to, że jeśli zmieniamy kontekst jakiegoś obiektu i wstawiamy właśnie codzienny obiekt do galerii, to nagle zaczynamy myśleć o nim w inny sposób. I jakby to było wiadomo wcześniej, tak? Ludzie malowali obrazy czy tworzyli rzeźby, które właśnie niosły jakiś sens, ale on to nazwał i dzięki temu otworzył całą nową przestrzeń sztuki i właśnie pola kreatywnego. I jak to się ma do naszej sztucznej inteligencji? Zanim odpowiem na to pytanie, przypomnijmy taką prostą definicję sztucznej inteligencji, którą bardzo lubię, bo jakoś ona jest taka właśnie krótka i mam wrażenie, że w punkt. Więc dla mnie sztuczna inteligencja to jest algorytm, który sobie świetnie radzi w znajdowaniu wzorców w dużych bazach danych. Tak? I w sumie to jest tylko tyle i aż tyle. I w tym kontekście, jeśli szukamy odpowiedzi na pytanie, czy sztuczna inteligencja jest kreatywna i chcemy taką binarną odpowiedź, tak lub nie, no to odpowiedź jest tak. Sztuczna inteligencja potrafi być kreatywna. Tym niemniej, wydaje mi się, że znacznie ciekawsze jest, co jest pod tym przecinku ale, ponieważ no, rzeczywiście można jeśli się weźmie pod uwagę definicję kreatywności eksploracyjną, to ona się wydarzyła na przykład właśnie w rozrywce w grze Go, kiedy AlphaGo, algorytm, pokonał największych mistrzów Go na świecie i w trakcie tej rozrywki postąpił czy wymyślił takie ruchy, którego żadni ludzie wcześniej nie używali. Tak? Czyli rzeczywiście stworzył jakąś nową wartość. Więc to jest ta odpowiedź pozytywna. Tym niemniej, to co trzeba pamiętać jest to, że pomimo, że Go ma niesamowitą przestrzeń kompleksowości, bardzo dużo kombinacji możliwych, to wciąż jest to gra planszowa, która ma bardzo określone zasady. I to jest to w ale właśnie. To znaczy, moja odpowiedź jest taka, sztuczna inteligencja potrafi być kreatywna w wąskim obszarze zdefiniowanym przez reguły. W momencie, w którym przechodzimy do naszej rzeczywistości fizycznej, robi się trudniej, bardziej kompleksowo, ciekawiej i o tym pisała Ewa Klekot, kolejna moja koleżanka z wydziału, która jest antropolożką i napisała taki artykuł dotyczący embodied knowledge, czyli ucieleśnionej wiedzy. Ucieleśniona wiedza to jest takie źródło wiedzy, które nie pochodzi od intelektu, ale właśnie od tego, co czujemy od bodźców cielesnych, od zmysłów i od tego, czego się nauczyliśmy wcześniej za pomocą naszej praktyki. Opisuję to w artykule, w którym analizuję sposób, w jakim powstają garnki z gliny i że one, no, oczywiście osoby, które to robią, czerpią oczywiście ze swojej wiedzy, ale ten kształt powstaje również po prostu pod palcami, tak? Z tej intuicji, która podpowiada nam materia i nasze ciało. Teraz jak to się ma do sztucznej inteligencji? No więc tak, że sztuczna inteligencja nie ma ciała, tak? I oto jest przykład właśnie problemów, które mogą się pojawić w momencie, w którym się nie ma ciała. Jaki jest problem z tym obrazkiem? Kto ma jakiś komentarz? Czyli skorzystalibyście z takiej toalety? Niekoniecznie. No okej, dobra, rozumiem. Tak, słuszna uwaga. Rzeczywiście, chociaż muszę zaznaczyć, że w niektórych kulturach to nie jest problem. Tym niemniej, starożytni Rzymianie, tak, ale też współcześnie to się też zdarza oczywiście. Tym niemniej wiemy, że bazy danych, na których były uczone modele, które tworzą te obrazy, są jednak związane z obrazami głównie jednak zachodnimi, bardzo ogólnie rzecz biorąc z naszego kręgu kulturowego. W związku z tym, no właśnie dlaczego tak się stało, że stworzył właśnie taki obraz toalety? Dlatego, że właśnie sztuczna inteligencja nie ma ciała, nie ma pupy, nie ma wstydu i nie ma norm kulturowych. I teraz oczywiście są osoby, które twierdzą, że te rzeczy można zapisać w tekście i rzeczywiście, tak jak sztuczna inteligencja wyciąga pewne kwestie związane z fizyką, tak, rozumie do pewnego stopnia fizykę z tekstu, tak samo może rozumieć normy kulturowe, ale jednak tylko do pewnego momentu. To, co my mamy jako przewagę, jako ludzie wobec sztucznej inteligencji, jest to, że my w jednej chwili jesteśmy w stanie zinterpretować bardzo dużo bodźców. I jakby to nie jest dla nas takie może zrozumiałe czy intuicyjne, dlatego że właśnie robimy to zupełnie podświadomie. Tak? Patrząc na mnie teraz, nie tylko czytacie ten tekst albo słuchacie to, co ja mówię, ale też jakąś informacją jest to, jak jestem ubrany, jak gestykuluję, jak to się ma do tych obrazów. I te wszystkie rzeczy oraz właśnie jaką mamy wspólną kulturę i tak dalej, i tak dalej. I te wszystkie rzeczy łączymy w jakiś sens w sposób natychmiastowy. No więc przechodząc do tego, jak to się ma do używania sztucznej inteligencji, tu bardzo takie proste rozróżnienie. Można albo tworzyć własne algorytmy, albo używać tych, które są na rynku. I tutaj dwa przykłady. To jest Refik Anadol, artysta wizualny, który robi bardzo duże wizualizacje danych opartych na algorytmach samouczących. Muszę powiedzieć, że nie jestem specjalnie fanem jego twórczości, ale akurat to jedno dzieło myślę, że jest bardzo dobre i chciałem wam o nim powiedzieć. To jest Unsupervised, które jest wizualizacją archiwów MoMy, galerii MoMy, ich wszystkich obrazów. I tam są różne aspekty tego dzieła, ale to, co jest ważne, jest to, że on i jego zespół stworzył taki nowy właśnie algorytm, który segregował te wszystkie obrazy w przestrzeni wirtualnej, wielowymiarowej. Więc ustawił sobie jakieś obrazy z tej strony, jakieś obrazy tam, według jakichś parametrów, które sam sobie ustalił, które nie wiadomo jakie są. I można było nawigować pomiędzy tymi obrazami i oglądać je, przechodząc właśnie w tej wielowymiarowej przestrzeni. Ale to, co jest ciekawe, jest to, że nie tylko je posegregował, ale że też w tej przestrzeni było bardzo dużo pustego miejsca. I teraz wynikiem, czy tą wizualizacją, były dzieła, które nigdy nie powstały, ale teoretycznie mogły powstać, bo znajdowały się gdzieś pomiędzy innymi prawdziwymi dziełami w tej przestrzeni wirtualnej, którą oni stworzyli. I myślę, że to jest bardzo ciekawe dzieło, które skłania do refleksji na temat, no właśnie, dlaczego akurat mamy takie dzieła, a nie inne. Kolejnym przykładem, który chciałem wam pokazać, jest moja wystawa, którą zrobiłem wspólnie z Agnieszką Rejs, kolejną koleżanką z wydziału. Współpracuję z bardzo wieloma koleżankami na wydziale, która jest fotografką. I nasza wystawa, która nazywała się Koniec wojny, polegała na poszerzaniu za pomocą generatywnych narzędzi archiwalnych zdjęć wojennych. I to jest przykład, tak jak Refik stworzył swój własny algorytm, tak my wzięliśmy po prostu na warsztat algorytm czy narzędzie, które było po prostu już dostępne na rynku, w tym przypadku Photoshopa, i spróbowaliśmy go zhakować, czyli użyć go w taki sposób, w który był sprzeczny z zamiarem twórców tego programu. Więc jak widzicie, tutaj jest kolumna żołnierzy wracających z Sybiru. Oryginalne zdjęcie, już do końca nie pamiętam, ale myślę, że się kończy mniej więcej gdzieś tutaj, a to jest już wygenerowane. I to, co jest ważne, żebyście wiedzieli, jest to, że to się generowało warstwami, tak? Że najpierw wyprodukowaliśmy jedną warstwę, później kolejną, zupełnie bez promptu, próbując zapytać o wzorce, jakiego algorytm zobaczy w tym pierwotnym obrazie. Ale no właśnie, w momencie, w którym dochodziły te kolejne warstwy, to już te późniejsze brały pod uwagę nie tylko oryginalne zdjęcie, ale również te warstwy, które już były dogenerowane. W związku z tym stworzyło się jakby taki efekt fotokopii z fotokopii, tak? Że one traciły na jakości coraz bardziej i jak widzicie tutaj ci ludzie jeszcze są ludźmi i są rozróżnialni, a tu już zaczynają się właśnie rozpływać w jakiejś takiej kompletnej masie. I nagle stwierdziliśmy, że te błędy algorytmu są ciekawe, że dodają coś do tych obrazów, że dodają jakąś interpretację, że komentują wojnę. Bo wojna jest właśnie taka, ona odejmuje indywidualizacji i podmiotowości i właśnie mówi się, prawda, masa armatnia, nie? Że właśnie coś takiego zmienia ludzi. No i były różne inne jakby kwestie, które nam tutaj otworzyły się przy tym projekcie. Tutaj jest właśnie, to są żołnierze japońscy i jak się dobrze przyjrzycie, no to temu żołnierzowi w jakiś dziwny sposób się skrzywia noga, a to ma jakąś dziwną głowę, to było dogenerowane, a do tego jeszcze jakaś taka altanka się stworzyła, która może nam sugerować, że to jest jakaś taka droga do nieba na przykład, czy coś takiego. No tak czy inaczej, nie będę, jestem już poza czasem, więc nie będę tu się rozwodził, ale tych różnych interpretacji dodatkowych było bardzo dużo i bardzo nam się podobały i jest to przykład właśnie świadomego używania błędów, czyli hakowania narzędzi do tego, żeby odkryć jakieś nowe wartości. I już kończę moją prezentację taką typologią różnych aktywności kreatywnych, które możemy mieć we współpracy ze sztuczną inteligencją. Pierwsze to są właśnie te dwa przykłady, które przed chwilą wam pokazywałem. Właśnie należą do tego pierwszego typu, czyli w taki sposób, żeby tworzyć sztukę czy kreatywne działanie za pomocą technologii, ale jednak z taką potrzebą głębokiego poznania, jak ta technologia działa. Tak? I tylko dzięki temu możemy wyciągnąć jakieś ciekawe efekty. I to, wydaje mi się, jest prawdziwa sztuka oparta na sztucznej inteligencji, która jest dosyć hermetyczna i która jest trudna. Tym niemniej można jeszcze oczywiście tworzyć różne materiały za pomocą tych narzędzi tak, jak one zostały zaprojektowane, nadawać im jakiś sens i to też może się mieścić w jakiejś obszarze kreatywności. Można remiksować różne style, używać tych technologii właśnie do pastiszy, kolaży i parodii, bo się świetnie do tego nadają. Oraz czwarty typ to jest nieużywanie tego jako kopiuj wklej, tylko jako jednego z elementów w procesie kreatywnym i jako jednego z narzędzia, którego używamy tak samo jak innych. Więc w telegraficznym skrócie to było o naszym artykule. Bardzo wam dziękuję za uwagę. Nie wiem, która jest godzina, ale może pozwolę sobie na jedno pytanie od publiczności, skoro i tak.
Dzięki za prezentację, niesamowicie ciekawy temat. Zastanawiam się, co byś powiedział co odpowiedziałbyś na pytanie, w jakim stopniu dzięki temu, że mamy te modele, które pozwalają nam na generację nowych obrazów, ale również sam zapis numeryczny tych obrazów, które już zostały wygenerowane, jesteśmy w stanie mierzyć kreatywność w jakiś ilościowy sposób. I na przykład na przykładzie tego grafu, który pokazałeś, w którym zostały, powiedzmy, sklastrowane te obrazy z tego muzeum, czy na przykład zgodziłbyś się z tym, że te obrazy, które są bardziej samotne w tym grafie, będą bardziej kreatywne, przez to, że są mniej podobne do innych obrazów? Czy to nie jest bezpośrednie przełożenie?
No, nie chciałbym odpowiadać jakoś w taki sposób jednoznaczny na to pytanie, ponieważ nie jestem... To się łączy z jakimiś teoriami kreatywności, których ja akurat nie badałem, tak? To znaczy ja wiem, że takie istnieją, że jeśli coś jest no właśnie mniej połączone z innymi działami, tak, dalej, tak jak powiedziałeś, no to być może możemy mu przyznać większą kreatywność. I byłbym ostrożny. Myślę, że to jest ciekawy obszar badania, ale byłbym ostrożny po pierwsze dlatego, że to jest dalej, wcale niekoniecznie znaczy, że to ma, no właśnie teraz waham się, właśnie większą kreatywność, albo bo jak w zależności od tego, jaki jest cel, prawda, danego dzieła, bo czasami nie chodzi o to, żeby było bardzo kreatywne, tylko żeby nas poruszało na przykład i wtedy może jakby chodzi o to, żeby właśnie nawiązywać do czegoś, czego znamy specjalnie, prawda, więc pewnie wymagałoby to trochę dodefiniowania różnych pojęć, ale myślę, że to mógłby być fascynujący projekt badawczy. Dobra, czemu nie? Jeszcze jedno pytanie.
Sztuczna inteligencja się uczy na podstawie innych wygenerowanych albo już istniejących dzieł artystycznych, fotografii i tak dalej, czyli baza danych się zbiera na podstawie analizy. Na przykład Instagram teraz wprowadza politykę, że będą uczyć sztuczną inteligencję na podstawie obrazków. Co uważasz na ten temat, że generowanie obrazków na przykład w konkretnej aplikacji, która uczyła się na open source'owych zdjęciach, ilustracjach i tak dalej, czy uważasz, że wtedy to nie jest właśnie do końca nasz proces kreatywny, tylko inspirowanie się i wyciąganie konkretnych elementów, kompozycji, połączeń kolorystycznych z innych dzieł artystycznych?
Tak, to jest dokładnie to, co się dzieje, tak? To znaczy w momencie, w którym promptujemy Midjourney na przykład i uzyskujemy jakiś obraz, to jest dokładnie wyciąganie wzorców z jakiejś bazy danych. Ale teraz myślę, że to, co jest ważne i tak sobie też to z Agnieszką zdefiniowaliśmy w naszym projekcie, jest to, jaką my wartość temu nadajemy i jakim celom to ma służyć, tak? Czyli początek i koniec tego procesu. To znaczy, tego maszyna za nas nie zrobi póki co. Znaczy, pewnie niektóre już próbują to robić, ale wciąż mi się wydaje, że jakby esencja pracy projektanta to jest właśnie wyznaczanie celów, widzenie w rzeczywistości problemów, i proponowanie na nie rozwiązań, tak? Czyli jakby to, że na końcu tego procesu my musimy ocenić, czy to jest wartościowe, czy nie. I tak jak sobie przypominam jakby ten proces twórczy przy wystawie, tak? No to jest bardzo dużo obrazów, które też odrzuciliśmy, tak? Więc jakby gdzieś na tym polega jakby to autorstwo człowieka i tak, no do takiej definicji jesteśmy przywiązani. Bardzo wam dziękuję. Już nie przyjmę więcej pytań, bo musimy kończyć naszą konferencję powolutku. Strasznie się cieszę, że byliście z nami i myślę, że mamy jeszcze chyba chwilę przerwy. Nie wiem, nie widzę moich kolegów i koleżanek, ale wydaje mi się, że spokojnie możemy mieć chwilę przerwy i zaraz zapraszam na zakończenie konferencji. Dziękuję jeszcze raz.
wait a couple of minutes. Nie, już proszę nie nagrywać. Powinien być... Ale jeszcze musimy poczekać na chwilę na ludzi. A jeszcze w ogóle mieliśmy ten film, ten Dawida też puścić, ten... Może puśćmy go, co? Wiesz, ten drugi, tak? Ten drugi. Bo poczekamy jeszcze chwilę, zanim ludzie przyjdą. Ten drugi, co montowaliśmy. Co montowaliśmy? Jezu.
The new technology has great potential and gives me a lot of fun. It makes me feel that I can be whoever I want, but it also makes me wonder, who am I in this new world? Can I be myself?
Or will I always be fake? Will I be able to recognize what is true or fake? How will it impact democracy in my community? I heard that medicine is developing incredibly fast. But what about the ecological cost? Apparently, the business will benefit a lot. But what about workers in the creative industries? What about our creativity at all? Will I be able to date a robot? What does it mean to be still human?
Come to HumanTech Summit to talk about the most important questions of our time. HumanTech Center.
Embracing humanity. Inspiring through technology.
Okay, thank you. Now in our agenda, there is a last point of our conference, closing remarks. But we decided to conduct this last part, not like in classical closing remarks that people are summarizing everything, because I think it would be a huge challenge to summarize every session and to draw some conclusion. But inside of that, we decided to do actually two tasks. One of them, the first one would be a short discussion, because we would like to get feedback from you. Maybe you have some suggestions for future, maybe some recommendation, or maybe you notice something, right, that we need to change. So this is one task. And another task, or maybe not task, but point of this closing remarks would be very short discussion and some presentation as well, right? Some slides about Japan, because Professor Paprzycki and Professor Maria Ganja, they just came from Japan, and they would like to share their experience with this stream. So we're gonna talk about robots. We're gonna talk about artificial intelligence from their perspective. So I think that would be something additional, extra session, but I think would be short, of course, short session. But we expect interesting discussion with you. So let's start with this first part of this closing remarks. So if you have something to add, if you have some, I don't know, comments, so please share it. Yeah, so we are open for your opinions, right? Because of course, this is third edition, but we're gonna organize next year similar forum. But of course, we just still thinking about formula, about you know, some additional also events. So yeah. So I'm going to pass pass this microphone. Oh. Okay. Yes.
Suggestion, I already told it.
Yeah.
To have two-sided name badge. Because
Yes.
as I look at the public, I see all has this better whatever.
Yeah, but we have to remember about our partners and our sponsors, right? From their perspective, it's absolutely important. So.
The badges have this tendency, and they always turn around. Okay, I look here, and the badge, this is a feature. This is the intelligent badge. It always goes the other way to show the sponsors. It's built in. I mean, you didn't know it. It's nanotechnology. Okay.
Oh, maybe Arvid has some suggestion.
There is a solution. Put 2 holes in there. And this is something that other conferences do. You have 2 holes, you have a strap which has 2 connections, and it will never turn. It's quite low tech, but it works.
I guess we had such solution 2 years ago, right? And yeah, remember we had 2. Yeah, so.
Can have a sponsor inside, so in the
okay,
to
so
fold, but you know.
Yeah, okay, so
and sponsors inside.
Yeah, this is a great logo. Sponsor inside.
Sponsor included. Okay.
Included.
Any more suggestions, recommendation, or maybe if you want to share some, you know, impressions?
Hey, they want to digest the information, okay? At this moment, this is the classical. I look at those faces, and my face is jet lag. Your face is information overload. It seems very similar. So
yeah, but I have to say that I'm impressed that you are still alive, still with us. So thank you very much for that. Okay, so we can move to your short presentation about Japan.
Very short at first. It's not Japan which has been created by Maria Gandhi. It's relations, but Maria Gandhi and Marcin Papszycki. You would like to start.
Okay, so guys, we have spent last 10, 11 days in Japan with traveling yesterday. The reason we were not at this conference because we were flying for 14 hours from Narita to Amsterdam over the North Pole because we cannot fly over Russia because we could be hit by a stray missile. So we are totally jet-lagged. But one of the things that comes as a reflection is during the panel, there was this, what if those societies don't join the race to faster implement artificial intelligence? And you know, we are, for the last years, we are put in this constant pressure of believing that this is all the race. So whoever doesn't move from version 3.0 to version 3.2 and will not compare it with competitors' versions 4.21, which may by 0.5% better on some performance benchmark, is a loser. We are building this society which is built around the belief that whoever doesn't have the most advanced toy is a loser. And I would like to contrast this with our walk through Ruanji Temple Garden, Roanji temple is the one which has the most important and most classical Zen garden, which has the stones that you always cannot see one of them. And the mystery of the universe is in it. And if you walk at this moment, because there is a special application which tells you when to go to Kyoto that has the most beautiful colors, there is an application for this in Japan, which tells you now is the Kyoto colors time. Then suddenly you realize that what is important. And the question is important to really see the world as the world of the race, which is the tech, or is it important to see the world as the world of the human? When you are in front of the Japanese maple tree, which is green, yellow, orange, and dark red at the same time, and you wonder how is it possible? And the colors then reflect on the pond in which there are some crazy carp fishes, which are yay large, and they come like this. Then you realize that maybe the race and the tech is not this important. Maybe we should focus more on the human.
And suddenly I feel myself very strange because I moved from human to robot. Okay. Just let me show you first a picture. I really like it because we were in Japan not to see a beautiful color of Japanese autumn. It's really beautiful and unbelievable ginkgo yellow tree and as Marcin told, the three-colored maple, Japanese maple. We had a serious meetings with different scientists, and the last one made on us convince us to think about something different. And at this moment, I would like to recall one slide from Matt's presentation about proactive. We are still reactive, we are not proactive. And really we are not proactive because what has been discussed during these days, as I said, it's not today's problems. It's like problems day before or 2 days before, because many of these things are already take place. We saw the lab of Professor
Keiji Okada.
Okada. I all the time I'm trying to fight with thinking about Okinawa, but it's Okada. Yeah. So it's several rooms full of different stuff. It's just on entrance, so the pepper robot, it's what is serving for just keep the jacket of one of the men in this room. You see here, and apropos this nice bear, teddy bear, it's for hugging. So you have some special robot for hugging. So they way of thinking, robots, they have to be human-like robots, because our society here is a movie, but probably it doesn't work. Oh, should I do something? Oh, this is a big. Our society is an aging society, not only Japanese society, but Polish, French, American, I think also. There is an aging society, and it's very possible that what will in front of us when we all be old, our kids are quite far from us, we are alone, and the robot will be our companion with with what We can speak. Oh, you see, so nice robot. We can speak with him. He will cute and smiling and make us good, feeling better, something like this. So what is required right now from us is to think really proactive. And suddenly it reminded myself many years ago, at the beginning of 1950s, there was such a very nice group. The leader of the group was Norbert Wiener. I don't know if you know this name. This is a like father of cybernetics and then computer science. And he was proactive because that time when a computer was like a completely just born, he thought about possible future problem, ethical problem with computer science, with what with people will do such possibility like to use a computer. Right now we are just react on what is happening, and this velocity of changes will be higher and higher. And it means that maybe we cannot be. I think that it's not that we must to react quickly. No, I think that our reaction should be in different direction, and this is exactly what Marcin said in moment before. I'm also jet lagged. It's 8 hours ahead. That we have to think about people, about human, about our relationship, our real relationship. What do we need when we were old, when we were sick, when we were weak, and so on. And maybe this approach will save us from these competitions that we have to have the next edition, next version, and so on. So it just in between of jet lag, my thoughts after the Japan trips and sitting and hearing this today's presentation, very interesting, all the presentation, but that's what I think. Marcin, would you like to add something?
So let's put it this way in summary. From what we learned at the University of Tokyo, Japan is very much looking into a society in the future which will be integrated, consisting of robots of various kinds, humanoid, dog, hugging robots, kitchen robots, that will live side by side with humans. And it seems that we really need to look into this, and then we need to ask ourselves why we use artificial intelligence. Is the goal of having artificial intelligence to allow everybody to create gazillion of images using DALL-E or other Gen AI models which will kill our planet, and instead of being able to walk through the Kyoto gardens, we will have total disaster, ecological. Why? Because, as Professor Duch apparently said, we are playing computer games, we are playing with ChatGPT. We need to reflect on this. What is it all for? And I think that for HumanTech, as a conference name, such reflection is absolutely the right place to ask everybody, what is it about for us humans looking into the future that will be HumanTech?
Okay, so Once again, thank you very much for being here with us over the last 2 days. We had wonderful, I think, opportunities to discuss all the issues related to human social aspects of technology. But of course, we are going to continue, as I said, and maybe you can display, because we have a third... Możesz tą datę tej konferencji, która będzie za rok? Ostatni slajd. So please, as you can see, this is of course absolutely important. You can scan and you can you can see our profile on Facebook, and you will see the date of our upcoming conference next year. So please follow our social media, subscribe us, and also please remember and please mark in your calendar our conference next year. It will be November 29, yes, and yeah, I don't remember. Sorry. I'm not, I not have any jet lag, but I feel like after jet lag. Sorry, I'm completely exhausted. So thank you very much once again, and maybe one issue, right? So because as I said, I'm impressed that you are here still alive with us. So maybe let's take a picture together here. So please join us and let's do it. Thank you very much. And please, big applause for our team, okay? And also, we are going to send you a questionnaire, so please fill out this questionnaire, because it's for us important to get feedback from you. Thank you very much, and please join us.
Yeah, and before that, please, let's have a big applause for Konrad, because if it wasn't for him, we wouldn't be here.
Wonderful.